Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very warm welcome to Online Darts Q-School Daily. We have made it through to day 10, and here we are, the final day of action. Dreams will be made or dreams will be shattered. I'm Phil Bars, joined by Jack Gobby Garwood and Lee Boyce. Gentlemen, are we ready?
No. My head hurts already.
Gob's been up most of the night number crunching for you. Gob, how close are we, or how close do you think you are to some of these numbers?
I mean, I haven't had long to look at the draw either, but we couldn't confirm any of the Europeans last night, and I still can't this morning. Honestly, the way the draw has fallen, I cannot rule out enough people sat on 4 points and 3 points where they are on the board that just means any combination means that they can still get to 8. I was hoping that, well, I'm not hoping that, but it would have made my life easier. And we could have called Schindler Alerts back this morning had the likes of Barney and John Michael been in the same half, or had the likes of Luke Peters, Neil Zonneveld and Lorenzo Pronk all been in the same quarter of the draw. As it turns out, they've managed to avoid each other, all 5 of those, until the stages that they need to, in order for the rest of the order of merit to be able to accumulate enough points to get to 8. Now, that will put them level with Schindler and Lurchbacher, and then it comes down to leg difference. But obviously, I'm not going to sit here and predict a potential 18 or 24 leg difference swing, because if one of these players comes out absolutely firing to the point they need to get to and 6-0 all the way, and players are losing in the round that they need to, but heavily, then big leg difference swings can happen. So unfortunately, we're not confirming anybody has got a tour card yet this morning, until players at least underway. As names start to fall, especially in that top 27, we'll be able to look at it a little bit clearer as well. And obviously, all of this takes into account that the winner comes from somebody that's not in the top 27. The winner of the day today has to come from somebody not in the top 27 to come from the field on 2 points or less. Interesting.
Lee, have you had a chance to look at it overnight, and what's your gut saying?
Yeah, I think what Dob has said around Europe, spot on. I struggle to see anyone who's not in that top 27 coming through today. There is players who can potentially turn up for one day. I know there's like Tist and Hybrecht in there, but
well, you've backed one for a start.
I know, yeah, but you know what happens with more pits. They don't last very long. Just as I've backed them, it don't mean them very well. I just want that drama right at the end of. That's what I've done for. I've done for the drama more than an educated pick.
Yeah. The rest of your picks have been educated.
You
could have fooled me, ladder.
Before 11 o'clock, don't start on me, yeah.
It's going to be interesting, guys, and already want to say a huge shout out to the chat room. God, when I showed you they were in there at 8 o'clock this morning, you didn't believe me, did you? We have got some absolute.
No, I went straight in and was like, "What are you guys doing here?" I was sat in my towel getting dried. I was just out the shower. People have been sat in there for an hour already.
Some absolute hardcores in our chat room, and you guys over the last 9 days have been nothing short of sensational. So at the end, we will give you all a huge clap and round of applause, because you've been with us from moment one, and it's been absolutely fabulous to have you along. So we're on slightly early this morning so we can all get ready. Before a dart is thrown in the chat room, I want one name off of everyone in the chat room, one from the EU, one from the UK. Who wins their tour card outright today? This could be interesting. And whilst we're here, gentlemen, you don't get off scot-free either.
Dob, do you want to go first?
Not really. You've already made your predictions. I haven't, so I've got to go scrolling through the entry list. Yours are already in the WhatsApp.
Okay. So mine for today: EU, Nico Ters, and UK, Aaron Munt. So I've just done for 2 who need to win it today, and anything else won't be good enough for both players.
You
But I've done
hopeless romantic with your stories, you.
I'm sorry, Phil. I can see Phil Bars is typing in online darts group now, saying, "Is anyone free to come on the stream? Lee Boyce's house."
Oh, it's true. I'm going for the watch face. He just ruined my picks.
You just knocked his plumber out.
Yeah. You just done me plumber. You've sent the month
Just put an
back in.
extra tenner on his rate next week because he's not substituting his income through darts.
Yeah. Just done me over.
Yeah, sorry, Aaron and Nico.
I quite fancied Nico Kurtz to have a run as well. We know he's got the ability and he hasn't had the best start so far. Has he drawn a German today? That would be interesting because so far he's played 5 Germans in stage 2 and lost to 4 of them. Andrew Beaton. Never remember where he's from. No, me neither. Good start. I don't think he's German though, so he's avoided a German. Good for Nico. I am going outright today. I think he's been superb so far. Probably unlucky that he's not a little bit higher up in the order of merit. He's got a tough draw to start with on board 16, but I'm going Richard Veenstra. I think he has been absolutely solid. I like the pace that he plays at. We've seen a lot of him in the BDO, and I think he'd make a great addition to the tour as well. So I'm going for him. I can't remember who's in the UK one. Barely touched it. I'll go Gavin Carlin outright again today. I went Suter back-to-back for the first 2 days, and day 2 he went close. I'm going Gavin Carlin today in the UK.
Interesting. I suppose I don't get off scot-free, do I?
Nope.
No.
Heart versus head here, because there's a few that I'd really, really like to win tour cards. However, I think Raymond van Barneveld wins outright today in the EU. Again, he's been close, and I think he wins it. The UK, well, this could be absolutely anyone, but someone always makes a dash from the pack at Q-School. Always.
No, Philip. No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Coming through the pack
Don't
today.
Don't do it.
Is going to be
Don't do it.
I can't help it. Scott Mitchell is going to come through the pack and win it outright.
Oh, I'm more than happy with that one. He had 2 tough draws open in 2 days. I thought he looked pretty good yesterday, right up until the moment he lost, as does everybody ever make that comment about. Yeah, and he's got the ability. I'm more than happy with Scott Mitchell as a pick there. I enjoy that. I was convinced you were going Fallon, so...
No. Well, the thing is, if I say Fallon, it jinxes her. So that nothing would please me more than Fallon coming through and winning. But Scotty Mitchell lost with a 96-4 yesterday. Like you say, I think he's done all right. But would love to see Fallon come through and do it. I just hope she gets a nice draw. Like, I'm just going to go through some averages here and maybe name shame a little bit, but don't care now. Who's been absolutely tosh?
We're on day 10.
They can't moan.
Why have the packs disappeared in...
What, on the EU side?
Yeah. Are they having the board assignments? Are they there in the match centre?
Yeah, I don't think they're ever there on the board
Yeah.
assignments. I think it's only ever on the match. It's there.
Okay.
But again, the chat room absolutely buzzing. Again, quite a lot of love for Scotty Mitchell there. Thank you very much, guys. Lendo asking about Fallon. Look, she's got the ability to do it. It's her own fault. She's in this situation. She's carved out great opportunities, playing good stuff, and then missed match starts. She can carve out the opportunities. She needs to take them today. Can she? 100%. Be interesting to see as well. The PDC have confirmed what we already knew, that the top three in the UK cannot be caught. Now, Martin Lukeman said yesterday, if that was confirmed, he wasn't going to play today. Be interesting to see if the others do the same.
It will be. And I think the fact that the other two are under quite significant management companies within the UK might suggest that they play and use it as more experience for the upcoming Super Series. Whether that's ethically correct, or they can still go taking points off people that haven't qualified yet is a completely different matter. But well, I'm not saying that's what they will do, and I'm not saying that's a pressure, but I believe that if you're a management company, you want to give these guys as much match practice as possible going into their first ever Pro Tour in a couple of weeks.
Well, funny you should say that, because we had this conversation last night on WhatsApp, and I'll bring you in here as well. So when you win outright the day and you've won your tour card, you can't play the next day. Do you think it should be the same on the order of merit? It's confirmed. Jack Main, Martin Lukeman and Louis Williams cannot be caught on the order of merit. They have tour cards. So should they be allowed to play knowing that they can't get caught?
Not for me, no. Because the same as they are a tour card holder now, so why are they still playing? And I understand for them, they've still got the right, and why wouldn't you let them match practice? But from a PDC point of view, I don't know why you wouldn't pull them out. I understand, obviously, we'll have more boys in the first round, and we don't really want to see that. But that comes back to the points that I think, Dob, that you said earlier on in the week, that why don't we have players ready once we have a tour card holder in one day, have someone else come and step in and have that continue all the way through? And then we wouldn't have had the situation.
That was Barzy, so I want more people to start with. I want a couple of prelims to start with. I don't think people are going to sit around for 3-4 days that were barely in on the order of merit from stage one to then play again. If you finish like 4 places off in the order of merit in stage 1A, and you're getting a call up to the very last day of stage 2, that's an extra 6-7 days hotel fee at £85 a night for the chance to try and win outright on the last day. I personally think we should have a slightly larger field than a 1-2-8. Maybe around 130 players to allow for people withdrawing and that sort of thing, and then have a small handful of prelim games each day to qualify for the 1-2-8. I just think that if we state that before, the players know that if they only sneak through in the order of merit from stage 1, they're going to be in that position. They're not guaranteed to play for points every day, but the amount of other people that are missing out, it just doesn't make sense, the number of players in the field that can't compete for a point until the second way in. Like Alan Norris at the minute, I'm pretty sure, is rock bottom of the UK order of merit, despite the fact that he's played 6, won 3, lost 3. There are players that haven't won a game all week that are 30 points, 30 places above him. That just can't be a thing.
Right, but anyway, going back to my original question, do you think the 3 that have got tour cards should be able to play?
No. But that should be a PDC decision, not the players.
Oh yeah, 100%. No, I'm with you on that.
Yeah,
it should be.
Yeah.
Once you're guaranteed like this, they don't need to play today, so they're potentially going to take points off of people that need points when they don't. So, Gob, play yes or no?
No, they're already there.
And as well,
the only logical reason you could suggest for anybody that's made it via the order of merit to continue playing the following day is if you're seeded somehow in the first event off your performances here, and that doesn't exist. The players on the Pro Tour are seeded as the top 16 or the top 32 seeds. Other than that, everybody else is a random draw. So there's no logical reason for these guys to play it other than match practice. And at that point, match practice over potentially stopping somebody else's career, not a fan of.
Yeah, and which we touched on the magical, mythical Barney button. I might have gone one better, guys.
God.
Right, wrong one. I've teed up the wrong one. 2 seconds. This is just...
That
It's
wasn't
early, I'll go back. I'll go back to
mythical
the
Barney button. It's still a magical and mythical because we haven't seen it.
Ah, give me a second and we'll see it though. This is because we were on Zoom and we've interrupted my prep time.
Yeah.
This is normally where I'm teeing everything up, getting ready. Anyway, as I was saying, the magical, mythical Barney.
I love that. Do you know what else I love, boys? The games are showing as warming up in the EU. The board officials have been around the venue. They have activated all of the iPads. Other tablets are available. The games will be underway within the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Right, let's dive into the chat room because we asked you to get involved and we're not ignoring you. We got a couple of minutes here and there is absolutely bundles and bundles going on. Hello, everyone in the chat room. Eric says, I hope Barney gets a tour card. So do I, quite quietly.
Charlotte doesn't.
Get the ready. Get the readies. Get it ready, Jar. You're going to be coughing up. Again, a lot of people asking about the hoodies and that as well. Bear with us. Like I say, they will be coming out quite soon. Just modelling them, seeing what they're like. Where are we? The Raven Effect, another tasty one. Lorenzo Pronk against Matt Campbell, first round. Yeah, huge. Absolutely monstrous for Matt Campbell. Juanita in as always, as is Scott. Superb. Where are we? There was a really good one somewhere. Let's go through. By the way, Gob's been number crunching, so he is with us all day because he has got his bit of trusty paper there. Yeah, sorry, Dan, it's fixed now. You've seen the Barney button. Where was it? Bjorn in, how are we doing? A lot of people agreeing, no point. Now, here we are. Berry says, what do you think of Luke Peters? Going to be honest, didn't know too much about him, but yesterday he did well. Played some really good stuff.
There's a number of names I've been really impressed with that I had absolutely no idea who they were before this started. Luke Peters is one of them. The Italian Sergio Crasson, he's been really impressive for me. Lorenzo Pronk, been so impressed with him. Michael Ploy, heard a little bit about him, but not a lot. The Polish boys, they've been solid. Who got his card yesterday?
Florian Hempel.
I can't remember his name. Florian Hempel, very, very impressive. As Ricardo Petresco as well. Yeah, there's been so many names that actually have been really, really impressive in this EU Q-School. And I've been saying it a bit on social media the last couple of days, but I've actually been more excited about the EU Q-School than the UK Q-School at the minute. I just think there's so many different stories and different names and players that I'm looking at and perceiving to have a slightly higher ceiling, I think, than some of the players coming through in the UK. They're very steady and consistent players in the UK, but they're not got that 105, 106 average in them, I think. And I can see it in some of these European players. Lorenzo Pronk is the one, though. The fact he's drawn Matt Campbell again today is an absolute stinker. Yeah,
absolute shocker. I'm going to go into the chat room as well. because the first time he's cropped up in the chat room is Jimmy, PDC Marketing Manager. Jimmy, welcome along, mate. Hope you are all good. Can we have some more graphics, please, teed up? We need to borrow some as always. But going back to your original question, one canner of Monster a day, but I have had coffee this morning as well to get through this. So caffeine and sugar levels kept to the maximum today, buddy. But hope you are all good. Where are we? Always Elvis. Thanks, Jar. Sugar Rush. Yeah, you better believe it. I hope David H says, I hope Andrew Gilding gets a tour card. Not for me. Don't get me wrong, he is Mr. Consistent, but just doesn't add a lot to the tour, in my opinion. He's just a journeyman now. Look, I'm not saying if he wins it outright, then he deserves it, but if I had to pick it, he wouldn't be on my 128.
Yeah.
Josh says,
Where
what does
are
Barney
we?
have to do?
Underway, boys.
I'll tell you what, they've gone early.
Board number 11, Willem Mandegers and Philip van Gass are getting us underway in the EU. Judgment Day, boys, is here.
Can we have a steward's inquiry? They've gone early. They've gone early. Can someone have a look at the time, please?
Once the official at the venue has read out all of the fixtures and declared whose turn it is to mark, games just get underway. I've seen it at the development tour numerous times. Like, people can be 3-0 up before somebody's even pulled off because somebody's gone to the loo or whatever. So, yeah, game number 2 underway as well. I thought I was nailing these names, and I haven't seen this one all week. Gisbert van Malsen and Klaus Benito Nielsen. What's his? I can't see his full name.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Day 10 of 2021 Q-School is underway here at Live Online Darts. We have got everything covered. We've got Jarlath and Scott on the live blog all day. We've got us three. We've got Matt Ward going to pop in around 1 o'clock. One of the PDC managers is going to come in to give his take on Q-School. Obviously, he has lads involved as well. So all covered here today. But as a very PDC referee once said, game on, ladies and gentlemen. It is game on. And again, this one's gone under the radar on board 1. Kay Schmitz against Roby John. That one's gone under the radar.
Quietly impressed of him this week, and Roby John in trouble to get his card back. Who won the RJR derby yesterday? I'll be honest, I was in the middle of a work meeting.
Work? How dare you have a work meeting when Q-School's on? Do work not know the rules?
Me, mate. You're telling me.
Do they not know how it goes? But
right in my office at 2:30 this morning was very, very nice, knowing that we were doing this today. I can't lie. It's one of my favourite out of offices I've written in a long time.
But yeah, that's one of the flaws of Roby John. That we've seen him on the stage be brilliant, but he's also so erratic, it's unreal.
Mm-hmm.
In the chat room
underway, Carsten Koch and Patrick Bullen, Michael Ploy, Gillian Kuhorn, Martijn Dragt and Wesley Placier, Levi Frauenfelder and Lucas Weinig. Lucas Weinig, by the way, has been super impressive this week. Another one of the names that sort of slipped under the radar. I'll tell you what, a couple of years ago, this game would have got the juices thrown. Jeffrey de Graaf versus Kenny Nyans.
Yeah.
They're both up against it to get their cards back.
In the chat room, Gob, what does Barney need to do to guarantee his tour card today? How many points do you think Raymond van Barneveld needs today to guarantee?
There is a potential. There's a potential he can get through on the 6 points he's on at the minute. A last 8 would 100% put in there on 9 points. A last 16 virtually gets in there. I'd even go as close to, say, 7 at the bottom end of the scale. All the calculations I've been doing so far this week have been, or last night in particular, have been with the idea of can everybody get to 8 to stop Martin Schindler and Zoran Lurch back and getting a card? I don't see all of those scenarios happening, and I think they will get in there. But until it's mathematically impossible for them to be caught, we're not saying they've got a card. I think 7 points will be enough, especially with the leg difference he's got. So he's 145 legs and a plus 13. Boris Koltsov as well, he's 151 with a plus 18 as well. I think those leg differences are that good that even if people start catching them today in close, edgy matches, they're just not going to get the same leg difference as them. So I think 7 points will get them a card, but until the numbers tell us that that's 100% happening, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that people have got a card. I feel very CNN, John King, when he does the American election. We're going on the numbers. We're not calling it yet. As soon as I can, as soon as it's absolutely 100% bang on that they've got a card, as close to that as possible, then I'll start working out. I'm going to start crossing people off that are in the top 27 as and when they fall, if they fall. I'll try and give it to you as soon as I possibly can. I'm no Albert Einstein or anything with the numbers, but I think I've got a little bit of a grasp on it. So, yeah, as soon as we can start calling people, we will. I'd say 3 points will 1,000,000% get Barney a card. I don't think the rest of the field can all get to 9 from below him. But it wouldn't surprise me if he gets there on 7 or 8. On 17, sorry. One more.
One more it is. 19, Wendy, 87 says, great work. Come on, Barney. Appreciated your work, Gob. Right, the plan is today, as always, we are all looking over EU as it happens. And then once players underway in Milton Keynes, Lee is going to cast his eye over the action in MK. Gob will stay with Niedernhausen. I'm going to just flip between them all. It's what we do here. But all eyes now, board 4 is underway. Arguably, this could be the biggest game of the day in the last 1-2-8, Lee.
Yeah, definitely. It's both of which need to go on and win it today. I'm just looking at the Tay Smiths and Robbie John Rodriguez game. Robbie John Rodriguez has missed 6 starts in the first leg. Second leg has missed bullseye for a 130, and Tay Smiths is punished on both occasions. Robbie John Rodriguez is outscoring Tay Smiths, but just can't finish at the moment. So early pressure here in that one. But back to Prond and Matt Campbell. Yeah, I expect that. That was the highlight round 1 draw for me. I think it was for everyone else. I'm just seeing Nico Terz got underway as well. But yeah, Prond and Matt Campbell should be the one this round in Europe.
You wouldn't write Matt Campbell off, would you? He was in trouble in stage 1, produced. He's in trouble in stage 2. Will he produce is the question here.
He's certainly got the ability. The worry I've got with Campbell is he is so good. We saw it at the World Cup. We saw it at the World Championship. And his ceiling is so high. He's capable of some truly fantastic darts. The worry I've got is that financially, making the trip over from Canada to the UK constantly over the year for the Challenge Tour, I don't think it's that rewarding. And I don't want him to then disappear to the CDC for another year, because I think if he doesn't get there, a year on the Challenge Tour would really do him some good, that he makes it straight into stage 2 next year, or even goes on to win his card as one of the top 2 players on the Challenge Tour. I genuinely think he is that good. His action is so solid. The only criticism I've got of him is what we saw at the World Cup, and what perhaps we're seeing a little bit over the last 10 days is he gets a little bit rattled on the finishes. There's a lot of misses. And if he tightens up those doubles in those pressure situations, he'd be one heck of a player. And I think he would develop that more on the Challenge Tour than he would play in CDC games.
Yeah.
And as I say, that is 1-0 down.
Yes. As I'm saying in the chat room, that a very well-timed 180 from Plonk put it all on the line for Matt Campbell here.
Some of these games aren't messing about. Willem Mandekers and Philip Van Gass are 2 each already. Lucas Veinig, very, very impressive so far. 3-0 up over Levi Frauenfelder. And as I said it, I wasn't sure which nationality Andrew Beaton is. I'm not sure if he was born German. I think he's very much a journeyman. He's represented a couple of countries, but he's just gone 1-0 up on Nico Kurtz. Kurtz's battle with fellow Germans at this Q-School is not going well.
No, it's not. I know you said about their Andrew Beaton. It's a bit like Paul Lim, who has represented a few nations across his journey. Now the Singapore slinger, but he's been around. He was American at one point.
He played for Hong Kong as well, didn't he?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Beaton's very much. I'm sure I've seen him represent Belgium before as well, or maybe even France, one of the two. But a quick Google somewhere will probably find that out for us. So we got Ruby John's pulled it back, Lee.
Yeah, pulled it back and in control in this one. 1-3-2 left after 9. Hit 2 out of 2 on his doubles in the last 2 legs. So completely shut me up. As I was saying, the pressure was getting him to him early on, and he's followed that up with 2 out of 2 on his doubles. Left 1-3-2 here. Looking at the Nito Thurs game as well. Nito Thurs, after 18 darts, only left 91. That was a break to throw in the first leg as well. And Andrew Beaton's in control of this one. So Nito Thurs could find himself 2-0 behind.
It's all going on.
Michael Ploy's up against it.
Juanita
3-0 down.
Juanita says in the chat room here, guys, Phil, do you think we will have a North American player on the tour after what we've seen? This year, no. I don't think. I would love Matt Campbell to do it, but I think he's left himself too much to do. Guys, what?
Same. Yeah, I'd love to have seen Campbell and Badish. I was so happy for Badish to get through in the final day of his stage 1A, I believe. But he's left himself the same today. He's got to go on and win it. And I don't see both Matt Campbell and Badish or Eva going on to win it today. So not for me, unfortunately.
Tell you what, boys, we're in a bit of a race to be the first man into the 64 by winning a game. That is, obviously, there are people already sat waiting because they've got buys. There's less than 1, 2, 8 in the field. But Gillian Kuhorn's gone 4-0 up on Michael Ploy, and Lucas Veinig has done the same over Levi Frauenfelder. They're racing ahead, boys. Absolutely flying. Martin dragged 3-1 up over Wesley Placier. That's an interesting one for the order of merit. Wesley Placier currently in 20th.
In this one, Beaton has just took out a 1-2-2 with Thurs back on 1-3. Was only a holder throw, but has given him a 2-0 lead. And Robbie John Rodriguez is certainly up to there. 3-2 in front. Got a great opportunity here on 1-3-8 with Smeets on 1-1-4. So Rodriguez has turned it round, but a lot of work to do for Nito Thurs in his day.
Yeah, Stephen in the chat room says, lads, what are 9 days of coverage? Excited for today, but don't want it to end. Thanks for joining us, mate, for those 9 days and the 10th day that you've been here for us. Rick says, hey, does Richard Vinkstraat have a good chance of qualifying today? This one's for you, Gob. You've got the numbers.
I think so. He's currently in 11th position. I can't remember what his draw is like because I've changed that page to watch the results. I definitely think he's got the ability. What board was he on? 16. I mean, he will run into Davy Prouston in the last 8. Also got Michael Schmader on his board, which would be a tough assignment for him. But like I said, I definitely think he's got the ability. He needs 3 points to put him on 7, which would be a last 8. I think a last 16 might be enough on 6 points as names start to fall, as people get a little bit edgy. So I personally would love to see him get over the line. I think he's a very, very good player. I've seen him enough BDO World Championships now to know enough about him, and he'd make a great addition to the tour. So yeah, he's a player that's very much in the mix today. Two bagels
definitely
on the cards already. Those 4-0s are turned into 5s, boys. Reinig now 5-0 up
We
on
have the draw.
Levy, Frauenfelder, and the UK draw is out.
We've got the draw in the UK as well. It's just come out in the UK, so just on a quick look at in the 2 European down and look at Rodriguez is in control now. Looked like he's under 5-2 in front, and Nico Terzer's got one back. Here, just what we was talking about before we started, the 3 players who were already through, but in the order of merit. Lou Williams is playing today. Martin Luckman and Jack Main are not playing today.
interesting.
Oh my God. This game could have massive implications in the order of merit. I'm currently trying to work out if Alan Suter is safe on 7 points as the next person down. His first game of the day in the 128 is the player directly below him in the order of merit. It's Joe Mernon. Number 4 and number 5 in the order of merit meet in the last 128, the loser of which could be in serious trouble of missing out despite starting the day where they are in 4 and 5. That is absolutely massive, and I've only looked at 1 game so far in the UK.
Wow. Wow. I'll tell you what.
And Gordon Mathers is in board 3 as well. They could meet each other slightly later on. He's got Jamie Lewis.
Jason Askew's on that. Jason Askew, Gordon Mathers, Jamie Lewis on board 3. Whoa.
Oh my God, they're all in that area. Eddie Lovely's on board 2. Literally the top 4 players on the order of merit yet to qualify are all within 3 boards of each other. John Brown at the opposite end.
Fallon Sherritt got Andy Jenkins on the same board of on the same board as where Jim Williams has got Conan Whitehead, and Jared Toll's got the boy on the same board.
Oh my good Lord. That's an absolute bloodbath.
I'll tell you what as well, board 6 isn't nice either. Robert Thornton, Mike Warburton, John O'Shea, Liam Meek, Nathan Gervin, and John Scott. They've all been consistent.
Yeah. And this, guys, is why Q-School is an absolute lottery. Thomas Lovely currently... No, that's the wrong player. I want Martin Thomas. That's a good draw, though. Martin Thomas takes on Jack Vincent. I'll tell you what, a lot of these guys are at risk early on that are currently sat in the top 13 of the order of merit that aren't qualified yet. Some of these draws are absolutely brutal. John Worsley versus Reese Griffin.
Oh. Just in Europe, Nito Tozer just missed 2 darts. 1 at tops, some inside at 10s. Andrew Beaton has then taken out. Only a holder throw, but Beaton's now 3-1 in front against Nito Tozer. Nito Tozer's not playing well. Needs it.
As well, board 13, first game, Chaz Barstow, Ryan Harrington.
With the winner potentially playing Andrew Dildin, and Andrew Dildin is just inside. Is that right? Andrew Dildin's just inside, isn't he, at the moment?
Andrew Gilded is 13th. He is on the bubble. Lads, I can't find Sean Fisher in the draw. Is he withdrawn? 15th in the order of merit.
Yeah,
he snuck in via stage 1 on the very last day, and he's not in the draw.
I can't see him either. He's not there. Oh my.
That's massive. Thornton on board 6. Lads, I
Rodriguez
think...
is
oh
through,
my God,
it's free.
What are you looking at, Gob?
One, two, three, 4, 5.
We've got 10 boys. Phil,
That's all fine.
Yeah.
was it you who picked today? Alan
What's
Norris,
that?
first round, board 9. Stop Mitchell, Alan Norris, board 9, first game.
Oh my. Oh my.
One,
Tell you what,
2,
again, Lee, well, Gob's looking at that. Board 7 in the EU. Kevin Dotes going about his business very, very well.
4.
Yeah, in total control, 102 average. And what a way to start the day. Got a Shandai here to take it out. 6-1 now, just 45. But Kovacs mid-90s, so playing well himself. Coming back for 145 here to save it. Let's see if he can do that. And I'll give you updates on the other two. I'm just keeping an eye on. Can he take it out? Darts to net. No, can't. So Dotes is coming back for 75 for a 6-1 win. Lorenzo Pront has just missed doubles in the sit fled, and Matt Campbell punished to level that back up, and it was a break to throw. So Matt Campbell and Lorenzo Pront are 3-all. And Nico Turs has just missed a dart at a double to hold. Andrew Beaton's already missed 3 at double 14. Coming back for double 14. Nico Turs could be 4-1 behind. Just misses it. So Nico Turs has got another opportunity. Only a hold of throw, but Nico Turs is coming back for tops. In the other one, Matt Campbell has just missed an opportunity to go 4-3 in front and hold. Lorenzo Pront is coming back for 56. All three of these dames, there's something happening. Kevin Doubts has just won 6-1, averaging 97. Nico Turs did hold his throw. Lorenzo Pront has missed doubles in that against Matt Campbell. So Matt Campbell, another opportunity, and he takes it. So Matt Campbell holds a throw, 4-3 in front in that one.
Again, John Michael taking the first leg against Arjen Konterman on board 8 as well. Gino Voss, Zoran Lurchbacher just getting underway as well.
It's the first round draw, that is.
Yeah, someone asked in the chat room as well, are we going to do this for the Super Series? Yes, we are, everyone. Yes, we will be doing this for the Super Series. Daniel says, Fallon Sherrick have any chance today? She's always got a chance, but she is going to have to do it the hard way because she is on a brutal board. If she does it, then she is going to come through it the hard way.
Yeah, it's not a nice draw for her at all on that board 11.
No. Gavin asked, what time is Barney starting? Probably 15, 20 minutes. Somewhere around there, mate.
At least we know we got the Barney button working.
Yeah, the Barney button is working. Gob's busy crunching numbers down there as well, Gob. What are you looking at?
I think I'm 2 games away from being able to call Alan Suter a tour card holder. Because this draw is brutal and it literally matches up people into parts of the draw. There are 16 possibilities based on numbers 5 to 25 and below, 17, including the winner coming from 1 point or less. and Sean Fisher's withdrawal, the fact that Robert Thornton and Brett Claydon are on boards 5 and 6 together, and they both need to make a last 8, means that they won't meet at that stage. John Worsley and John Brown both being on board 15, both need a last 16 in order to knock Suter out and be able to catch him. The same goes for Andrew Gilding and Chaz Barstow. If Alan Suter beats Joe Mernon and any of Gordon Mathers, Eddie Lovely, John Brown, Gavin Carlin, Chaz Barstow, Martin Thomas, John Worsley, Andrew Gilding, or Andy Jenkins also fall in the first round, Alan Suter will have a tour card.
We are getting close there. We've got a noble leg over in Niedernhausen on board 2. Jeffrey DeGraff, Matt Campbell wasn't great early on, but he is on the brink of victory, and John Michael in complete control as well. Lee, what are you watching at the moment for us?
Yeah, so Matt Campbell, Lorenzo Pront. Pront had opportunities in that lead to level it up. Didn't take it, so Matt Campbell punished. Matt Campbell now on 152 on throw. Pront is just put in 99, so 140. So Matt Campbell, 152 here to win it. The other one, Nito Turs, missing more darts at a double. Andrew Beaton also missing more darts at a double. Nito Turs coming back here for 5-5 for a break and to level this one back up. Would swing the down back in his favour as he would have to throw in the next game. Matt Campbell or Lorenzo Pront don't take out the checkout, so both of which are on 60, but it's Matt Campbell who's coming back first. Can Matt Campbell take out 60? More missed doubles. More missed doubles. Matt Campbell misses, leaves 5-5. Comes inside with his 2 darts at double. Lorenzo Pront, 60 left. Can he take this out? It would be a break. Will need one in the last lead as well if it goes all the way. Can Lorenzo Pront take it? In the other day, Nito Turs did win the last one, so we're all squaring that one. Back on throw, Nito Turs has got the throw. Matt Campbell,
got a quick result here.
Pront still sitting on 60. And misses.
So we've got a quick result
coming back for 5. Yes, Phil.
Sergio Krasen has gone, beaten by Van der Winkel 6-3. So one of the Italians has gone, but back to you. Can Matt Campbell get over the line, Lee?
Not on that vid. He's Mr. Den and Lorenzo Pront. So Matt Campbell's coming back from Madhouse to wrap up this first game. Not a classic at all, but Matt Campbell will not mind if it can get over the line. Matt Campbell, 1-1. Takes it last starting hand. Matt Campbell is through. Lorenzo Pront is out. Matt Campbell 6, Lorenzo Pront 3.
Gob, coming to you. What result? What does it do for the EU Order of Merit? Because Lorenzo Pront was in the mix.
That is massive. I think that will virtually knock him out. He was on the bubble at number 8. Not a good sign for him. We're still one result away. Either from Koltsov, Barneveld, John Michael, Luke Peters, Neil Zonneveld, Kevin Dowitz, or Gino Voss from confirming Schindler and Lurchbacher as tour card holders.
We're getting close to some calculations, gentlemen. It's all getting interesting. Tony Elsanas has just taken the lead on board number 6. Where else are we? Warming up. Leonard Gates, Robert Marjanovic. It's like a final for both players in the last 1-2-8. Jan Decker, who somehow yesterday was winning games with ridiculously low averages and then threatening 9 darters, and just an absolute mixed bag from Jan Decker yesterday. Kai Gotthard also warming up. But we are in and around here at the moment. Zoran Lurchbacher has turned it round against Gino Voss to lead 2-1. And Richard Veenstra has taken the opener against Franz Roesch. Martin's put in
against
the
Gino will confirm
guarantee.
Schindler and Lurchbacher as tour card holders.
Martin says in the chat room, another good news for Barney Pronk going out. Agreed it is. Someone below him that has departed. Warren says, did Dragutin Horvath pull out? Yes, he played the first 2 days and then pulled out yesterday, if my memory serves me correct. Veenstra, 2 up now. Arjan Konterman on the fight back now, 3-2 against John Michael Stilltrails, back in it, and Nico Kurtz. Is he hitting doubles now, Lee?
Missed 3 in the last leg, took it out in the end, but the amount of missed doubles is having a real big impact on the average for both players. 75 plays 76. The majority of the lads in this one, both players have had a dart at a double and missed them. As I said, Nico Kurtz taken the last one but missed 3. So in control and got a bright opportunity here, 130 in front, but wouldn't be surprised if we have more missed doubles. So I expect the drama to keep coming in Kurtz versus Beaton. In the other ones, I'm just looking over the early stages. Benito van der Pas, who had a good day yesterday after 2 very poor days, has got Venkin, very tough first round game. 10 points behind here on the average, but he's 2-1 in front. Venkin looking like he's going to level this one up on throw. And Zoran Lurchbacher and Gino Voss have both started very well, both around the mid-90s, scoring there. And that is 2 apiece in that one.
Shane asks in the chat room, Gob, does Nico Kurtz need to win today, or will a final be enough for him?
Good question. I think he needs to win. He's on absolutely 0 points. Pronk is on 5 points and has just lost. So he is on the bubble, and according to the calculations with the leg difference he has a 1% chance of staying in that top 8. So I think Kurtz needs to win outright today.
A lot of questions around certain Dutchmen. We'll tell you.
Let's run through some results from Europe so far. Robert John Rodriguez did beat Kay Smeet 6-3. Kenny Nyens, the Belgian, beat Jeffrey de Graaf 6-5. Klaus Bentix Nielsen, he won 6-5 against Gilsbert van Malsen. Matt Campbell getting over the line against Lorenzo Pronk. Revenge for yesterday, I believe. Van der Winkel beat Sergio Krasin 6-3. Disappointed for the Italian, who has been very, very good this week. I've been very, very impressed with the Italians, as you can probably tell if you follow me on social media. Sven Hilling beating Müller-Meisters 6-0 with just 70.5 average. Kevin Doetz accounting for Patrick Kovacs, the WGF Online champion, is out. 6-1 to the Dutchman in that one. Gillian Kuhorn winning 6-0 against Michael Ploy. Disappointing for Ploy that, but a strong showing for Kuhorn once again. Christian Jenske has won 6-2 against Marco Obbs. That was an all-German clash. And Patrick Bullen has beaten Carlston Koch 6-3. Willem Mandigers 6-3 over Philip van Gass. Chris Landman, the Dutchman, he's very dangerous if he gets going. Promising Frenchman Eric Boyer 6-2 in that one. Wesley Placier keeps in the hunt. He is in the top 27 on the order of merit. He stays in the hunt for a tour card 6-5 win over Martin Dragt. Lucas Weinig 6-0, very impressive over Levi Frauenfelder, and Sebastian Bielecki, the Polish man, has beaten Patrick Tringler 6-1.
Yeah, and people asking about Barney, he will be next game on board 11. He will be on after the conclusion of Benito van der Pas against Davy Venkin. So that will be on there. Also warming up on board 3, Gob, Adam Gaulas. Must-win game for the young man.
massive game for Gaulas. If he is going to stay in the hunt, he's currently outside the top. He's on 3 points, 18th on the order of merit. A player with an incredibly high ceiling and a massive capability, but has probably lacked that bit of consistency over the last week. So a big day needed from him.
Definitely. Also warming up, Ronnie Hybrex, a man that needs a big day as well. There's plenty of big European names warming up, but Tony Alcinas is now 3-1 as well, a man that you wouldn't write off coming through the day and winning either. Plenty of pedigree on the biggest stage of them all. But someone else has just said, let's have a look. Franz Roisch fighting back, now 3-2 behind to Veenstra. John Michael on the verge of beating Arjen Konterman. And Nico Kurtz also on the verge of victory, Lee.
Gino Voss 4-2 up.
Yeah,
There's a breakthrough up on Zoran Lerchbacher.
Yeah, just on Nito Turs, same as the lead before. 3 missed starts from Nito Turs, beaten, not found his scoring in the previous 2 leads. So had more opportunities and was able to take it out. But Beaton has got an opportunity here to break back. Obviously, Beaton needs to win the next 3. But as Dave himself has done an opportunity here on 1-6-4 with Nito Turs on 1-8-2. Let's see if Beaton can set this up. Doesn't need to take it. Set it up perfectly, leaves tops. So Beaton will be coming back for tops, which will be a break of throw. Hasn't changed really average-wise, around mid-70s, but that's not really down to the scoring, it's the finishing. Beaton hasn't scored in the last 2 legs, but prior to that was scoring well, but couldn't finish. Nito Turs exactly the same. Benito van der Pass is also 4-1 up. And then Svenkin, and as Dob mentioned, Gino Voss in a very, very big game for him. Obviously, he's just outside, I believe, and Lerchbacher's second. Gino Voss is 4-2 up against Lerchbacher. Both players playing very well in that one. Oh, Beaton's missed 3 darts. That continues. Missed darts in this game. Andrew Beaton has missed 3 darts. Nito Turs is coming back for 101 to wrap this one up. Can't take it. Leaves tops. So Beaton's got more darts, this time at double 10. Just want to stay and see if Andrew Beaton can take this to 5-4. Andrew Beaton, double 10, 3 darts in hand. No, he can't. More missed darts at a double in this game. Nito Turs is coming back to wrap this up 6-3. Not a classic at all. And he misses. Nito Turs misses. Comes inside with all 3 darts. So Beaton has now got double 5. Can Andrew Beaton take this out? All on Beaton. No, we can't. Nito Turs has left 5 after 24 darts. Beaton has also left 5 after 24 darts, both of which have had darts at a double. You might want to come back to me because Nito Turs has now missed more darts. We might be here a while in this one.
Can I say to you, Gob, John Michael is through. Does that complicate?
No, he's one of the ones that needed to win, so that doesn't change the situation at all. John Michael needs to make a last 16 if Schindler and Lerchbacher are to not get in or be confirmed in the next couple of minutes. He stays in the hunt for that one.
Speaking of Zoran Lerchbacher, he trails 5-2 to Gino Voss. Zoran Lerchbacher on the verge of a last 1-2-8 exit.
Now, the other way around, that would confirm the top 2, but this way around, it still just keeps him in the hunt.
Just quick update in this one. Beaton did finally take out the 5 checkout, so Nito Turs is still 1 away, 5-4 here, and Beaton got the throw in this one.
Super stuff. Scott asked in the chat room, what happens with the guys that failed to win the card and no BDO? They can go and play on the Challenge Tour. Hopefully things will start to get better in terms of being able to mingle. The WDF, MAD, so there's still plenty of options for players that don't win their cards, mate. Still plenty out there for them. Someone asked, is Leonard Gates the son of Bill? Would be a great story, but sadly not.
Different dads.
Robert Marjanovic leads Leonard Gates 2-1. Thibaut Tricol now in action again. Someone that needs to produce, was much talked about before Q-School, but hasn't happened for the Frenchman. Tony Alsanas 4-2
I've been quite disappointed in that as well. I expected more from Tricol, obviously, as we've spoken a lot about him. Very, very impressive at the BDO World Championships in the past. Just not quite delivered on that, whether that's been the pressure or just not carrying a lot of form as a lot of players are, then that's the case. He's had a couple of tough draws, to be fair, but still wanted to see more from the big Frenchman.
Yeah, definitely. Veenstra now on the brink, 5-3 to the good as well. Jan Decker trails 3-0. The coat could be
a result. Phil, Gino Voss has beat Lurchbatter 6-2. So that keeps it open, I believe. There's a job still.
It does still keep it open.
I'll tell you what, that's a very good point. Simon Key in the chat room has just said, and again, I hadn't even thought about this because we look at that many names. Did Dmitry Gorbanov not enter Q-School?
Uncle Sam? No, he didn't.
No.
Maybe.
To be fair,
his brother Boris qualifies, it will inspire Dmitry.
He's a nuclear physicist, though, so he might not have been able to time off work. Putin wouldn't let him.
Yeah. That's mad. Oh, Curtis and Beaton have gone 5 each. Nico is right up against another German in round 1.
And did he mismatch starts there, Lee?
Oh, what a... No, it didn't. He was miles behind in the lead. However, he's done firing out in this one with a 180. So Terz was miles behind. Beaton was in control of that 10th lead. But Nito Terz has started this one with a 180. Can Beaton respond with something similar to put some pressure on? Yes, he can. So we've got both players have hit 180 in the start of this lead. In the last lead, the George Noble lead, both players start with a 180.
If you're Kurtz right there, you get up, you chuck that 180 and you're like, yeah, I've got this. Like, that is, obviously it's the best start you can hope for, but you just think, that's an absolute punch to my opponent. And when he doesn't lie down and when he chucks that straight back at you, there's just this sinking feeling in your stomach that maybe he wants this. Maybe he wants it a little bit more than I do. And when it comes down to the doubles, we may see that. And that response,
Nito Terz fires in a ton, and then 140. What a response by Andrew Beaton.
Oh my God, what a slip.
What's the 30 for Terz?
Kurtz has blinked.
Beaton's got 6 darts from 181, at least. Oh my God. What are they playing at? What are they playing at?
They've gone from world class to dog and duck.
What is happening?
Now Darts Connect gone Oh my lord!
Back-to-back start with 28.
Whilst this is going on, Richard Vinstra is through.
Go on, the boy. Up the Flyers.
Kurtz tees up top.
Makes absolutely no difference.
Beaten 1-2-5. Surely you can't store back-to-back stores of 28. We've seen it enough in Europe this week and then take out a top finish to win it. But can beat and take out 1-2-5.
Attention.
No, we can't store a 42. Thursday's coming back for tops. But we've had plenty of missed starts in this one. Benito van der Pas has just missed the match start in his, and Ventin has levelled it up. And Nito Thurs wins.
Oof.
Nito Thurs wins 6-5.
I tell you what, Andrew Beaton, 180, 140. You're thinking, game on. 28, 28, 42 in the Kazi. Kurt survives. But Van der Pas has missed a match start. Who has the throw in the final leg, Lee?
Benito van der Pas does, and has started with a 1-3-4 followed by an 85. Ventin has done 16 tons. So Van der Pas in control of this one, but did have a 5-2 lead. So there's throwaway opportunities already in this one. Van der Pas hits another 85. So that's back-to-back 85s. Ventin storing just isn't done enough with 260s in the middle of that 100. So Van der Pas is going to have chances to let this one win. He's now on 197.
Just run you through some other scores. Whilst we're waiting for that one to come to conclusion, René Idams has gone 1-0 up on the second Italian in the field, Daniele Petri. Ronnie Hybrex 2-0 up against Vincent van der Meer. That's an interesting one in the order of merit. Adam Gaulas 3-1 up on Stephen Noster. Thibaut Tricol, the Frenchman, is 3-1 up against Jamie van der Veer. He needs a big, big day. Nico Schlund 3-2 up against Poulsen from Denmark. Jens Ziegler 2 each with Kai Gotthard. Leonard Gates is trailing to another German. Robert Marjanovic been very impressive this week with him 3-2. Pero Lubic 4-0 up against Jan Decker. It is not looking like the coat will get his tour card back. He is in a world of trouble. Jandrik de Groot is 4-3 down to Kevin Costantini. Andreas Jorgensen is 4-3 up against Yuri Brecher. And I'll come to you, Lee, for the result in the Van der Pas game.
Yeah, Benito van der Pas wins 6-5. Ventin just couldn't find his story and left himself on 240 with Benito van der Pas on tops. He did then throw in a 180 to put pressure on Big Ben, but Big Ben took it out in 2. So Benito van der Pas, who needs another day today. I believe he's on 3 points before today's action. So needs another good day to get himself in the mix for qualification if he doesn't go on and win it.
So
and you know, gentlemen, what is coming
warming up.
You know, there is a certain Dutchman now warming up on board 11, ladies and gentlemen.
Nico Springer and Marco Cantelli warming up, as are Rience Visser and Davy Prouston. Just underway, Mikael Schmeider and Brian Roman and Michael Stoughton and Michael Seaman. Lots of Michaels in this draw.
Yeah, like we said, Barney is warming up. And we are only about 15 minutes away from the madness at Milton Keynes getting underway. And if you haven't seen the draw yet, I suggest you have a look at it because madness is the right word. The random generator has thrown up some absolute whoppers. Just waiting to hit the button. And again, the chat room is rocking. They know what's coming. The Barney Army seems to be in full force in the chat room. There's a few that are non-Barneys, but there's probably more Barney Army than there is Stop the Can. Raymond is playing Daniel Myers, mate, who he beat on day 2, Gob, or day 1? He's beaten once already. It
was Monday, I think. He beat him 6-0 with a 98 average. My average 63 against him. So, repeat, and he looks in a good spot.
Lenderlast says, don't they use balls with numbers on? No, mate, they use a computer program and it just says generate, which is why I'm not a fan of it. You see it on the Pro Tour and you've seen it in there. Players tend to play the same players at rather convenient times, shall we say.
Yes, not a fan of that draw system at all.
It's not a true random generator because computers have memories where if you're pulling balls out of a hat, they don't. Unless you're FIFA and you heat them up.
Ooh. Jan Decker on the brink of exiting. He's 5-0 down to Pero Lubic. Jandrik de Groot 5-3 down to Kevin Constantini. And Andreas Jorgensen just gone 5-3 up on Yuri Brecher as well. All of those names, apart from Lubic, are way outside the top 27 as it stands. But obviously a big run for any of them. We keep saying somebody from the field could come and win it outright. And you've still got to be in it. You've got to buy a ticket if you're going to win the raffle. Adam Gaulas, though, 5-1 up on Stephen Noster.
It's all getting interesting.
Decker's got one back. He avoids a bagel. Have we had any yet? Just a 1, 2.
Robert Marianovic, 1 away from beating Leonard Gates as well and sending the American home. I love that. Love that in the chat room. Feels like Sunday at Augusta. Love that. As we're coming around Amen Corner, the tour cards are in sight.
Green is really not my colour.
But as we're coming round, you can see the green. However, do you be brave and go for the pin over the water, or do you lay up? That is the question here.
Always. Aim for the back right bunker. Can't miss.
I can't play golf for toffee. However, I love watching it, especially the Masters. There's just something about Augusta National. 2 years ago, when Tiger was walking up that 18th, that was one of the true greatest sporting moments ever.
No. Hear me out. When Barney wins in Blackpool, that's the best sporting comeback ever.
Interesting. And again, news from the UK, Bob. The officials have pressed the buttons. Games are officially warming up in Milton Keynes. Get ready. Get ready for absolute madness, ladies and gentlemen. When both sides of Q-School go to town, we're still in the 128 in Europe. The 128 is going to start in Milton Keynes. Barney is warming up. Tour cards are on the line. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to get interesting over the next few hours.
Yeah, Adam Gaulas has just wrapped up victory 6-1, I believe it was. It's disappeared off my screen already. I'm still not in a position to start making calls, gents, either.
Gents, I'm going to stop you there. There we have it. The Barney alarm has gone off. There we have it. Roman van Barneveld is underway on board 11, but Leonard Gates has gone, beaten by Robert Marjanovic, 6 legs to 3. The American has gone. And not just that, Barney is in the mood. He started 140, 45, 180, 128 to leave 8 after 12.
That's average.
Let himself down with a 45. Oh, he's left the madhouse.
Maybe he's not in the mood.
Put Mayer way back. Shouldn't matter. Again, Gob, a name that we haven't heard a lot of this Q-School, that we've seen bits on the Euro Tour, is Brian Roman. Not really happened for him.
Seen bits of him at the development tour as well. He's just not delivered. Another one who's exceptional on his day is just lacking that consistency at the minute.
Trital is through after winning 6-2. So another result in Europe.
Barney leads 1-0. All eyes are on a Dutchman at the moment. The chat room going mad. Tony's loving the alarm. To be fair, we might be busting the alarm out once or twice today. Not just the Barney alarm, when we can announce that people have tour cards officially, we might bust it out again. Not only the Barney alarm, it's the tour card alarm. God, not good news for your Italian friend on board 8, as Rennie Idams is on the brink.
No, he's getting spanked, but it's good news for my liver because I tipped 5 players to a friend who put a fiver on a certain number of players to win a tour card, and Idams was one of them at 100-1. So good showing yesterday, and he's getting close. Marjanovic is another. We just went for complete outsiders. So Idams picks up a tour card, and I am getting considerably bet.
Are you off for the rest of the week or just today off?
Just today, but I don't know. I can get COVID overnight.
Barney has broken. Barney leads Daniel Mayer 2-0. Scott asked, where can I purchase an online darts hoodie? Leave it with us, mate. They're coming. Just need to sort out a couple of bits, but they are coming, mate.
And then you can all dress like me, what everybody wants.
We get God masks. Josh says, Phil Ellis has watched you every day. He says you're doing a great job. Thank you very much, Josh and Ellis. Team effort, though, mate, not just me. This doesn't happen without all of us here. If I had to do it on my own, I'd be in a box by now or in a rocking chair, sipping neat vodka.
Yeah, Scott says Rennie Idams had MVG on the ropes in the World Championships a few years ago. Yes, he did. And I actually was there that year with Kyle, who'd already won earlier that day. So I was sat in the Players' Lounge watching this game with the Dellas, of all people. And we got told off by security when Idams leveled it up at 2 each for being overzealous with our celebrations. And Keith Della turned around, took one look and went, shut it up. I remember it very fondly.
Just going to mute a second, guys. I've got my second plumber in because Aaron's in Milton Keynes, so the other one's turned up. Works for the same firm.
I'll believe you.
Can't get the staff. Oh, Nico Schlund has just picked up victory over Paulson. That ends the Danes' chances of a tour card. Ronnie Hybrex is 5-2 up over Vincent van der Meer. Daniele Petri's just pulled a leg back over Rennie Idams, 5-2. big comeback there to stop me getting on the beers, though, Lee. Mindegast Barascus 3-1 up over the Barney Conqueror of yesterday, Stefan Belmont. Michael Stoughton 3-1 down to Michael Seaman. Brian Roman 2 each with Michael Schmader. Nico Springer trails Marco Cantelli 2-1. Davy Prouston still in the hunt. He's 12th in the order of merit at the minute. He leads Rience Visser 3-0. Raymond van Barneveld cruising 3-0 up over Daniel Meyer. Sebastian Paul, Jeffrey Van Egdom are about to get underway. They're currently 0-0, as are Gary Mawson and Veho Vaninka, Mikkel Unterbuchner and Stefan Taferner, Van Elgelen and Moreno Blum and Arsene Balaj and Jerry Hendricks are all 0-0 at the minute. Also, we're going to have to swap to the UK in a minute as well. 5-2, the games are still showing us warming up, but if they go a little bit early like we did in Europe, we could be underway in both Q-Schools. So much going on already this morning. No big names, casualties as yet, Lee, but actually as we get closer towards the end of this 128, there's a lot of names in play now that found themselves towards the bottom of the board that could potentially confirm Martin Schindler and Zoran Lurchbacher as tour card holders this year.
Yeah, and one of the things
there was no pain in the voice reading the Barney score. I'm 20 quid better off if he qualifies.
There's still pain. There's still pain. I'm telling everyone, there's still pain in Dob saying that. I'm telling you. Yeah, I think one thing for the European draw. One thing for the European draw we've seen is a lot of the boards are that interesting more than the first round draw. So maybe 1 or 2 shots were expected, as we've seen over the past 10 days, which we haven't had yet. But we are going to see a lot of people coming into each other in round 2. And I'm just looking at as well the dames warming up in the UK. And I don't even know where to put my focus over the first dames warming up. Gordon Mathers, Jamie Lewis, Robert Thornton, Matt Clark, Ryan Arrington, Chaz Barstow, Ryan Palmer, Matt Dennett, who both need big days. AJ's got Kevin Burness, Reece Robinson, who got that comeback win yesterday against Fallon. That was Wozniacki. So many big games warming up. So I'm looking forward to the UK getting underway and switching over there shortly. Just got an eye on the Ronnie Ibrecht's dame, who has got 56 now. Needs to take this out with Vandermeer on 20. If Ibrecht can take this out, he will go through. Take it out last start in hand. So Ronnie Ibrecht is through. So as you said, yeah, not many shots in Europe yet, but he's done that very tasty when we move to the last 64, I think.
Barney now just wrapped up a win as well. I just saw another win for someone. Who was it? It was Rene Idams. Rene Idams has wrapped up 6-2 victory over Daniele Petri as well. He stays in the hunt also. Moreno Blom trails 2-0 to Van Elgelen. Vanden Boogaard is getting underway. Jose Justicia is 1-0 down already to Jitse van der Waal. Gary Mawson, the Canadian, 1-0 up against Veho Vaninka. Will he be the North American that comes through today? Barney, 5-0 up. The Dutchman is in the mood to get his door card back today.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
And he opens up 180 in the final leg. The bagel is on against the throw. Meyer opened up with a ton himself and another one, but he's only 20 points ahead, effectively giving the throw to Barney A ton or more here puts him in a solid position to wrap it up just 60. So not quite pinched the throw fully as yet. Meyer averaging just 68 for the match at the minute. Close to what they produced earlier on in the week. Barney, 92 average for the game so far. It was a little bit higher earlier in the 6-0 demolition of Daniel Meyer earlier in Q-School. But they're about the same level as before. Just a 57 from Barney, a slip. 6 darts from Meyer for 161. Barney 1-2-2 to pressure the 95 of Meyer. Just a 41 from Daniel. Barney 82 for the match. 6-0 win. And it goes into darts. Raymond van Barneveld is in the mood today. No points on the order of merit as yet, as this is a 1-2-8 game. But he stays in the hunt. Another point or two. Two will definitely get him there by that point. I think by the time that he confirms 8 points, I think other people will have fallen enough. But another point should surely see him over the line. What else
great stuff
from
the
going on?
And we are almost underway in Milton Keynes. We might be now. We're still warming up on my screen, Lee.
Yeah, same here, mate. Still warming up. Not lighting Europe. Start early. They are sticking to the time that was set in the UK.
Jarlath is taking the Barney news well. Great news, RE Barney. He's just put in the group chat. He is on the live blog for us as well, and he's in the chat room as well. He does not seem to be taking this too well at all, considering he is the man, the myth, the legend that got the great Mr. Eaton into darts in the early noughties. He's not taking this return too well. It's almost if a bit of a role reversal. I'm just here for the entertainment now. And it gives me something to sit and moan about in 6 months' time when he doesn't turn up to the Pro Tours and the Euro Tours. But at this moment, it's interesting. It's a story. And without being disrespectful, he has been head and shoulders over the rest of the field in both Q-Schools all week. His averages at one point would have put him 24th on the average list of the Pro Tour last year in the top 24 players. All right, albeit over a smaller field, less events. I think it was after 17 games or something ridiculous. But that average that he was carrying over that time would have put him 24th on the Pro Tour order of merit last year. Underway in the UK, the two players with the honour, Kevin Burness and AJ Urmston-Toft. They are the first players to have clicked the ready button, and the UK has started.
Yeah, Glenn says in the chat room as well, a question that we asked earlier this morning, why would Sean Fisher not play today when he's 15th in the rankings? Yeah, mate, we said it earlier. Madness, just don't get it.
I
don't get
absolutely no idea. He literally snuck in by the skin of his teeth from stage 1A. He was like the last name or one of the very last names on the order of merit, has done absolute bits to put himself in the position that he's in and is not playing in the final day. We don't know why. We haven't seen the reason that he's withdrawn, and we hope that everything is okay. But if that's a decision off his own back, then it's a crazy decision for me.
Yeah, absolute bonkers. God, one result that may have effects on your calculations at the moment, Moreno Bloom behind.
It would be if he'd been any good for the rest of the week. He is nowhere near on the order of merit as far as I can see. He is down in 48th place. He's only picked up 1 point all week, Phil. He's not doing anything order of merit-wise.
Okay.
Davy Prouston has just racked up victory, so that keeps him in the hunt as well. Still unable to confirm Schindler and Lurchbacher.
So this is where we split. Obviously, Lee is going to be keeping an eye on Milton Keynes. Gob is going to stay in Niedernhausen, and I'm going to flit with eyes over all of them. But the UK underway. EU firmly underway. It's going to be interesting, gentlemen. We are going to have a quick ad break while we tee some bits up, and we will see you in 20 seconds or so. Again, comment in the chat room. Thank you very much for this. Sean Fisher has been forced to pull out due to a high temperature. COVID protocols have struck. Gob.
They have, and at the worst possible time. Like we said, he played himself into serious contention for a tour card. Keeps that form up on the Challenge Tour next year. A little bit of a softening to the blow, I guess, that he will be eligible for that, and he will start that in a good vein of form. But yeah, a huge blow for his hopes of being a Pro Tour player.
Warren, what we mean by head and shoulders, his A game, his ceiling, when he's hit that, has been head and shoulders above anyone. The wins and the averages say that. The big ton plus averages, whether you like him or whether you don't, he has produced some stunning stuff at times. And let's be brutally honest, some of the people that are in that 128 could not get anywhere near him if he produces that.
Completely agree. Neil Zonneveld is underway against Thomas Junghans, Gillian Kuhorn, Stefan Niles. That's the last 64 game. We're into the last 64 with Willem Mandigers and Sebastian Steyer also underway. This is where it gets serious, gents. Big wins here, turn your leg difference around and start picking up points. Massive for your hopes. Those currently in the top 8 will be looking to avoid defeat in the last 64. They will take hits to their leg difference and not advance any further, while people below them keep gaining in wins and points. We are into the nitty-gritty already.
100%.
Mendegas Barascus has just beaten Stefan Belmont 6-4.
Yeah, Barstow taking a lead over Harrington. This would be disastrous for Ryan Harrington. Needs a huge, huge day. Robert Thornton trails Jonathan Worsley, just getting underway. Derek Coulson 1-0 up over Scott Baker. Baker not going to retain his tour card unless he pulls a rabbit from the hat. Nathan Derry 1-0 up on Barry Bates. Richard North 1-0 up on Paul Holloway. Gordon Mathers, Jamie Lewis 1-1. Jock Watt against Graham Usher 1-1. Stephen Gallimore 1-0 up on Connor Scott. And AJ level with Kevin Burness at 1-1.
Yeah, just keep an eye on quite a few of them as we've obviously just got underway. All quite early here. I've seen a big check out already from Ryan Palmer in his day. Thornton, it was a holder throw from Matt Clark. So Thornton's in control of this one, looking to level things up. And Mathers and Jamie Lewis have started very strongly. Both players. Ryan Harrington, who was Broughton, has got an opportunity here at 8-8 to break straight back and level this one up at 1-1. And he does so. So Ryan Harrington breaks straight back. He needs a good day today. 1-1 with Chaz Barstow. All in the early stages here, though, in MK.
Yeah, go back to you in Niedernhausen. Jose Justicia turning it around now. 3-2.
He is. He's 3-2 up now on Jitse van der Waal. Plenty of players sat on 5 legs, just one away on the hill. Michael Stoughton, 5-4 down to Michael Seaman. Brian Roman and Michal Schmeider have gone 5 each. They're into the noble leg. Nico Springer is 1 leg away from knocking out Marco Cantele. Vejo Vinica is also on the cusp of defeat. He's 5-1 down to Gary Mawson. And Van Elgelen 5-3 up over Moreno Blom. And we do have a possible bagel on the cards. Johan Engstrom, the Swede, is 5-0 up over Patrick van den Boogaard, who is 26th in the order of merit. He's just snuck a leg back, but he'll need 5 more to stay in the hunt for a card. It's all getting a bit interesting now, boys.
How are we looking in terms of knocking names off, Gob? Are we close at the top 3, or are we still some calculations away?
Niels Zonneveld is 1-1. If Zonneveld loses, Schindler and Lurchbacher have their cards, I believe.
Mikkel Unterbuchner 5-1 up as well. Gary Mawson 5-1 up. Warming up. I think it's maybe the last 1-2-8 game.
No.
Christian Kist again needing a big day. Thank you very much, Tony. Again, everyone that has been with us through this journey on Q-School, thank you very much from us all. Make sure you subscribe to Online Darts, that subscribe button, turn notifications on, and give us a huge thumbs up. And of course, myself, Gob, and Jarlath will be back tomorrow for the Q-School special live lounge from 8 p.m. Make sure you come and join us for the live lounge.
It's interesting here, boys, that actually, because of the way the results have fallen so far in the EU, we might be closer to confirming Alan Suter as a tour card holder than we are to confirm the European Martin Schindler and Zoran Lurchbacher. Zoran will look like he's going to stay with it despite losing early. Enough points accumulated. As I say that, Patrick van den Boogaard, he is out as well. That's number 26. And number 27 on the order of merit gone so far, as is Christian Bunce on 23. So the number of players that can catch Schindler and Lurchbacher is slowly decreasing.
But Lee had his head in his hands. What have you got from MK, Lee?
Yeah, Thornton, who was in trouble early on, 2-0 behind, and then to Matt Clark, had left himself on a double. Rob Thornton breaks throw with a 1-1-6. So Rob Thornton, who is just outside the current order of merit, outside the top 13, is 16th place. Needs a few wins today, and that 1-1-6, even though it's early on, could be crucial in this to get a break back. Still 2-1 behind to Matt Clark, but it was looking very, very likely that it was down to be 3-0. Gordon Mathers' missed chances against Jamie Lewis. That is now 2-2. So Mathers is currently on 6 points. Jamie Lewis is on 0. So Mathers, looking at this, would probably need a few wins to get onto that 8-point mark where we've already had some people who've gone through, which would be done for Mathers. However, he's missed opportunities here. And we've got a very good game in Dennant and Palmer. We've had 3 ton plus checkouts in that game, and Matt Dennant is currently 4-1 up on Ryan Palmer. The one on highlighted is Ryan Harrington and Chaz Bairstow. Very good game, both 2 apiece. 2 apiece in that one, sorry. So much happening. Tongue-tied here.
We have a result. We have a result here, God. Mikkel Unterbuchner 6-1 win puts him through.
Yeah, we've got 2 more as well. Moreno Blum complete the comeback against Van Elgelen. He's on 6-5. And Jeffrey Van Egdom has knocked out the German Sebastian Pohl as well. Results coming in nicely in the EU, but still nothing that can confirm Schindler or Lurchbacher as tour card holders. 2, 3,
It's getting interesting.
7, 8, 9.
Again, the chat room is all asking.
Marco Cantele is out. He loses 6-4 to Nico Springer.
Again, all questions being asked about said Dutchman. Raymond van Barneveld will be next on board 11 against Benito van der Pas. Get in the chat room. Someone asking about Fallon. She needs to win outright today, mate, to get through. Jose Justicia now.
The Canadian is through. He wins 6-2 against Veo Vindica. So the Canadian is through to the last 64. He joins Matt Campbell there. Can one of them go all the way and pick up a card? They will need to win outright on the day.
Yep. Niels Zonneveld 3-1 to the good now on board 9.
Yeah, which again would not confirm Schindler or Lurch back the other way round. It would get very, very close to doing so. It looks like we could be heading towards the last 32 before we can start saying those names are definitely in.
100%.
I haven't even looked at the UK yet.
We haven't even got that far yet.
No,
Josh
but we're literally
asks,
2 results away in the UK from confirming Alan Suter. I think we're close.
We are. Josh asked in the chat room about Nico Kurtz. He needs to win today, mate. Nothing else will do. And 2 big names warming up on boards 12 and 6, respectively, in Niedernhausen. Martin Schindler and Boris Koltsov both warming up.
Yeah, the top 2 left in the order of merit playing today. A win for both men will surely see them through. Points on the line now as these are last 64 games. Lucas Weinig is about to get underway again, as is Mario van den Bogarde, Roby John Rodriguez, Kevin Dowitz, Chris Lamman is Schindler's opponent. These games all have bearings on the order of merit. Jose Justicia 4 each at the minute. A loss for him would get us closer to confirming Schindler and Lurchbacher as well. Jerry Hendricks 4-3 up against Arshan Balaj. That's just gone 5-3 in that one. And Niels Zonneveld 4-1 up over Thomas Younghans. All of the guys that need to win to keep Schindler and Lurchbacher on their toes are doing so at the minute.
Definitely. Trying to jump into the chat room as well. Well, go on, Lee. Results are more important.
We just thought in UK, Matthew Dennings has beat Ryan Palmer 6-1. It's just letting you know that's the first result we've had in so far. All other games are still 5 or 6 leads in. So, Dwayne Musher, sorry, has just taken a 5-3 lead over Jock Watt.
Back into
Surely
the chat room.
Denon. There's been no Denon story.
Yeah. Tony
Dob,
hope all goes well at hospital.
Dob, my argument on that was it was 5-1 up against Third Shepherd, and Third Shepherd went on to win the Tour Card that day.
Oh, okay, there has been a Denon story then. Did he mismatch starts by any chance?
Just not a good one.
Because I know Matt's dad's listening in, so I didn't want to really repeat that one. But yeah, that's the story so far.
Sorry, Mr. Denon.
Right, Tony, good luck in hospital, mate. Hopefully see you on the other side. When you come out, we'll still be here. Where we have it. Rob says, how many points has Lee Evans got and how many will he need? He's currently on 3. Probably going to need 6 bare minimum, Gob.
I think 6 would be the bare minimum you get through on. I think those on 5 will definitely want or need 1 more. If you're going to get through on 5, you need a lot of leg difference. So he'd have to win. He's got 3 games
10.
that score points. Plus 10 steady enough. The 2 games he scores, though, you'd want 6-3 or better wins in both of those, and then a tight loss in the next one, I think.
Yeah.
You really want to start building up that leg difference, especially if you've got a particularly just a steady average over the week. If that decides a card today, I will be livid. I'm putting it out there now. If averages decide a card today, fuming.
Matt Campbell also warming up on board 4 against Ryan De Vries. Jimi Hendrix against Roby John Rodriguez, warming up on board 1. That should be a belter. Some good
Jerry
games
Hendricks
warming
has
up.
just beaten Arsene Balaj as well. That's a 6-3 win for him. Jose Justicia 5-4 up now on Jitse van der Waal. We'll see how that one goes. Jerry Hendricks may or may not be another one of those big outside flutters along with Renault Idam. So he'll have to go all the way today as well. But he's still in contention nonetheless. Matt Campbell and Ryan De Vriend are currently warming up on board 4. That's massive. De Vriend currently in 16th spot on the order of merit on 4 points.
Gob, on your calculations, I don't know how far, Dan, you went, but Kevin Burness on 2 points is about, or is on the verge of defeat against AJ. Possibly one that you can cross off if it happens.
So the runner-up has to be on 2 points in order for Suter to not qualify. So there's plenty on 2 at the minute. It doesn't take that much of effect as it stands.
Fair enough. I didn't know how far your calculations were, Dan. But Lee, without looking at every one of them, there's some big score lines at the moment. Jamie Lewis on the verge of another exit. Peter Hudson beating Louis Williams. You have to question what the motivation was for Williams today, knowing he'd already got a tour card. Richard North fighting, but Robert Owen 4-1 behind.
Yeah, there's some big ones. We're coming to the end of the first games. Jamie Lewis has put up a fight in this leg, but he's missed opportunities. Potential over in Barstow and Harrington. If Harrington can set this up, Harrington can on-throw to potentially go 5-4 in front. These 1 sits 4 with Barstow, back on 2-on-4. But very interesting one, Rob Thornton, Matt Clark. So it's on-throw at the moment. Both missed darts at a double, as expected today. A lot of missed darts with the pressure on both of them. But Rob Thornton needs a good run today, but isn't then his own way then to Matt Clark.
Barry Bates turned it around against Nathan Derry. Nathan Derry, very poor Q scores. Barry Bates 5-3 in front. Robert Owen needs to win 5 on the spin against Brett Claydon, looking unlikely for the former UK Open semi-finalist Scott Baker in a whole world of trouble. Another one that's had a disappointing Q score in Milton Keynes. Does pull one back there. John Worsley 4-1 up on Rhys Griffiths. It's all going on at the moment. Peter Hudson 1 away as Paul Holloway gets a leg back against Richie North. And Burness has gone.
Are underway. Oh, sorry. I was just saying the big games are underway in Europe. Boris Koltsov 1-0 up against Sven Hilling. 1 more point will surely be enough to secure Boris a spot as well. In fact, with 9 possibilities, and he's one of them. Might even be capable at the end of this game. I will let you know. Martin Schindler is underway against Chris Landman as well. Steve Wooliner 1-0 up. Danny Van Tripp, Kevin Dowitz, they've just got underway. That's a big game for the order of merit. Jimi Hendrix, Roby John Rodriguez, Mario van den Bogarde, they're all underway now. Matt Campbell De Vriend still not ready yet. And surely, we're going to have to press that button soon. And interestingly, Lucas Weinig is the first man into the last 32. Just seen he has a walkover against Mikael van Maastricht. Not sure what has happened there, but van Maastricht is not competing against Lucas Weinig, and the German is into the 32.
Obviously, Globby didn't pay the board marker the cup of coffee this morning.
I did warn them earlier in the week.
Become friends. Couple in the chat room saying Justicia wins a noble leg. Yeah, we'll touch on that in a second for Justicia. Andrew says, I thought they don't have to play if they've already got a tour card. We were speaking about this earlier, mate, that, yeah, it's not quite right. We don't think it's fair. Already guaranteed a card on the order of merit, but has chosen to play today. Don't necessarily agree with it.
Good. Phil, just a couple of updates from one store, big store in Jordan Mathers has beat Jamie Lewis 6-3. So Jamie Lewis not then a tour card. Jordan Mathers is on 6 points. So as I said, on 6 points, yeah, with a +9. So as I said, a good run here for him today should be enough. What will be interesting, obviously, with getting that win, if he doesn't win in the next round, that's where the lead difference will start coming down in that one. And Chaz Barstow, who is in 10th of the order of merit, he's gone to a last lead decider against Ryan Harrington. It's on Ryan Harrington's throw.
Big moments in the UK. If Barstow was to go, that's a big name off of Gob's calculations.
It is, but interestingly, because he is on the same board as Andrew Gilding, it wouldn't put us any closer to Alan Sousa because we need the Gilding result.
He's in real
getting
trouble
a little bit
Ryan
complicated.
Ryan Harrington's on 164 after 9. Barstow's on 205 after 9. So Harrington favourite for this. As you said, yeah, Gilding's on the same board. Let's see if Harrington can take out this
quickly.
164.
Louis Williams has
setting
just
up perfectly
lost
with double
6-3. Louis Williams has just lost 6-3 to Peter Hudson. Fortunately, he doesn't take points off anyone, and Hudson continues. Got nothing against Louis, but as we've said already at length, we don't think he should be in this field today. Already mathematically secure of a tour card, was possibly about to take the opportunity away from somebody else by being in the field. Peter Hudson stops that from happening. Martin Schindler 2-0 up, Boris Koltsov 2-0 up, and Christian Kist 1 away from the bagel. He's 5-0 up against Robbie Knops. The Dutchman needs another big run today.
Just to interrupt,
yes.
Ryan Harrington has just missed 3 match darts against Chaz Barstow. Chaz Barstow has also missed match darts in this lead. Ryan Harrington has now missed another 3. So Chaz Barstow's coming back for double 10. Ryan Harrington has missed 6 in this. Barstow's already missed at least 1, maybe 2. Chaz Barstow takes 5. Very good game. Good check out from both players up until this lead. Very scrappy. But Chaz Barstow wins 6-5. And in another game that affects Rob Thornton, who is currently 16th on 4 points. He's 5-3 behind to Matt Clark. Matt Clark has just broke the throw and has started 118 this lead. So Matt Clark is on the brink of knocking out Rob Thornton.
It's all going on. Names are crashing around us. But Ryan Harrington had that great run at the Grand Slam a few years ago, but not kicked on since then, and he won't be returning to the tour this year.
Reece Robinson has just won 6-5 against David Wozniacki as well in UK, as we are coming close to an end in the first games on the boards in MK.
Robbie Knox avoided the bagel against Christian Kist. He's 5-1 now.
Yeah, Lendl asks about confirming people with tour cards. Is it because of how the draw went? Yeah, so Gob's got it all worked out that where people need to get to knock people out of their...
You've misinterpreted that question. I think it was more, we're saying that players shouldn't play if they're already qualified. I think he's asking what happens if you have to enter the final day and get there because of the draw before you play a dart. Suter could possibly have a tour card before he throws a dart. But you'd only know that by entering the draw today. I think because he has to enter the draw, you have to play. You're not going to start dishing out walkovers then. I think that was the question. What would you do in that situation?
Rob Thornton has gone. Matt Clark has just taken out 1-1-6 to beat Rob Thornton, and that would end the hopes of Rob Thornton, who started the day in 16th place.
Cool. Yeah, just going back to that. Yeah, Lendl, what we're saying is, if you're not confirmed at the start of play, then yeah, you play. If at the start when you enter. If it isn't confirmed, then you play. But the 3 names in question, before a dart was even thrown, the PDC confirmed it last night, they had tour cards.
Yeah.
So they shouldn't be allowed, in my opinion, shouldn't be allowed to take points off of people when they already have one.
Correct. Just some results and score updates in the EU. Christian Kiss has beaten Robbie Knopp 6-1. Willem Mandegers has beaten Sebastian Steyer 6-4. Martin Schindler 3-0 up on Chris Lamman. A win here would definitely be enough to see him over the line. There is not enough people that can get to 9 points to stop Schindler, and he's just gone 4-0 up. Boris Koltsov 3-1 up on Sven Hilling. A point here would surely be enough for him on 8 as well. We'll confirm that once this draw keeps going. Matt Campbell 2-1 down to the Dutchman Ryan de Vries. De Vries still in the hunt on 16th. Campbell would need a big run today. Wesley Placey, Damon Moll 1 each, and Gino Voss has just gone 1-0 up on Mindergas Barascus. Nico Kurtz and Luke Peters are warming up. What a game that is. Luke Peters currently 6th in the order of merit. That is a massive game, as is John Michael and Rene Idams. John Michael currently 5th in the order of merit. Rene Idams was down on 24th at the start of the day. That is big also. And Rusty Jake Rodriguez has beaten Kevin Blom 6-1.
In Milton Keynes on board 9, Lee, has Liam Gallagher got a master plan, or is he just going to roll with it? But he could be looking back in anger as he's 2-0 down.
Not again. Yeah, and it's not been a great start by either player. But he started this leg 180, so you might be able to continue with your puns all day if he continues how he started this leg. But not a good start to the game. And Aaron Munt is 1-0 behind in his game. Missed doubles in the first leg is 1-0 behind. And Andrew Dildin, which I know has a big impact on Alan Suter, I believe what Dob said earlier. Andrew Dildin has just started his game, so I'll keep you updated on those. We have a last leg in Derek Coulson and Stock Baker, and one result that I saw come through was John Imrie has beat Adam Hudvale 6-4.
Yeah, Fallon Chow,
Martin
Andy
Schindler
Jenkins
is
warming
now
up.
5-0 up against Chris Lamman. I am 99% certain that a win for Schindler here will see him achieve a tour card.
Good evening or good afternoon, Slapshot Kings. How are we doing? However, it's almost time. Board 11, they are warming up the Dutch derby. Benito van der Pas against Raymond van Barneveld. It's almost time. Vinstra warming up as well. Some absolute belters. They're warming up on both sides of the divide. Kevin Dotes in trouble, 4-2 behind Gob.
That's big. He's in 9th place on the order of merit. A loss there to Danny Van Tripp would see his hopes of a tour card completely disintegrate. Lendl, 100%. Not too many will get to none. I completely agree, mate. I don't think it is mathematically possible for 8 other people to get to 9 points and stop Martin Schindler getting a tour card, especially with that leg difference he's got in a minute. He's about to go to 62 legs won with a plus 21 leg difference if he gets over the line 6-0. And he does. Gents, I'm going to go for it. Martin Schindler has a tour card. He gets it back.
God, does that deserve the button?
We're going to use it twice in a number of seconds because they're still warming up.
Going to jump into the chat room quickly. Tugboat says, oi, fellas, sorry I'm late to the party. As long as you've got a signed note, mate, apologies are accepted. Tizzle says, push the button. Not yet. He's only warming up, Tiz. He's only warming up.
Right, Chemical Brother.
Peter Wright in the house. Peter Raymond is about to play in a second, warming up on board 11 against Benito van der Pas. But congratulations to Martin Schindler. And he's gone dark green on dark.
I beat him to him, but he's there. I've done it. I've done some maths.
He's done it. He's done it. Gentlemen, you know what's coming. It's time. The Barney Alert, Raymond van Barneveld, is underway on board 11 and might not be mathematical, but we think if he wins this gob, is it enough?
I would hazard a guess at so, just because of the way the draw is and the number of people that would need to get above him. I don't want to stick my neck out on the line too much, but I think it's possible that he will get through on 7 points. I think there's an outside chance he can do it on 6, as long as he does not take a bashing to his leg difference. Some other massive games underway in the EU. Boris Koltsov is 5-2 up against Sven Hilling. He is 1 leg away from 8 points overall, and I think that will be enough for the Russian, who we slightly early confirmed yesterday as a tour card holder, but I think this would virtually get him over the line as well. Matt Campbell in an absolute world of trouble. He is 4-1 down to Ryan de Vriend. This could spell the end of the Canadians' hopes of getting a tour card. Robert John Rodriguez 5-1 up against Jimi Hendrix. John Michael, Rene Idams, they're just about to get underway. Both of them are still in the hunt for a card. John Michael on 6 points as well. A win here would put him on 7. I think that would be enough for the Greek. Rene Idams still in the hunt though. He is on 3 points before today started. Could possibly sneak in with 5 or 6 with a big run today. Nico Kurtz 1-0 down to Luke Peters. Luke Peters 6th on the order of merit. Again, a point for him would put him on 6. Virtually there, needs 7, I think, to guarantee it by the end of the day. Barney lost the first leg, as is Richard Veenstra to Sebastian Bielecki, and Matt Campbell is 1 leg away from being out. He is 5-1 down to Ryan de Vriend.
Again, Darts Anonymous in the chat says, where was it? This is exciting. Yes, it is. Full of drama, mate. Well, I tell you what, Barney fans, are you nervous? Benito van der Pas has taken the opener.
Jimi Hendrix is out. Kevin Doet is 5-3 down. A loss for him gets us 1 step closer to confirming Zoran Lurchbacher as a tour card holder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Saying job on board 6. If Boris gets over the line, is it confirmed? Is that enough?
I don't know. I think Boris getting over the line would extend the amount of results we need for Lurchbacher to be confirmed as well. Because there's still 9 possibilities out there for what is now 7 spots, not 8. So Schindler winning means there's 9 spots for 7. A Koltsov win would mean 9 spots for 5 or 6. So it actually extends us further away. Steve Wooliner has just won 6-2 over Klaus Benix Nielsen. Danny Van Tripp 1 leg away from knocking out Kevin Doetz, who is 9th on the order of merit. The absolute worst place to be at the start of the day. Boris Koltsov 5-3 now. Sven Hilling hitting 1 back against him. Steve Wooliner has knocked out Nielsen. Van Barneveld hits back 1-1 in that one with Benito.
And interestingly, Barney is going to have to find a break of throw. At some point, he's going to have to break the Van der Pas throw.
Nico Kurtz up against it, 2-0 down to Luke Peters. He is not starting games well as Nico, putting himself under all sorts of pressure. Matt Campbell hits a leg back. He's 5-2 now. I'd love to be able to tell you the scores individual on each of them, but Boris about to get over the line. Matt Campbell and Barney all underway at once, including John Michael, 2-0 up on Rennie Adams as well. There's just far too much going on. I'm just going to have to keep you updated with the leg scores as they come in. Veenstra slips 2-1 behind to Sebastian Bielecki.
Gob, if you want, I'll take Barney leg by leg because that's the big story. If you want to go over the others.
Perfect. Kevin Doetz is out. Number 9 on the order of merit has fallen 6-4 to Danny Van Tripp.
Leg 3, Barney has the fish for a break. First stab, Van der Pass on 1-2-4. Barney wants the fish. Doesn't get anywhere near it. Van der Pass, 1-2-4.
Against it. Guys in the chat letting us know the reader started this leg 180-140. Matt Campbell in a world of trouble, as is Mario van den Bogarde. He is 13th on the order of merit, and he's 5-2 down to Van der Winkel.
Benito van der Pass has just taken out 1-2-4 for a hold of throw. Big Ben is fighting for his life here.
Boris Koltsov wins 6-3 over Sven Hilling, and in doing so, jumps up to second on the order of merit. He's gone above Zoran Lurchbacher.
Just a few store updates from the UK. Fallon Sherritt is 3-0 behind against Andy Jenkins. Danny Badish is 1-0 behind early on. Andrew Dilding is 3-0 up in East Dame, and Aaron Munt is 3-2 up against David Ludley.
Richard Veenstra and Sebastian Bielecki locked in at 2 apiece. Rennie Idam slips 3-0 behind. My chances of a trip to the boozer when this reopens are slowly slipping away. As is Matt Campbell, because he's disappeared off my screen.
Dob, just want to interrupt. Fallon is on a 9, back-to-back 180s by Fallon. Currently 3-0 behind to Andy Jenkins. Can Fallon take out the 1-4-1? Andy Jenkins on 1-6-7 after 9. Fallon, 105, left double 18, so he's on for a 10. But Fallon Sherritt needs this to get back into it. Andy Jenkins is also on double 18 after 12. It will be a break of throw. Fallon takes it. Fallon Sherritt, 10 dart lead. Break of throw. 3-1 behind against Andy Jenkins.
Comfortable hold of throw for Raymond van Barneveld. 2-2, and he is currently 10 points better off in the average. Benito van der Pass is on the ropes here, but he's slipping shots at the moment.
As I was saying, guys, we did just miss it, but Matt Campbell will not be picking up a tour card. One of the favourites this week must have had a lot of money on him via the bookies to get his tour card after strong performances in the World Cup and the World Championships. The Canadian falls 6-2 to Ryan de Vries with just a 76 average in that one. Hopefully, he'll be back on the Challenge Tour, or at least play the CDC. He'll be back next year. Mario van den Bogarde is also gone. He loses 6-2 to Van der Winkel. That's another player on 4 points that will not be getting over the line. The guys in the top 8 at the minute, slowly hanging on.
I'll do you one more opportunity to drop in a few puns. Darry Butcher has knocked out Liam Dalida 6-1.
All of the stars have faded away. Try not to worry.
My mate is certainly going to kill me. John Michael now 4-0 up.
Yeah, and Van der Pass holding throw, doing enough here. But you just think that Barney will carve out an opportunity at some point. His scoring has been heavier But Van der Pas, he's doing a Wade at the moment. He really is. He's doing nothing on the Barneveld throw, but just doing enough on his own right now.
He's taken out a 1-2-4 and a 1-11.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's literally doing a James Wade at the moment. This leg, Barney, 48 after 9. This is what I mean. The scoring is all one way here, but Van der Pas is playing a dangerous game by not attacking the Barney throw. Like we said, we see James Wade do it, where he doesn't really try sometimes on his opponent's throw, just so focused about doing it on his. Barney tees up, and he's missed a couple of darts, but we all come back for 32. Van der Pas back on 173, so double 16 for 3 apiece. This is taking its time. No, 3-all.
Wesley Placier is out. He loses 6-4 to Damien Mole. Another that was in contention on the order of merit. Number 20 is gone as well. We are starting to see some names in the top 27, which was 3 or more points after the end of play yesterday. They're all starting to fall now.
Barneveld average creeping up, 97 now. He's really starting to turn the screw here with his scoring. If Van der Pas can ride this out, Barney leaves 1-2-1 after 9 on the Van der Pas throw. Barney has stolen the darts here. Big, big moments in this game.
See what he does.
Raymond van Barneveld has missed the ball. So Van der Pas 1-4-1 to save his skin. Can't take it out. Barney has missed the dart at the ball for a 1-2-1. Coming back at 25 to tidy this up. If he doesn't break here, he'll be kicking himself because he has been in complete control of this leg. Break a throw. Raymond van Barneveld leads 4-3. Big, big moments here for Barney.
That's the message we were waiting to see in the group chat. Jarliff taking that news very, very well. Elsewhere, Gino Voss 5-3 up against Mindaugas Barascus. A win for Voss would see Lorenzo Pronk slip out of the top 8. The Dutchman lost early on to Matt Campbell. He would not be there on the order of merit as it stands. Don't forget there is a chance to sneak back into it. Depends on where the player that wins the day overall comes from and leg difference in the next round for Gino Voss. Nico Kurtz, Luke Peters, 3 each. Richard Veenstra, 4-3 down to Sebastian Bielecki. Moreno Blom, 2-0 up. Adam Gaulas leading 2-0. Michael Unterbuchner is 1-0 up. Voss, 5-4, had one ping back against him. Gary Mawson just gone 2-1 up against Pero Lubitsch. The Canadians hanging around. Can he go better than Matt Campbell and pick up that tour card?
Some UK updates. Badish is 2-all in his. Andrew Dilden has won 6-0. Aaron Mont has just missed 6 starts to the 5-3 in front. Now finds himself 5-4 behind. And Fallon Sherritt misses 6 starts to level up against Andy Jenkins. Now finds herself 5-2 behind.
Barney has missed the dart to go 5-3. Leaves 32. Van der Pas 1-2-6 to break back. Big moments here. You feel this has to go. Oh, Van der Pass has missed the dart of the ball. So Barney, 32 for daylight, and take him to within 1. Second dart, Raymond van Barneveld, 1 away from the last 32. These next couple of minutes are huge for Raymond van Barneveld. 1 point would probably be enough. Maybe not mathematically, but probably. So this is huge for Raymond van Barneveld fans right now. And the man himself, Jarlath, taking this news really well in our WhatsApp chat, everyone.
I truly would love to tell you what he's saying, but it's nowhere near past the watershed enough. He's taking this very, very well.
Yeah, we're nowhere near the watershed yet. If we put these up online, that we'd be taken off air.
Gino Voss has beaten Mindaugas Braskus, the Lithuanian partner of Darius Labanauskas at the World Cup, falls and will not get a tour card. But I believe that pushes Gino Voss into the top 8 at the minute and pushes Lorenzo Pronk down and out. Renat Idams just hit back again against John Michael. That's 5-3. He needs 3 legs in a row to beat the Greek. I think a point for John Michael, just the same as it will be for Raymond van Barneveld, will virtually put them over the line. Not mathematically, but it would take some doing, some very, very outside chance. What's he done?
He's wired the ball. He's at 25 going for the big fish to win it. So close, but he's coming back. He's coming back for 25 to win. He's at the 25 going for the big fish, but 25 for Raymond van Barneveld and a 6-3 victory.
No. 5-4.
No.
Oh, wait.
He's
That
missed.
changed to 5-4. He's just gone back to 5-3. My home screen, the red numbers changed quicker than your screen. That definitely changed to 5-4 for Benito and has just gone back to 5-3.
Raymond van Barneveld has missed 3 match starts. One of them was for the big fish. But he is now on throw. Raymond van Barneveld, this is your moment. That was on the Van der Pass throw. He's missed 3 match starts. And he starts with a 140. Benito, you're going to have to find the scoring leg of the match here. Barney averaging 97 to Van der Pass's 90. Oh, Van der Pass needs at minimum 2 trebles. Lee's got his head in his hands. What's going on in the MK?
And Jenkins has just missed a dart at bull to knock out Fallon Sherritt. He was on 90. Dart at bull, and Fallon Sherritt just missed a dart at bull herself to take this to 5-4. So Andy Jenkins is coming back to take this game 6-3 and does it in 3 darts. So Fallon Sherritt is out. Just on one of the other games, Aaron Munt has come back against David Ladley. Ladley's on 120, Munt's on 90. Ladley's coming to the board first to take out this 120. If not, Munt will be returning for 90. Munt's had plenty of opportunities in this game, missed plenty of doubles. Will he be coming back? Yes, he will. Only 40 stored. Aaron Munt, 90 to wrap this one up, 6-5. Can only store 30. David Ladley.
Huge moments going off elsewhere in the EU. Richard Veenstra has just levelled up against Sebastian Bielecki. They're locked in at 5 each. Barzi, I'm coming to you, though. It's gone red on my screen.
Going to call it in. Raymond van Barneveld has 60. The home page is changing first. We know what happens, but just to do it in real time here, Raymond van Barneveld, 60 points. So I can tell you what dart it is. Tell you what, the home screen changes a lot quicker than what this one does. We know he's done it, but what dart was it? Did he tell? Oh, the score's having a mare.
I think you need to press refresh, Buzzy, because everybody in the chat room can see it too. You must be well behind. We know Barney gets over the line. We also know John Michael has just got over the line. John Michael has just beat Randy Adams 6-3. He moves on to 7 points as well.
Raymond van Barneveld, second dart in hand, gets over the line.
He's not 100% got a tour card yet, but he's very, very close. Richard Beanstra, however, is not close. He has just lost 6-5 to Sebastian Bielecki. That puts the Dutchman out. That's another player that was in contention on 4 points. Does not add to his tally and sits in 11th on the order of merit. Probably falls a bit more now. He has gone. Nico Kurtz is 5-4 up against Luke Peters. Luke Peters currently 6th on the order of merit. If Peters was to lose here, we are very, very close to confirming all of those on 7 and 8 points as tour card holders.
It's getting close. Barney fans, he's almost there. Almost. Mathematically certain. If you can fill for us, Gob. Matt has just joined us in the little waiting room. I'm going to tee up some bits. My mug won't be showing on screen, but you'll still be able to hear me. I'm going to put me behind a layer so you can see Max in a second.
What a shame that is. Okay, well, I'm going to dive into the Kurtz versus Peters game. Kurtz has missed match darts. Nico Kurtz has missed match darts against Luke Peters. Peters wants double 10, and he's forced a last leg decider. Peters stays alive. Luke, I don't even remember who had the darts, and I've just exited quickly to see if anything else is going on. Peters has the darts, but only opens up 41. Kurtz responds with a 55. Not enough from the young German so far. But that is massive. Peters hits an 82, and Nico Kurtz responds with a 180 against the throw in the decider. He effectively, he has stolen the darts. He's 112 points ahead of Luke Peters, who can only find an 80. Kurtz, 266. How's your maths, Nico? Aim for a 19 at least once. And fires in a 140. Clearly, the first two were already in the treble bed. 1, 2, 6 remaining for Kurtz. How many darts will he get at here? At least 6. A 1-2-1 from Luke Peters, leaving on 177. 1-2-6 for Nico Kurtz to knock out Luke Peters for the day. 86 leaves tops. Luke Peters, how's your setup? How's your nerve?
Just to come in quickly, Danny Badish has come from his first aim, sits to a winner against Collins. So Danny Badish needs to win it outright today. He's through with his first aim.
Massive. And Peters 95, leaves 82. Kurtz has missed more match darts. Nico Kurtz hits 30 from 40, leaves himself on double 5 like he did in the previous leg. Luke Peters wants 82. Should at least get a dart at tops here, if not 2 at double 16. You expect the player to be able to hit the 25 as a minimum. Will he get a dart? 42-point score for Peters, leaves himself on tops. Nico Kurtz wants double 5 to knock out the number 6 on the order of merit and stay in the hunt. He'll have to go outright, remember, today. And he's busted his score. How many opportunities has Nico Kurtz blown in the last 2 legs alone against Luke Peters? Peters wants tops for the match. And it's gone. It's gone in 1 dart. Nico Kurtz has fallen. The young German Super League champion over the last 18 months has fallen. He will not be picking up a tour card at this year's Q-School. That, boys, is a big, big shock.
It is, and with that, delighted to say, if by magic, we are joined by MDA Matt Ward. Matt, how are we all doing?
All right. What are you saying?
First of all, from a manager's point of view, what's Q-School been like for you?
Expensive.
In terms, obviously, you've been around a long time.
Can you lend me £5?
Yeah, well, I'll PayPal it across to you, mate. From a manager's point of view, have you preferred the new Q-School structure, or did you prefer the old way?
Not like £85 a night for the hotel room, has it?
Oh, 70 quid times 7. No sharing. Anyway, I'm not going to dwell on it. As a fan or a manager, this is the best way because it filters out the rubbish from the first section. So you can't really moan and say it's a bad way. I think the better players come through this, but obviously with no sharing involved, it's expensive for people like me. I mean, it's the way of the world at the moment, but it's a lot better. It's a lot better. You'll see a lot better players coming through. You won't get as many wild card runs, and I like Aaron Beanie, but I don't think Aaron Beanie would come through this system. That's not having a go at him. He had one great day, but this one you have to have 2 or 3 great days.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And obviously, for your stable, there was some heartbreaking news. How is Nathan? Obviously, lost his father on the eve of Q-School and couldn't play. How is he in himself at the moment?
Well, it's not been very good for Nathan. I can sort of understand what he's going through, but I got the call about 12:30 on what day was Q-School starting? Sunday. I got the call on Saturday saying, "Oh, I've got to go home," and he was ready for it as well. He's been getting himself together. He's been putting the effort in, and it's a bit of a shame really because I do think players, and rightly so, because he's quality. But in my opinion, Nathan's better than all of them. He's just not as dedicated and doesn't really dedicate himself enough. But apparently, from what he was telling me, he was on the board a lot. He was really looking forward to it. He was laying off certain things, namely drink, and he was practicing really hard. And I think it's a shame for him, but you've got to go back in Ireland as well. The funeral turnaround is really quick. I mean, I think he passed away Saturday and the funeral's today, which is crazy really, because my granddad died on the 29th of January and the funeral's not till the 23rd of Feb. So, he had to go home, and, I hope he's okay. And I've not really spoken to him. I've sent him the odd message. He'll call me when he's ready. But yeah, this Q-School, otherwise playing wise, has not been great. You've just come to me as Benito loss, which was, cheers for that.
Yeah, nightmare draw for Benito, because over in Europe, Barney has been. We've seen glimpses of vintage Raymond.
Yeah, well, Barney's the best player in both Q-Schools by a country mile. He should never have retired. He was silly to retire. I know Barney quite personally. I know him well. Don't know why he retired. He was only 50, and I think he was expecting sort of like a fanfare like Phil got, where Phil won the match play, got to the world final and everything, and picked up a good wedge, and then had a year or two of exhibitions at a good amount of a night, and obviously that hasn't happened. So he's probably gave him his hunger back. But I hope he gets his card. Obviously, is at the expense of Benito, which Benito's 27. He's got a lot of years. I think Benito got too much too soon. He come in at 21. He was the next big thing, and it's just took its toll on him. Now he's just had a son 2 years ago. This will have a break now. Maybe not even play the Challenge Tour. I don't even think the Challenge Tour will be worthwhile playing for him, so I don't think he'll get anything from it. So maybe this might be the best thing, and come back in a couple of years, and when he's sort of like more level-headed and not trying to be the player he was, but the player he is.
100%. We're going to jump in there, Lee. We're going to come to you a second because there's some big results from Milton Keynes.
Yeah, so Mike Warburton has lost 6-5 to Selby Rivas. Mike Warburton was 19th on the order of merit coming into today, so that will be his hopes done. Just looking over, Josh McCarthy, who's on the brink of a win, unless Thomas takes this out, which he does. So Kevin Thomas, Josh McCarthy is now 5-all. As I mentioned, I'm not sure if you thought in the end, Aaron Munt did go out 6-5. We've got Stock Mitchell and Aaron Norris underway. Stock Mitchell is 4-1 up in that one, averaging 102. So in control of that one. Smith Mills 2-1 up on Painter. So we've got a lot of games at the moment where it's not so many of the people who are just outside, but the people who need to go on and win it outright today. Harpu Puha is also 4-4 with Lloyd Pennell in his game. And sorry, Jim Williams is 2-0 up against Tolman Whitehead.
Interesting times ahead as
What's
well.
Joe
God,
Ledley doing commentating on darts?
Looking at it, Matt, got your eyes on anyone coming out of Q-School that potentially you're looking at?
No, not really. It's not the time to be. It's not the time to be backing players at the moment, really. And you can never tell with Q-School. You never can judge anything. I mean, you know, there's been some great. I mean, Kirk Shepherd has been sort of like the yo-yo man off tour. He's probably too good for Q-School and not good enough for the tour. He'll probably admit that. And, you know, I know Kirk quite well, and he's got his card on the first day. And there's players that have not even got the card, and I'll Christoph Ratajski is the big one, and Danny Noppert only squeezed in when he got it and on points, and people like Jim Williams is world class, you know, and he's gonna have to win outright, I think, to get his card today. So it's hard to judge, really. You have to have 6 months on tour to judge people. For me now, I think we'll have 6 tour card holders next year, unless Shane or Nathan Gervin can go all the way today, which Shane's 2-1 down, not playing the greatest today. It's probably his worst day, but you know, I think Gorlas is the one that is really good. I think he's got to speak to him quite a lot, and you know, with him being Carol's sort of like nationality, maybe something with him in the future, but obviously a lot of people are going to be chasing him. He's the only one that stands out to me out of all of them. To be honest with you, I know there's a lot of hype on Nico Kurtz. I think he's a good player. I think he's good when you put him in a world championship, nothing to lose. He'll play well, he'll win games, but you know, the cut and drive, the tour, 12 months of the year, that really shows when the pressure's on. You know, there's no pressure on players like him going into the world championships. He can just play his game. If he wins, he picks up a good payday. Then he goes back to his job on January, and that goes in the bank. It's not a lot of pressure on guys that are playing week in, week out for their ranking, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. We're just going to cut in there.
I'm going to have to interrupt you there. Press that button. Press that button.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Raymond van Barneveld, quick turnaround, is back in action. And Gob, if he comes over the line, is that enough mathematically?
I don't know. 9 points definitely enough. Colts of 1 win away. Barney, I'd expect him to get there on 8 points, but it's still not mathematically there yet, I don't think. I'm just trying to crunch the numbers now because obviously we've lost a few players so far. So he's confirmed. So there is only 7 spots.
Whilst you do that, it's a good question for Matt here in the chat room. Asks Matt, how do you motivate players after they fail to get their tour card? And from a financial point of view, the disappointment because the Challenge Tour is worth a lot less money than the Pro Tour.
Well, it's difficult really, because it depends what situation they are in the game. If you've got players coming off the tour that have played on the main tour and doing the challenge, it's very difficult because there's not a lot of rewards there. You have to win 6 or 7 games for £500, and they're used to scraping a game and winning 500. I think if you're a young player like Shane, Nathan Gervin, Nathan Rafferty, it's a good stepping stone. It's a good build, but it's hard to motivate anybody for the challenge tour because it's such a cluster word I can't say. You know, it's if I was doing things, I'd have a lot more cards available on the challenge tour because it's based over 20 events rather than 4 days of convoluted play. If you're playing bad, you're not going to get a card. And we've seen that in the past. Players like Darren Webster never got a card, and Jamie Hughes, you know, and Jamie Hughes was rubbish on the challenge tour as well. So motivation is very difficult. You know, I really don't know the answer to that. It's a player's mentality, really. It's if they want to play and really give it their all and dedicate themselves. There's a lot of players that are good enough, but if they're not dedicated, it will never work. You know, and I've seen the top end of the spectrum of that and the bottom end. Unless you've got that X factor, and there's not many players that have got it that want to really push everything aside, like girlfriends, social life, you know, and they're the ones at the top of the game. You know, very, very selfish darts players are. The best ones always are. So motivation, sometimes nice guys are never going to be good darts players. So
yeah, okay, and we touched on this as well. I don't know what you think of this idea as a manager, that someone that's been around, but Q-School should be for the challenge to get on the challenge tour, and then you have promotion and relegation from the pro tour and the challenge tour.
Well, as much as, you know, I hate Jamie Hughes, he said that the other day. He rang me up, he said, I don't think there should be a challenge tour. It's an horrible impression. He seems to think that it should be if you come off the tour. Yeah, how good you are. If you come off the tour, you shouldn't go straight back on. It should be like coming off the Premier League. So then you have to spend a year in the Championship. And I agree with that, really. There should be a Q-School for the Challenge Tour, and then the Challenge Tour to the main tour. Because that'd get rid of a lot of the people that are no good, that just turn up just because they can say they played Kevin Painter at Q-School. Because there's a lot of them that are just nowhere near good enough for pub or county level, and they're turning up, they're paying the money. But would they pay the money if they're just playing against not second-rate players, as in not quality, but players they've never heard the names of? Like, I'm just reading through now, like Lewis Pride and Darren Beveridge, quality players, but they've never been on TV, so you don't know them. Lee Daniel, Jason Askew, you know, quality players, but you're not going to get a buzz of playing them if you're just entering just for the sake of it. So I think Q-School for Challenge Tour, then all the cards come off the Challenge Tour, because that will motivate the Challenge Tour. Same really of giving a Champions League place to the Europa League. Teams will take the Europa League seriously, and they'll take the Challenge Tour seriously. I don't know many people that take the Challenge Tour that seriously after the first 2 or 3 weekends, because if you're out of it, it's very difficult to come back for the last 8 events. But if there was a carrot on the end of it, like a tour card, to take it seriously from day one, it'd be like a 20 event challenge Q-School.
Gonna come to Lee because there's some big name casualties from Milton Keynes. None other than Chuck Norris has gone as well.
Yeah, so your tip of the day, Stock Mitchell has beat Chuck Norris 6-1 with a very impressive performance, averaging around 97, 98. Charlie Simmons has just beat Noel Fullerton 6-2. And Stott Williams is beat Shane O'Connor 6-1. Jim Williams is 3-1 up against Conan Whitehead. And Adam Smith-Neal and Kevin Painter are now 3 apiece. Smith-Neal was 3-1 in front in that one, and Kevin Painter's pulled it back to 3-all.
From there, we're going to go to Niedernhausen. God, what have you got?
Some results coming in the last 64, and lots of things happening on the order of merit. Owen Roloff has just beaten Nico Schlund, and Johan Engstrom has just beaten Jens Ziegler. They're not the main stories here. Pero Lubitsch has fallen pretty recently. He was 26th on the order of merit, so can't go any further. Jose Justicia, currently 15th on the order of merit. He's 4-2 down to Thibaut Tricol, the Frenchman. He needs to go all the way, but was hotly tipped before this as well. The big story developing is Gino Voss is 5-0 down to Lucas Weinig. I think that would virtually secure Boris Koltsov a card. I need to run the numbers as soon as that one is confirmed, but that would virtually do that. Christian Kiss 2-1 up over Davy Prouston, another player just outside on the order of merit. Unter Buchner 2-0 up. Barney now 3-0 up on Willem Mandigers. And Adam Gaulas 2-1 up on Steve Wooliner. John Michael also leading 2-0. Lots happening here and lots happening in the next couple of minutes as well. Tricol 1 away now against Justicia. That result and the Gino Voss result combined could very well be enough to say that Boris Koltsov has a tour card.
Not just that, Barney has just gone 4 to the good. This leg difference as well for the 5 times world champion Gob could play a huge factor.
Massive. It keeps him ahead of John Michael significantly, although he is winning 2-0 as well. That'll be a little contest between those two. I expect them to build enough points. The likes of the leg difference you're looking at are for the likes of Niels Zonneveld at the minute. And those in the chasing pack, Adam Garlas as well. He needs to up that leg difference a little bit, I think. But other than that, they're comfortable for Barney and John Michael, and it should see them through in the end.
And I'm going to go back to you, Matt, here. Just out of interest, obviously, stage 1 of European Q-School got a lot of hammering on social media because the standard wasn't great. But however, in stage 2, the standard has risen in Europe quite considerably.
Yeah, well, I don't see how you can stop that. You've got to go low level with everything. So it's got to be, you've got to have a base level for it. So you're going to get some poor darts. Honestly, I think this is the best way. It's the best way. You filter out the crap, the rubbish, and then you get the proper players like today. You're always going to get a few squeezed through, and there's a few that have squozed through to this European one that are rubbish or not up to standard, shall I say, that are averaging 60. But in the main, you've got quality players. I'm looking down here: Rabi Rodriguez, Gorlas, Unter Buchner, Mandigers, Barneveld, John Michael, Gino Voss, Ronnie Ibrecht, Zonneveld, Kist. They're all quality on the page here. Justica, Tricol, the French guy, and Brian Rahman, who's brilliant. So it's so difficult.
Gino Voss has just gone. Sorry, Gino Voss gone. Is out. Loses 6-1. Loses 6-1 to Lucas Veinig. That's massive. Barney 5-0 as well. Tricol 5-3 up. And Christian Kist 4-1 now. Yes, but Gino Voss fallen. He was in 7th place on the order of merit, only on 5 points. A nervous wait for him now. In fact, that drops him straight out. He drops to 10. Gino Voss is out and drops out of the top 8 on the order of merit. He will not be picking up a card.
Going to go to MK as well. Lee, what have you got for us? Anything developing?
Yeah, so Doug Bridges won 6-1, finished off with a 12 dart lead. Jamie Clark has just beat Joe Davis 6-5. Jim Williams is also 1 away against Tolan Whitehead. Jason Askew is 1 away against Daniel Lee. And then we also are underway in the last 64. Daniel Shot is playing the league tops at the moment. And then we've got a number of dames, including Chaz Barstow and Adrian Gray, in the last 64. Alan Suter's about to get underway as well in his last 1-8 game against Joe Mernon.
Yeah,
Barney wins 6-0.
Huge result.
Massive
for Raymond Van
Barneveld.
Barneveld.
I think that virtually gets him there, not mathematically, but that puts him on 8 points as well, with a massive leg difference as well. Plus 21. With
Shane McGurk there with a 108 check out to break throw.
Oh, go on, McGurk. 9-dart hero the other day.
My little mate, Shane McGurk, lovely guy.
we were saying there, Matt, obviously you've obviously got professional deals with people. We've heard other managers say this, that they've got players signed, but they've got connections with other players. Are you the same, that they might not have signed with you, but you take an interest and help them out?
No.
That answers that one, Phil.
if you're not with me, you're dead to me.
Fair one. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Hey, no. I mean, that's. I mean, I got on with Ricky Evans before we signed him. Ricky's always a nice guy. I speak to Stephen Bunting a lot and Chris Dobie, Mark Webster. Send a few messages to Joe Cullen, silliness, football, and that. But yeah, I mean, not really. I mean, this is my 10th year doing it now. And you know, it's draining. I've got to be honest with you. You go emotional roller coasters, and you hope for them highs. And luckily enough, I've had 3 or 4 big stage winners with Jamie, Darryl winning 3 and Jamie winning 1. So you know, the highs are good. But you ask people like Jason Tamer, who's been doing it 20 years, and you know, it takes its toll on you. It does. It makes you very bitter and jealous when you see other people having success. I can't lie to you there. I'm not a very good loser.
You were asked on Twitter as well about would you sign Richard Veenstra if he was interested?
Oh yeah, Veenstra's a good player, but I think he's gone now and he's out there. If you haven't got a tour card, if you haven't got a tour card, there's little or no money. You get the odd player that comes through world class, like Retire Ski, who's really good, who can do the challenge tour and absolutely smash it. But you know, if you're building players, that's great. I remember the year that Jamie didn't get his tour card. I think that's the worst year in Jamie's professional career. Absolutely hated that year. He was so depressed, and you know, all his life he's been playing darts, and all of a sudden he's doing 3 or 4 weekends for the year. And as you saw, that went one way with Jamie because it motivated for the next tournament to I think he had the world record average of Q-School coming through the 99 average across 9 games. And you see some of the averages of the winners this week. It just shows you how good that was. I think he had
on Jamie
10s as well. But yeah.
How is he? How is the elbow after the operation?
Yeah, he's good. He texted me yesterday. I'll read you the text. He texted me last night actually. Yeah, I just had about 15 darts. Feels a lot better, mate. Got them around where I want some. Might be there for the OK Open. So, you know, I'll be all right. I don't think he'll make the Super Series.
Justicia is out, gents. Thibaut Tricot, the Frenchman, stays in contention again, wins 6-4 in that one. He needs to go all the way to get his card today, but he's definitely got the ability.
Yeah, definitely. Just going back to injuries and that, we see McGurk's won.
Yeah,
big result.
Hold on. Did he win? Yeah,
6-4.
91 average.
6-4. Yeah.
Can you do a thing?
To just beat Adam Smith-Neal as well.
Good.
Yeah.
Can you do
to just beat Smith-Neal 6-4?
Can you do a thing
what was that, Matt?
McGurk can you do a thing on McGurk and find out what his running average is? Because I think he's going to have the highest average that hasn't got a tour card, and maybe higher than some ones that have. He's played so well this week and got 1 point.
We'll try and do something.
Sean McDonald as well. Sean McDonald is definitely up there as well. Dart Connect does track it for the event, but it doesn't update until the end of the day. So you will be able to see it. But
Gob, here's one for you. Does Scott Mitchell need to get to the final today, or does he need to win outright to get a card? From the chat room.
Final would put him on 6 points. Andrew Gilding is currently 13th, so the last spot on the order of merit on 5 points. 6 might get you there with a really, really good leg difference, but at that point, you'd probably just want to go on and win it. It's one more game in the final. That secures you. You don't want to be playing around with leg difference in the final. So,
as Rapid Ricky is on screen for us. So we're saying, Matt, Jamie's not obviously had surgery. We've seen Dimitri have surgery. Did the fact that the darts calendar is so manic that it's very limited time for these players to have stuff like that done?
Well, it's been troubling Jamie since he won Prague. He had to play with painkillers at the Europeans when he lost to Jermaine. And then obviously you saw what it did to him at the World Championships, which he was very embarrassed about. But he had the highest checkout of the tournament, checkout percentage. He only had 3 shots at double, but he hit 2 on them. And it just, this is the only time to do it really, because there was, when we had the operation, there was no calendar announced. So if you're going to have an operation, now's the time, because it's going to be such a weakened calendar as such as there's not going to be. I doubt there'll be any European events. I'm not the gospel authority, but you'd think they'd be limited, and there definitely won't be 13 as they were 2 years ago. So players that are defending massive amounts of money are going to be the ones that suffer in, because the money's not going to be there to defend it. So it's the only time to do it. I think it's absolutely the only time to be having operations. I can't see how, if you need it, this is the only time to do it, and that's why we decided to do it. Really.
Fair one. Touching on the calendar, I spoke to Phil from PDC Europe. They're hoping 6, maybe 7 Euro tours can be played this year.
Cool. Well,
so they're
I don't know. Yeah, obviously, I don't know. I don't think. Go on. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say. Obviously, from your point of view, it's a nightmare for players not being able to defend money.
It is, but on the other flip side as well, when you've been talking to the world's biggest COVID skeptic until the last 3 months, when it seriously affected my life. So, you've got to think of players' safety really, and I was recently on a COVID ward, and if some of these guys bring it, catch it, and take it to somebody back home, it's going to be devastating to the elderly generation. And traveling through airports and taxis and it's not as nice as it was 2 years ago. It was a nice little meal in the airport, a few drinks, get on a plane. You weren't too bothered. Now, very uncomfortable flight with a mask on for 2 to 3 hours. It's just, and you're very tense. And I did 4 flights back end of the year, and Darryl does them still now, because living in Northern Ireland, and it's not the nicest. So, it's not just the fact that they can put these events on. If players feel comfortable, you've got a lot of players that are not the healthiest within the PDC. Not being horrible, but a lot of players have dropped a lot of weight. John Henderson's dropped 3 or 4 stone, looking great, and he's probably conscious of it. If you're unhealthy, it will have a big effect on you. Even if you don't die from it, you can still be seriously unwell. So it's all about keeping people safe, really. And I know that's not what people want to hear, but the fact that the PDC have got this Q-School on is fantastic, and hopefully the vaccinations keep coming, and everybody gets vaccinated, and we can go back to being normal this time next year.
Yeah, again, going to come back to the boards. We're going back to Matt in a second, but going to go to EU. God, what's going on, and how are those ranking places looking?
We are getting very, very close. Davy Prousted has fallen in the last couple of minutes, as has, who else has gone? Someone else has gone. I can't remember now. You've lost me because I'm in the middle of doing my sums. I think there is a chance I might be about to confirm that Boris Koltsov as a tour card holder, but you'll have to bear with me a couple of minutes.
Well, while you're doing that, Lee, there's a big story developing in Milton Keynes, because Alan Suter is in deep, deep trouble on board 4.
Yeah, Joel Mernon, who is currently 5th on the order of merit, taking on Alan Suter, who's currently 4th. Alan Suter's missed start in the last leg. Coming back here for 72, misses it. Joel Mernon just had an attempt at bullseye from 130, but he's now coming back to the board for 25. Just want to stay and see if he can take this out, which would be a 4-0 lead. Yes, he can. So Joel Mernon is currently 4-0 up on Alan Suter. We've also got Gordon Mathers, Chaz Barstow, John Worsley, all underway, who are in and around the Order of Merit currently. Just a few other results that have come through. Jason Askew has beat Daniel Lee 6-1. Liam Mead has just beat John O'Shea 6-0. And Jim Williams completed the job on Conan Whitehead 6-1. Also, Brian Usher is the first person through to the last 32 with a 6-1 win over Lee Cox.
Gob, how's your maths? Are you there yet?
Poor. I mean, quite interestingly, before they pick up another dart each, Boris Koltsov and Raymond van Barneveld are currently tied on the same number of legs and the same number of legs won and the same leg difference. They are currently both on 8 points, 157 with a plus 21 leg difference. Barney is a round ahead of Boris in the tournament so far, but that one is quite interesting. That also makes the sums more complicated because I have to work out if both can be caught, not just one of them, so one less space.
Interesting.
Cannot catch them. Let's rule them out. They can't catch him. They can rule them out.
Big news, Gob. John Michael has gone.
Big news. If he is out. Okay.
Does that make it easier?
I think it makes it much easier. I think John Michael Fallin has just handed Boris Koltsov a tour card.
And he's 5-0 up, Boris, as well.
Boris Koltsov and Raymond van Barneveld have gone dark green on darts rankings. I was just trying to wait for that one. They have both got tour cards, both on 8 points. They are both absolutely guaranteed because of their leg difference. They're above Zoran Lerchbacher. Boris Koltsov and Raymond van Barneveld are through. They have tour cards without playing again, and Koltsov's 5-0 up anyway, so he's absolutely cruising. Could well finish as top of the Order of Merit as well. Robert Marjanovic, the German, has just beaten Damien Moll 6-2 as well, so he's still in the hunt.
We'll come to Lee in a second, but the breaking news is Boris Koltsov and Raymond van Barneveld have officially won back their tour cards, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Barney is back on the tour. Jarlith, open your wallet, my friends, because you have lost. Bet is down. Raymond van Barneveld is back on tour. Matt, great news for the tour. Two good players there. Boris, surprisingly, never had
breaking news as well. He's just announced that this will be his last year, so he's retiring at the end. So we'll see.
At the same time, the PDC announced that the Premier League will now have 12 players.
Number one's Daryl.
Yeah, Matt, Boris Koltsov, surprised because he has such ability, but this is the first time he's ever had a tour card.
No, he's a good player. It's like you say, it's over 4 days, this second stage, and I don't think there's been many bad players that have lost in the first round at European, like any good players that went out. I don't think there was any shocks. As the UK, there was Menzies, Newton, and Colin Osborne, and people like that. But it's been 4 days of darts, and he got to a final, and he's good enough. You know, the problem is going to be with him is travel, because it's so hard to get flights, even from Northern Ireland. Darryl has got to come in on the Monday as opposed to the Wednesday, because there's no direct flights. So that'll be his issue. But if he can base himself over it, I think Boris can do really well. I think he's a great player.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Who's the biggest surprises? Obviously, you see a lot of darts. Who are the ones that have massively surprised you, that have struggled in Q-School?
Jamie Lewis and Rob Thornton. I think Rob Thornton, I really feel for Rob, because I like Rob. He's good, and I'd liked him to have got a tour card. I thought Jamie Lewis, after his Worlds, and I saw him in the qualifiers, I thought he was going to get one. But I speak to Jamie quite a bit, and you know, he's a big fish in that room when he comes in, and he's got a target on him. So I'm shocked at Richard North, because I remember watching him play Darrell 3 years ago, and they had like amazing games. I think one was streamed, if you can get it up, from 2018, 2019. Unbelievable. His throw was great. He was hitting 140s, 180s, taking out big shots. He was a real opponent. I think he got to a tour final as well in 2017 against Chizzy. It might have been 2018. I think he's great. I'm surprised he hasn't done more, really. I don't know what's happened, whether personal things or whatnot. But I think he's a great player, Richard. No, always have rated him. But mate, it's difficult to get this over 4 days, and you could put the top 16 in this environment, and not all top 16 and get through.
Yeah, no, 100% agree with you on that one. Lee, over back in Milton Keynes, speaking of Richard Northey, Leeds, Jared Cole.
Yeah, don't the Leeds. Big news here, though. Alan Suter lost 6-0 to Joe Mernon. Alan Suter on 7 points in 4th place. As we've spoken about many a times, because the first aim doesn't impact your lead difference, Alan Suter will stay on plus 16. If this would have been in round 2, he would have moved down to plus 10. But Jared wins 6-0. As you mentioned, Jared Toll is 2-1 behind against Richard. Chaz Barstow has come back from behind against Adrian Gray. Greater from the last one, and looks like he's about to go 4-3 up. But the big news in MK over the past 10 minutes is Alan Suter, who's 4th at the moment. Top 3, as we know, are already through. Alan Suter is out. Joe Mernon beats him 6-0.
I'm going to ask you, Matt, as well as a manager and as a fan, this bonkers, and I think it's bonkers, you might disagree, but this issue with the last 64, last 128 games counting and not counting, and causing a bit of havoc.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, because it's the bye situation, you might get a bye in the first round. I thought about this morning. What I'd do is have, once somebody qualifies and leaves 127, have a reserve list. So that player gets to play 3 days, 2 days, 1 day. So the next person on the bottom of stage 1A or B in the averages stays on at Milton Keynes or wherever it is, and then fills up the spots. I think that's a fair way. I mean, you saw with Jason Heaver, he only just made it to the second stage and absolutely demolished his way through the second day. So it won't dilute the field at all, and it'll give this leg difference, because you can't be punished if you get a walkover in the first round. So I understand why they've done it. It's not fair, but it's the only way of doing it. That's what I think that's the best way of doing it. Having a reserve list, so you've got 1 to 8 every day, and I'm sure people would rather play 3 days, 2 days, 1 day than no day. I know you're at an extreme disadvantage, but you shouldn't really be there anyway because you've not made it. So it's sort of like a top-up list, like they do with the Challenge Tour and the Pro Tour.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you on that one. Also, whilst we're on the subject of this, very topical one this morning, the 3 lads that last night confirmed on the order of merit that could not have been caught. I know 2 of them chose not to play today. Louis Williams obviously did. But the fact that they've secured their tour cards, should the PDC say to them, that's it, you're done? Because in theory, they can take points off of people that can win tour cards when they've already got them.
Yeah, again, maybe put a yellow line through them and say you can go home now because there's no point. It's sort of like dilute. I like the word dilute. I think it does dilute the field there, because it's like when Liverpool won the league, Premier League. If you look at their results after that, they were terrible, and I don't blame them. It's like when Arsenal won 15 games in a row in '98, then lost the last 2 when they secured the title. It's hard to care when you've already. It's like you've won the marathon, and then they say, "Well, do it again." No, you're right. You know what I mean? It's like, why would you want to buy? Yeah. So, I think I'd definitely do that, and then get somebody else in that can get a card.
No, 100%. Lee, we're going to come to you because Chaz Barstow this could be a big victory for him. He's close and in and around the order of merit, and he's 1 away.
Yeah, in control here. He's got the throw in this one, averaging just short of a ton against Adrian Gray. So expect him to see this one through. Jordan Mathers is 4-2 behind against Kevin McDine. So Jordan Mathers, just have a quick look. He's currently 6th on the order of merit with a +9. So if he does, that will certainly open things up. As I said, there's a few people who are playing who are currently in that. Davin Tarlin has started against Aidan Turt and he's 1-0 up. John Worsley is 5-1 up against Robert Rickwood. That's in the last 64. So and Eddie Lovely, he's 5-4 up in his first game of the day against Reece Tolley. So quite a few players are currently underway who are holding those positions in the order of merit in MK.
Gob, to you in Niedernhausen. How close are we getting now to the next batch confirmed?
The next one to be confirmed would be Zoran Lurchbacher. I think he's pretty close because of his decent leg difference as it stands. Haven't seen any more big casualties that would stop him from being caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we're still 2 results away from confirming Zoran Lurchbacher.
And again, Lee, to you in Milton Keynes, Scotty Mitchell going about his business today. He's looking a danger. Is the former world champion.
Yeah, 2-0 up currently against Derry Butcher. Very good performance in his first one. Currently averaging 116 in this one. Only a couple of legs, like I said, played. 3 tons in his first leg. Just on to Chaz Barstow's now got match darts to win this one. 6-3 against Adrian Gray. Just want to stay with me. Also, John Worsley's got match darts in his game. Chaz Barstow has missed. So Chaz Barstow has missed those 5-3 in front, but this would be a break to throw for Adrian Gray and take this out. 8-8 for Adrian Gray. Take it to 5-4. As Chaz Barstow has missed with his previous visit, John Worsley also missed with his. Adrian Gray takes that out. So Chaz Barstow, 5, Adrian Gray, 4. Adrian Gray's now got the throw. Chaz Barstow will have it in the last if we go all the way. And Jordan Mathers is in serious problems here against Kevin McDine. 5-2 behind. Kevin McDine's left 97. Made that 40 now after 12. Mathers is back on 2-6-2. So all he can do now is put a bit of pressure on McDine. But if McDine sees this through, Mathers will be out. McDine's got tops. Mathers only 98 to leave 1-6-4. Kevin McDine misses, comes inside, leaves 5-5. Mathers 1-6-4 to save it. This is just for a hold of throw. 5-2 behind against Kevin McDine. Only 100. So Kevin McDine's coming back for 5-5 to wrap this one up. 6-2. Mathers is 6th in the order of merit on 6 points. But will be out today if McDine takes it, and he does. Kevin McDine wins 6-2. Jordan Mathers is out for the day. 6 points plus 9. Will that be enough?
Interesting. Matt, back to you as well. Nathan Gervin, 3-2 up in his game on board 6 against John Scott.
Yeah, it should have been 4-0 up. Missed darts to go 4-0 up, and now it's 3-2. So he's averaging 96 to John Scott's 83, which you think was a bit an easy game, but that's why averages don't mean anything. So yeah, hopefully he wins. To be honest with you, it's a bit too soon for Nathan anyway. Don't really want him at 18 playing on a full tour. I know that might sound silly, but he needs just a bit of time to progress, and that's why the development tour and challenge tour are good for players like Nathan. But he probably won't thank me for saying that. But I don't think, even if he won today, it'd probably be too soon. A bit like Bradley Brooks when he got his 2 years ago. You know, it's a bit too much too young, really.
yeah, obviously, I'm guessing it depends on the player, but Keane Murray, another young man that's just won his card. How do you see him getting on?
Yeah, he's a dedicated young man. I know Keane. I speak to him quite a bit because his girlfriend's Czechoslovakian, so she translates what Carol Sedlacek's saying to me because I ain't got a clue. So I speak to Keane quite a lot, and he's sharing a lot of travel with Carol. And yeah, Keane's good. I think the only problem Keane will have is his throw. I think he's a bit erratic with his. When he's on it, he's on a pinhead, but he does throw a lot of high and low darts. He'll throw 100, it'll be a bad 100 if that makes sense. And he's a bit quick. I think he just needs to slow down a little bit. I think he's great though.
Yeah, Lee, going to come back to you. Big result. Richard North has beaten Jared Cole.
Yeah, Richard North has come through that one 6-2, and Adrian Gray has now taken it to a last leg with Chaz Barstow. Chaz Barstow has got the darts, 5-3 up, missed darts to win the game at that stage. Now 5-all. Looking at the current standings of the order of merit, Mathers and Suter are the only ones who are currently in places who are no longer playing today. If Chaz Barstow goes, he will be the third person who he's currently in 10th place on 5 points. As I say, that Barstow is 59, Adrian Gray 180. So Adrian Gray now favourite for this last leg.
Interesting times ahead in the chat room. People asking where I am. Don't worry, I'll be back on screen later on. But it was more important for you to see Matt than it was me. You can still hear me, which is the important thing. But we had to get Matt on screen. As one from the past, Richie Burnett leads. And again, I'm slightly biased and slightly nostalgic, but I would love Richie Burnett back on tour.
Yeah, it's good player, Richie. His throw obviously lets him down a bit, very snatchy. But when you watch him on the 96 to like 2000s, I think he got to a match play final as well, losing to Phil. He was very smooth. What a good player he is. Yeah, just he's nuts as well, isn't he, old Richie?
Mad as a box of frogs. Now, an interesting one I'm going to ask you about, because we've seen a few timeouts or players being timed out in both venues, both in Niedernhausen and Milton Keynes. If you were a manager, would that absolutely do your head in if one of your players was timed out?
Yeah, it would. I don't understand how you can be really. I've never had a player time out. I don't think. I mean, Niedernhausen, I don't know how you can be because it's such a small room that you've got the sort of like waiting area, and then you've got the dart room, which is very tiny. I don't see how you can be. If you're there to play darts, you keep an eye on your board. And the PDC, to time somebody out, you must be so late because PDC often give you a lot of chances as well. It's not like right, he's not here, bin him off straight away. They're not like that. They're pretty good. But yeah, it's a two-mile nutting, I've got to be honest, especially when you're paying £500 to enter.
Yeah, 100%. Gob, there's some talk floating around that we might be close to another confirmed on the order of merit in Niedernhausen. How close is Zoran Lurchbacher on 8 points?
Very. Ryan de Vries is in a decided leg against Owen Roloff. A loss there might be enough to secure Lurchbacher again. Still running at numbers now. A lot of this would presume that the winner comes from somebody that's on 3 or less points as well. So unlikely as that is at the moment too.
Again, I'm going to go back to Milton Keynes. How are we looking, Lee?
Chaz Barstow is out. Loses 6-5 to Adrian Gray. Was 5-3 in front. Adrian Gray checks out 80 in 15 darts. So Chaz Barstow is currently sitting in 11th place on 5 points 5. So in danger now, and we'll be looking at the rest of the scores as we have Brett Claydon, who's in 14th, just wins 6-1. John Worsley, who is in 6th place, he wins his game 6-3. against Rickwood. Also, Davin Tarling has left double 10 here for a 6-0 win against Aidan Turk. Just stay with me one moment. Davin Tarling's coming to the board now. Aidan 180. Would expect him to take this out and wrap it up. As I say that, he misses it. Miss it. Aidan Turk's back on 180, so we'll be coming back to the board to take it out. Just one other store update. Sorry, 2. Stock Mitchell is 4-1 up against Gary Butcher, getting better and better, averaging 101. Now, first time was around 97. And Richard Burnett is 5-2 up against Adam Mole.
Interesting. Matt, your boy, Nathan, now 5, 3 up, 1 away.
Yeah, he's a very good player, Nathan. But like I say, I don't think he's averaging 97, so I might sound stupid here, but he has too many dodgy games to be playing on the tour, I think, and it might demoralise him. Just if he gets it, we'll take it. But I can't. He's got to win today, which is a big ask. But you know, I think McGurk is ready for it. He's 25. It's the time for him. The next few years, when he gets it, he'll be ready for it. But I think Nathan would benefit from 2 or 3 years. Look, Harry Ward, you know, he did 5 years at Q-School, never got near it, blitzed it. Within 6 months, had won a tour, won an event, and then another year he'd retired. But you know, just shows you like when you're ready for it. Sometimes it's not good to get on the tour too early. It can demoralise you. You have to manage this a bit better. But it's hard for me to say to him, you can't go Q-School, you know, because you're not ready, which we did last year. But it's hard to say it 2 years in a row, you know.
Yeah, 100% agree. God, we're going to jump to you. I believe we've got another one.
Green, yeah, I was trying to work out the board allocations as it's done it for me anyway, because of the way that everyone else will meet in the draw. Not enough people can overtake Zoran Lurchbacher, and he clings on to a tour card via the order of merit. The next player we'll be looking for is John Michael. He's currently on 7 points. We'll see if 7 will be enough to get people over the line. I will start my calculations all over again.
You've got two.
Go on, Matt. Carry on.
Go on. Oh, you're going to say, I mean, you've got players there that are regaining the tour card that have dropped off. That, you know, like you say, I think it'd be more of a fair to do a relegation thing, and you have to go on the Challenge Tour. But there's players like John Michael, who's had 2 years, not really done a lot. Can't think of the other ones at Europeans, but you know, it's nice to see new faces and not guys that have had the 2 years. I know it's all fair and they've got through Q-School and everything, but my opinion, with if you drop off, you're not allowed to go to Q-School. You wait, and you spoke about that already.
Yeah, again, going to ask you about Harry Ward as well while we're there. Do you think we'll ever see him back one day on the professional circuit? Because surely he's got too much talent not to at some point.
Well, yeah, I think he should, but I understand what he says, and to be so good, you've got to be practicing all the while, and he doesn't want to. And he doesn't want to be one of the guys I've just mentioned, you know, knocking around 50 to 70 within the hope of just keeping your tour card. If he's going to do it, he wants to be in the top 16 earning lots of money. And he doesn't think he's got the dedication to do that. It might change when maybe one day, if he has a family and he thinks, you know, this is a good way of earning some extra money, he might come back. He's only 23, 24, so he doesn't really, he's young, so he doesn't really know what life's about as much as having experience of you know, he still lives at home and everything. So you never know, he might come back and in 10 years' time and it might be the right time for him. You know, I don't know the answer to him. Harry's very single-minded. Sometimes he you know, he's sort of like very tunnel vision. So you don't want to. I don't disagree with him a lot. You know, just let him get on with it. And if he come back, I'm sure he'll be able to do something. But I don't think he will. No, not for a good few years.
Gob, going to jump back to you. Board 15, we have a big, big result.
Do we? Hasn't come through yet. Lost that one again because I'm still number crunching. Yeah, Christian Kist beating Luke Peters 6-2. He's another that was on 6 points. Kist staying in the hunt outright. Luke Peters falling. Let's see what that does to him on the actual order of merit. He was down in 8th, actually. My calculation sheet is slightly off. Still clinging on at the minute, but a win for Gaulas, Rusty Jake Rodriguez, Michael Rastovitz in the next round would likely see Luke Peters drop out at the final chance.
Yeah.
And interestingly,
right, guys,
an All Rodriguez final is on the cards, at which point Rusty Jake would already have qualified and Roby John would need the win to get over the line.
I wonder who'd win that.
What are you in?
Nothing. I'm just stating what is possible.
Brilliant. Right, we're coming towards the end of this hour. We're going to have an ad break shortly. Matt, just want to thank you so much for joining us for the past hour, mate. It's great to have an insight from a PDC manager's point of view and everything. And thank you for joining us on Q-School Daily.
No problem. And hopefully McGurk or Nathan can get the job done. And what does Gorlas need to do to get a tour card?
Win.
All right. Bloody hell.
I think. Hang on. Actually, maybe not. He's currently on 5 points. He's in the last 16. A win in the next round will put him on 6, which would provisionally put him above Peters, who is out already. I'd suggest 7 points, though. So the last 4 should probably get him there. He needs 2 more. And he might sneak over the line on points. If not, a win outright, obviously. Solid. He's got Owen Roloffs in the last
problem.
16.
There we go.
Good
Matt,
luck, guys, and I shall see you soon.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much, Matt.
See you later, guys.
And then Magic, I'm just gonna, for some reason, my video has gone all blur, so I will sort that out. Well, Lee and we'll go to Lee first of all. We are now back, so talk us through what's going on.
Yeah, 2 results over here. Stop Mitchell seeing the job through against Darry Butcher. 6-2 win. Richard Burnett 5-2 up. Mole pulled it back to 5-4, but then Burnett has now seen it through. So Richard Burnett is through. Also watching a very good game between Matt Dennant and Martin Thomas. Martin Thomas is averaging 104, Matt Dennant 99. So 4 all at the moment. Could be down all the way in this one. Like I said, both of which are playing very well. Also, Peter Hudson and Jason Hodd are also 4 apiece.
Interesting times ahead. It's all getting down to the nitty-gritty now, ladies and gentlemen, in Q-School. And, of course, we will see you home every step of the way here at Online Darts. Matt getting a lot of love in the chat room. Rapid Ricky says, thank. He's gone. You love him, really. It was great to have Matt on and have an insight from a player's manager's point of view. But now all eyes focused on this race for the tour cards. It's going to be interesting, gentlemen. Gob, going to come to you. John Michael, 5th, 7 points, but is out. How nervous should he be right now?
A little. I still think he may get there. But in order for him to fall, what do we need? We need Unter Buchner to make the last 8, Zonneveld to make the last 16 with a better leg difference. Gorlas Rusty Jake or Rustovic, 2 of them to be in the last 4 as well. I'm just trying to work out with board allocations if that can still happen, and the winner to come from somebody 3 points or less on the day as well. Obviously, that will, if the likes of Schindler or Barney or Boris, who are all still in contention, go on to win on today, then obviously an extra spot becomes available via the order of merit.
Interesting times ahead.
Where
are we?
Has gone ahead of John Michael on the order of merit with a 6-3 win over Stefan Niles. John Michael now down to 6th place on the order of merit. Neil Zonneveld just behind, and Luke Peters is still in that 8th spot, but clinging on. A couple of other scores going around at the minute. Robert Marjanovic versus Lucas Weinig. This has been an absolutely superb game. 140's flying in all over the place. They're locked in a decider. 94 average plays, 98 in an all-German clash. Both men, Marjanovic currently on 4 points. Weinig currently on 4 points. A win here puts them on 5, and there's an outside chance you can get there with 6. So this would put them potentially 1 win away. Other results going their way from a card. Weinig, big slip in this one. Marjanovic has got at least 6 starts from 167, possibly even 9. Weinig back on 3-3-4. What can the German come Croatian come every other country he's ever represented do? 97 to leave, 70 for Marjanovic. Weinig, as I said, absolutely miles back. 3-3-4, only hits 58. Marjanovic has all the time in the world right now to secure his spot in the next round.
Going to jump back to you, Lee. The Matty Dennett story is brewing. He's gone through.
What a game. What a game. So he's just beat Martin Thomas. Martin Thomas is 11th on the order of merit on 5 points. Martin Thomas has averaged 102.4 and been knocked out by Matty Dennett, who's averaged 101.2. Matt won it in a 12-dart lead. Back-to-back 140s, a 134 and an 87 checkout. Broke the lead before with an 80 after a 15-dart break. But what a game of darts. As I said, 101 plays 102, but a losing average of 102.4. And Martin Thomas is 11th. Let me just check if there's any updates. Yeah, sorry, he's now 13th. So he's in the last place. But he's just lost Martin Thomas with a 101 average. Matty Dennett, hopefully, the story could be there today that he goes on. There's currently he's on 0 points. Or sorry, on 1 now.
Also, as well, Jason Askew making another move. Currently 5-1 up.
Yeah, Jason Askew. It's not been a great game, this one, but in control. And I think today people won't mind if they're not great games as long as they're through. Jason Askew averaging 83, coming to the board now, 491. Let's just see if we can take that out. Also, Peter Hudson has got match start against Jason Hard after already missing the bullseye in this leg. Can Peter Hudson take that? Yes, he can. So Peter Hudson beats Jason Hard 6-4. Jason Askew's coming for tops and takes out that. So Jason Askew comes through 6-1. Peter Hudson comes through his against Jason Hard 6-4.
Going to come back to you, Dom.
Press the button. Press the button. Press the button.
Wait a minute. Right, it's teed up. We're going to press. The button has been pressed, ladies and gentlemen. We all know what that means.
He's underway, and it's against Martin Schindler again. They served up an absolute treat earlier in the week. And Bazi, it's not irrelevant, and here's why. They both have their card already, but if they go on to win outright today, another place in the order of merit becomes available. So it's not completely irrelevant as long as the winner of this goes on to win the event. An extra card or place via the order of merit will become available to those in the chasing pack, which might be good news to John Michael's ears, because Michael Unterbuchner and Neil Zonneveld have both jumped above him in the last couple of minutes. He's now down in 7th. and Luke Peters is 8th on the order of merit. As I say that, Roby John Rodriguez has just wrapped up a 6-1 victory over Kenny Nines. The All Rodriguez final is still on the cards. And Robert Marjanovic, that game that I was talking to before we dropped to Lee in the UK, he won that 6-5. He did take out that 70. The German is still in the hunt as well. One of the outside picks. I tipped to a friend, so no pressure, Robert. And Barney has taken the opening leg against Martin Schindler.
It's all bubbling along very nicely over in Niedernhausen. But, Gob, I was going to ask you, should we be worried about the man in 23rd position? He's on a bit of a charge today. The leg difference is good in plus 11. Is Christian Kist a threat yet?
He's always a threat. He's got the ability. He's a former world champion. I'm trying to work out what part of the draw he's coming from. He's coming from board 15. So he plays Rusty Jake Rodriguez next, then Marjanovic, and then the winner of Schindler, Barney, or the winner from the Niles Zonneveld and Patrick Bullen quarter at the minute. I mean, that is as tough a run as you're going to get from here if you're Christian Kist to go on and win it outright, but one that would certainly earn you the right to be called yourself a tour card holder.
100%. It's going to be interesting, but all eyes now again. Let Gob settle back down again. We know Barney is in action, but the order of merit in the UK could be getting a little bit interesting as well. A lot of people on 2 points are playing well and doing bits and bobs. There's going to be some worried people currently in the top 13. Martin Thomas, Chaz Barstow, Gordon Mathers, and Alan Suter all can do nothing today. Suter, we think, not mathematically, but 7 points, you would be extremely unlucky to miss out on 7. But people like Mathers on 6, Barstow on 5, Thomas on 5, they're very, very precarious right now.
Yeah. And that Mathers loss in the last 64 as well had a big impact on his lead difference, losing that one 6-2. Chaz Barstow, obviously, and Martin Thomas, who are 12th and 13th, for that be the ones currently looking over the shoulders. As you said, Alan Suter, I think will be fine, but not guaranteed just yet. Same with Gordon Mathers on 6. 6 could be enough today, but a lot of players still left in it who are on 3, 4, 2 points. So will be very interesting as we come towards the end in the UK. Just looking at a few games that are coming towards an end. Potentially, Darren Johnson is 5-2 up on Thomas Stout. Jim Williams is 5-2 up on Andy Jenkins. Jim Williams certainly on a charge today. Tevin Painter is on the last leg decider against David Ladley. Tevin Painter's got the throwed on back-to-back 140s and a ton. Ladley's just hit back-to-back tons, but at 45 in first visit. So Painter's got a big advantage in this last leg. But some games...
I'm going to jump in. I've got to jump in. Martin Schindler has done the 9 against Raymond van Barneveld. I'm keeping an eye on it whilst I was letting you talk, but we've had a 9 darter in Niedernhausen. Martin Schindler has done the 9. He's currently averaging 120, but trails Raymond van Barneveld by 2 legs to 1. This game is an absolute barnstormer right now, but Martin Schindler has done the 9. It was only a hold of throw. I say only as if a 9 means nothing, but congratulations, Martin Schindler has pinned the 9. And I think this man, we've talked about it, the things he's done to change his throw and make him technically better. Martin Schindler is going to be a danger next year. Well, this year, sorry. You know, I meant on tour. But Barney has responded well to the 9. He's got 140 ton, 62 to leave 52 after 12 on throw.
Oh.
Lee's got his head in his hands.
Kevin Painter's missed 6 match darts to take this. Ladley missed a dart at ball and has now taken out 37 to knock out Tevin Painter. So Tevin Painter is out with a 6 feet and was in total control of that lead, missing 6 match darts.
Well, the artist has departed, but Raymond van Barneveld, averaging 105, is in control right now. Despite Martin Schindler's 9-dart leg, Barney is on the rampage here. Takes tops in 1 to lead 3-1, both averaging well over ton. See Gob in the bottom there, busy number crunching.
Alan Suter is 1 result away from confirming his tour card.
What result does Alan Suter need?
Anything. Any of a Joe Mernon loss, an Eddie Lovely loss, a John Brown or a John Worsley loss, Gavin Carlin loss, an Andrew Gilding loss, a Brett Claydon loss, an Andy Jenkins loss, a Lee Evans loss, a Jason Askew or anybody below 2 points, unable to finish runner-up, and the winner to come from way back in the field, starting on 1 point. He's basically there. The winner of the day has to come from 1 point or below, or 2 points or below. The runner-up has to be 2 points or below as well from the day.
Did you say Andy Jenkins?
Lee Evans. Yeah. Is he out?
Andy Jenkins.
5-3 down. A Jim Williams win here.
5-3 up against Andy Jenkins.
A Jim Williams win,
Jim Williams,
I think,
81.
confirms Alan Suter's tour card.
On it 34, Jenkins 1-2-4. Jim Williams was 5-0 up in this one. It's coming back now for 47 to wrap this one up. Derek Coulson beats Jose Martes 6-3 in the last 64. Jim Williams 47. No. Only 15 stored. Misses 2 at 16s. Andy Jenkins 5-0 behind. Got an opportunity here, 68, to bring this back to 5-4. Andy Jenkins misses dart at a double. Jim Williams double 16 to wrap this up. This leads include a 180, 140 for Jim Williams and tated out 16 dart lead. Jim Williams beats Andy Jenkins 6-3.
I've also got the battle of bar 501 open. Mark Durbridge is leading John Brand 5-3 at the moment. John Brand in a strong position to bring it back to 5-4 in the battle of bar 501. But God, that result, does that do it?
I think so, purely because John Worsley and John Brown are on the same board and they would both need a last 16 in order to knock out Alan Suter, and that would be on leg difference as well. And that provides that Mernon makes the last 32, Eddie Lovely, Gavin Carlin, and Andrew Gilding all make the last 16. Brett Claydon makes the last 8. Lee Evans makes the last 4. The runner-up comes from 2 or less points, and the winner comes from 2 or less points as well.
I was going to say it's done. Suter is there. Congratulations. Breaking news. Alan Suter, you have now officially got your PDC tour card. It has been confirmed. You have gone dark green. Gob was calculating it, but it's there. Alan Suter has done it. Congratulations to him. It's all going on, gents. It's all going on.
It is. And all right, I'm going back to Europe because Michael Rastovich is up against it. He's on one still in contention, order merit, but he's 4-2 down to the already qualified Boris Koltsov. Rusty Jake Rodriguez is 2-all with Christian Kiss. That's a massive one for those two. Rusty Jake was 14th on the order of merit at the start of play. Let's see where he sits before this one. Rusty Jake is currently 11th on the order of merit. Roby John, around ahead, is currently 1 behind him on 12th. That is still a possibility. Adam Gaulas, he's on 5 points. A win would put him into the provisional top 8 over Owen Rolos. He's 2-1 up. Robert Marianovic after his victory, is also 1 point away from 6 that would put Luke Peters down.
Big moments here. Raymond van Barneveld was looking like he was going to get broken back. Schindler had carved out an opportunity, left on a double. Barney 76, last starting hand to hold and go 4-2 in front. Also, Gob, your hero has jumped up in the chat room. Oh, Suter, we love you. He's there. He's calling his boy in.
Mr. Tizzle. We do. I backed him for the first 2 days to get that outright. He looked every bit a tour card holder, as much as you can at Q-School. He's been superb, fully deserved over the 10 days. Suits gets over the line. Superb from him all week.
Tiz has been on the bandwagon since stage 1.
Owen Rolos has just leveled up against Adam Gaulas. That's 2 each. Rusty Jake 3-2 up against Christian Kiss, fighting to potentially see his brother in the final. Neil Zonnevel, Patrick Bullen getting underway. Patrick Bullen is one of those that would need to win outright. He is still down in 36th spot on the order merit. He is on 2 points. Him and Owen Rolos would both need wins outright to pick up their tour card. And they're the only two that can still do it that way.
Potential big result in terms of the order of merit from the UK. Mark Dudbridge has won the Battle of Bar 501, taking out 104 to beat John Brown 6-4. John Brown can get no further points today, so he is stuck on 5 points.
He is, and as are Chaz Barstow and Martin Thomas. The advantage for John Brown is he has a better leg difference than the other two. I, however, don't think 5 points will be enough. I think they will need 6. I think if anybody's going to go on a run today that would get them to 5 points, either way, I think the leg difference would make them more superior over those 3. They are all very much on the cusp.
Well, I look at Jason Askew perched on 18.
We've just got someone.
We've got a few games, but he's plus 11 is the key point.
Just
Go on, Lee.
Andrew Dilden has just won his name 6-3.
So he's just jumped above them all because he goes on to 6 points.
So that'll now move him on to 6.
That jumps him straight up. Darren Beveridge is out. That's a big, big loss for that one against Sean McDonald. Sean McDonald tuned into the stream, said hello to us on Twitter a few times. Keep going, Sean. His averages have been superb this week. Been one of the players that has been consistently in the high 90s. Hasn't quite got the results-wise, but still in contention. Shane McGurk, Matt Ward, if you're still watching, still listening, your man's just won 6-2 over David Area, moves into the last 32. And Scott Mitchell absolutely flying. Scotty Dog on the final day after that little bit of a revolution yesterday. 2 tough draws to open, still in contention. Schindler has leveled up at 4 apiece. He was 4-2 down to Raymond van Barneveld. He's broken back and we are level. And Koltsov won away against Michael Rastovitz. He's 5-3 up.
It's all going on.
Some very, very big games warming up in the UK as well. Jason Ashley is about to get against Kevin McDine. Jim Williams is taking on Richard North. Andrew Gilden and Adrian Gray. John Worsley versus Mark Dudbridge. Danny Baggish has got Michael Barnard, former Challenge Tour, Order of Merit #1. Richie Burnett still in the hunt against the Mirrorman. Simon Stevenson. Kevin Thomas against Eddie Lovely. Brett Claydon against Shane McGurk. They are some very, very tasty fixtures indeed.
100%.
I think we need to nominate somebody in the UK for. I think we need a UK klaxon. We need to pick someone and go with them for the rest of the day as well. We're not hearing enough klaxons.
Yeah, we can do that. But Martin Schindler.
In the chat room, one name. Martin Schindler's 5-4 down.
I was going to say, he's 5-4 down, averaging 104.
Barney averaging a ton. If we were going to sit here and question his commitment to get back on the tour. He's already got his card and he's putting up an absolute scrap. He will want revenge here, won't he? After Schindler beat him on day 2. Is it 2?
Yeah, yes. Day 2.
Barney with the throw in this last leg, but it's taking forever. Hang on. Dart Connect had Barney leading 5-4. It's now back at 4 each with Schindler opening the leg with a 180. What is going on?
I've got Barney 5-4. Barney's got 140, 134, 140 on throw here to win.
I'll have a quick refresh. I've got that too now. We've got 87 left after 9 darts. Schindler back on 260. Treble 17 for double 18 for Barney. And mine's just jumped back to 4 each again. What is going on with Dart Connect? Not now.
Mine's just jumped back to 4 each as well. What is going on?
I don't know. Barney's hit 35 to leave 52. Schindler 140 to leave Shanghai. 120. 52 for Barney to win the match. Dart Connect playing silly buggers with us while we're on the stream.
Barney's won on mine.
The joys of technology. Barney beats Schindler according to Lee's screen.
6-4.
He doesn't.
Barney wins 6-4. Up the chat room.
15 to 52 in 3.
I'll tell you
Lovely.
what.
Barney
beat
beat
6-4.
Schindler.
100 plays, 103.
Best game of the day so far. Martin Schindler hits a 9, but wasn't enough.
Easily.
Boris Koltsov won away from beating Michael Rastovitz.
And that's big for the order of merit again, because Rastovitz was sat on 17th. Where is he now? He's in 14th. He's on 5 points. Wouldn't be enough to dislodge Luke Peters. That one's updated. Let me refresh that once again. Schindler finishes on 10 points.
Do you reckon whoever was on Darts Connect was a Barney fan? He was having a bit of a disco with the buttons.
Hey! Boris Koltsov beats Michael Rastovitz 6-4. Rastovitz is out. He finishes on 5 points.
Scott Mitchell beats Graham Usher 6-1. Can't see final score. My Darts Connect is also playing up, but it's come on the home stream that Scott Mitchell was averaging 96 before this leg. I did 180, 140, and then it's froze at that point. But I can see that Scott Mitchell has won 6-1. Finishes with an average of 100. I think he was around 99 last time, 97. Scott Mitchell is certainly on the charge, Mr. Bars.
Called it. Fancy Scotty Dog today.
Bit tired of break for me, though.
Christian Kist back at 4-all.
I believe Neil Zondervan is about to go dark green.
Oh.
Kist, Roloffs and Bullen all have to go all the way. They cannot get to 7 points. Roby John can if he makes the last 2, as can Marjanovic. Rusty Jake and Adam Gaulas would have to make the last 4. Unterbuchner can no longer, can jump ahead of him with a last 4 as well. Can't have 5 of those things happen because 2 of them would have to lose in the last 4 and one of them lose in the last 2. I believe Neil Zonneveld has a tour card. I am waiting for it to go dark green before we confirm that, but I believe Neil Zonneveld is there.
Claxon for another tour card. We think. Obviously, Darts Connect, Darts rankings won't update until the match is finished. But we think that Neil Zonneveld has made an instant return to the PDC Tour. And now Luke Peters is going to be sweating because Gaulas, Marjanovic, and the Rodriguez brothers are firmly up his backside.
Yeah, not only that, Gaulas 4-2 up on Owen Roelofs. Roelofs is one of the 3 outsiders that would have to go all the way. Patrick Bullen also trailing 2-1, and Christian Kiss locked in at 4 each. If those 3 were to fall, everybody would still be in contention to win it outright and via the order of merit. Kiss, Roelofs, and Bullen all know what that's at the start of the day. They have to win the day's play. And I hate to say it, boys, but with the form that we've seen a certain Dutchman in, I don't see anybody else win at the minute.
Also, God, 1 game warming up on board 2. This could have a huge impact on the order of merit. Boris Koltsov against Mikhail Unterbuchner.
Yeah, a big leg difference loss for Unterbuchner could put him in a world of troubles. Currently +3 better than John Michael. If he loses 6-2 or worse, he is in trouble. 6-3, and he would be ahead of John Michael on legs 1. They're currently level on legs 1, and he's +3 leg difference better off. So a 6-3 loss, and they drop down to +12 each, but Unterbuchner will have won 51 legs. So he would stay above John Michael. 6-2 loss for Unterbuchner or worse, and John Michael jumps back up above Unterbuchner. Also, how on earth I've missed this, Roby John Rodriguez, we spoke about his ceiling. He averaged 106.1 in beating Kenny Nyans in the top 16.
I'll tell you what, there's that much going on. It is absolutely unreal. Absolute bonkers. What is going on here? What is occurring? What game was I looking at a minute ago? I haven't scrolled down enough. Jason Askew, the man that was on the move, is in a bit of trouble. He trails Kevin McDime by 3.
Yeah, massive down this, both of which are on 3 points. So, obviously need a few more wins, whoever gets through this one. But in real trouble here. Both scoring around 90, but McDine taking opportunities when they've come to him. Also, other one I'm looking at is Joe Mernon. So, Joe Mernon is currently on 6 points. Obviously, we've got 4 through already on the order of merit. Joe Mernon to come through that one, then he would be on 7, the same as Alan Suter, but would have a difference less. So I'm sure Dob would be able to tell me if a Joe Mernon win would be enough for him. But currently 4 apiece now with Scott Williams.
Yeah, Joe Mernon would put him on 7 points. So Suter's been confirmed on 7. I'm going to say that you get to 7, you are there. Interestingly, Christian Kist has just beaten Roby John, or is that the previous leg? What is going on with that one? Why has that jumped back to 4 apiece? I know full well that one was 5 each. Kist has
Rusty
got
Jake.
so Roby John or Rusty Jake. Rusty Jake missed 6 match to hearts in the leg before. Kist pinged it back to 5 each, and then he takes out a 14-dart leg. Christian Kist is out. The RJR Derby in the final is still on.
So what, if it's the RJR Derby in the final, we're having a steward's inquiry.
What boards are they on?
That's why I have a Darts Connect update. And with that result, Gob, Luke Peters is now sweating. He needs Boris Koltsov or Raymond van Barneveld to win because Rusty Jake has leapfrogged him.
Yes, he does. I'm just trying to run the numbers on Neil Zonneveld. I believe he is there. It hasn't gone dark green as yet.
Adam Gaulas
can go ahead with a win. Rusty Jake, the last 4.
Adam Gaulas also on the brink of victory against Owen Roloff. Wow. Gaulas, I'll tell you what, Darts Connector's having an absolute mare today.
Yeah, same here. Same
Yes,
here.
it is. Gaulas wins. He moves on to 6 points.
So Gaulas
Ruby John's
advances.
got a long time to wait around now.
Yeah. Warming up. Boris Koltsov against Mikhail Unterbuchner. Robert Marjanovic against Rusty Jake Rodriguez. I'll tell you what, it's all going on now.
5. There's only 4 can happen.
Darts rankings hasn't quite updated yet.
It's not there yet. So 4 things can still happen that would push Zonneveld out, although he is 3-1 up at the minute. Unterbuchner would need to win. He can't go above him on 7 points on leg difference. Gaulas has just moved on to 6 points. He would need to win in the next round. Rusty Jake Rodriguez, he would need to win in the next round. And Marjanovic would need to go to the last 2, as would Roby John Rodriguez. The fact Rusty Jake and Robert Marjanovic means that only 4 of those scenarios are possible. If that gets down to just 3, Neil Zonneveld is in.
I was going to say, and as it stands, Adam
Gaulas
Gaulas
wins this match.
Adam Gaulas has jumped above Rusty Jake on leg difference. So as it stands, Adam Gaulas is in that 8th spot.
Just a result from UK. Joel Mernon, who's currently 5th, is now out. Lost to Stock Williams 6-4. Will remain in 5th place at the moment. So finished his 4 days on 6 points with a +7. Will that be enough?
I was going to say as well, Danny Baggish, 2-1 up on Michael Bernard. Can he do it again? Can Baggish do the impossible in stage 1 and stage 2? Jason Askew back to 3-2 against Kevin McDine. Jim Williams, 2-1 up on Richard North. It's all ticking along. John Worsley, Mark Durbridge underway.
Oh.
Big game there as well. Adrian Gray taking the opener against Andrew Gilding. But Lee, what have you got for us?
Kevin McDine has just taken out a 1-2-9. Just one a finish, but Kevin McDine takes out a 1-2-9. So McDine is now 4-2 in front. At the same time, I didn't see exactly what it was, but Badish took out a ton plus check out as well, and he's 3-1 up on Michael Barnard.
Yeah, someone asked in the chat room, Luke Peters, I don't understand the translation, but Luke Peters now cannot qualify, correct, Gob?
False. There is still hope. If Rusty Jake loses in this round with a significant leg difference loss, Peters would move above him again. And if the winner comes from somebody already in the top 8, he can sneak back into the top 8. It's a very slim chance, but I think Peters is still alive.
However, he needs Rachel Riley to come to his rescue. Genuine question, though, guys, right? And not for 1 minute do I ever think they would. But if it is the RJR final, Gob, and the result goes the way that they both get through, questions will be asked regardless, won't it?
Pretty much. But you telling me you wouldn't?
I'm just asking the question.
100% questions will be asked, but what you can do about it, I There's
Do
a
you
very
think that
fine
they
line between match fixing and lack of intent from a certain player.
No, there's not. In that situation, there's not. There's no line. If you
There
don't
is.
try, you're match fixing. Sorry. If you know what's at stake and you don't give it your all, there's no line. However, do we think that the players will know the scenarios before they play?
There is a chance they're both there by that point anyway, if they're meeting in the final. Rusty Jake will already be on 8 points. 8 is enough to get you over the line. Roby John, by making the final, will be on 7 and have won 2 more games. So his leg difference from this point might be that much more significant that he's already over the line anyway, even with a 6-0 loss. So it might be completely irrelevant. Obviously, they do still have to get that far. Barney's still in contention. Boris Koltsov 2-1 up against Inter Buchner. Can't write Niels Zonneveld off. Like, there is still chances for this. Chat room looking like I'm reading the numbers wrong because of leg difference. Peters looks like he is 100% out because it is Rusty Jake versus Marjanovic. One of them will... A win for Rusty Jake puts him on 7 points. Gaulas can't be caught with a loss of leg difference, and a win for Marjanovic would put him above Peters as well. Luke Peters is 100% out. We're looking Niels Zonneveld 4-2 up against Patrick Bullen. That result would 100% secure him his tour card. Currently averaging 82 in doing so in his 4-2 lead. Wants 150 for leg number 7. Lee's got his finger raised. What you got, Lee?
Result here. Kevin McDine has beat Jason Askew 6-2. Coming into this game, both of which points. So Kevin McDine will now move up to 4. Just putting the difference on, plus 12. That will move into 15th place. So Kevin McDine, a couple of wins away, I would say, but that will put him on 4 points anyway. 4 points plus 12. Currently 13th place, obviously, which everyone is aiming for. 13th place is Chaz Barstow with 5 points and a plus 5. Kevin McDine move up to 15th with that win.
Niels Zonneveld's taking that 94 to go 1 away. Scotty Mitchell, yes.
Currently on 3 points, but his leg difference is huge. If he gets to
Plus
5,
10, yeah.
maybe 5, 6 points, he may not need to win outright today, depending on others, obviously. But
no, I agree.
Mitchell.
It could do, although there's not that many names up further ahead. So the leg difference will be massive for him. There is still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players on 5 points currently in the provisional spots already. Yeah, 2 more wins would put him on 5 with a better leg difference than he's on already, which would immediately put him above Barstow, above John Brown, who are both already out. Brett Claydon still in the hunt. Eddie Lovely and Gavin Carlin, who are also on 5, are still playing at the minute as well. Jason Askew would only need to make the round before Scott Mitchell. Oh, no, he's just fallen, hasn't he? Askew has just gone. Need to refresh this one. Yeah, that leg difference could be massive. I think now that 6 points and a good leg difference is going to get you in the UK. I don't think enough people will make it to 7. I think somebody will cling on by 6. At that point, if it comes down to averages, I've been saying it all from the start, I will cry.
Yeah, just a quick one in the chat room. People asking about the not trying. Stinger being tugged by it, on about Mickey Mansell getting fined for not playing his best at the Worlds. I was there, that game against Jim Long. Believe me, the fine was correct, but the wording from the DRA was very poor, shall we say.
Yeah.
If you just saw what we'd have seen, obviously I can't go into it too much, but 100% it was right, but wrong wording from the DRA. Someone asking about Sean Fisher. Apparently he failed COVID protocol this morning, had a very high temperature when they were checked entering, so wasn't allowed to play. And someone just said they follow Darts Rankings, not the guy doing the maths on the stream. However, Darts Rankings doesn't update until the end of each game, so the guy doing the maths is getting it quicker than Darts Rankings. And Darts Rankings doesn't work out. And Darts Rankings doesn't work out averages on catback.
That one too. Although I haven't even looked at them yet.
Well, I'm saying we know the formula behind Darts Rankings. It doesn't work out averages.
Correct. If it comes down to it later on, we're going to be scrambling around. Or I'm just going to go straight to Twitter because there are guys far better at that than I am.
Oh, the averages will be on Twitter within seconds. There's some absolute superb guys. All right, people are talking about it in the chat room. Yes, correct. Mickey Mansell was fine because he was absolutely smashed on stage and pretty much fell off the stairs during one of the outbreaks. So it was poor wording from the DRA. So I wasn't going to say it, but it's already there. Yeah, the fine was correct. The wording of not trying your hardest was poor because he probably was trying his hardest, but just was struggling to see. And by the way, Jim Long was just as bad, but held it in better.
EU going at various different paces. People sat around waiting to play. Again, some are further ahead than the other. I'm concentrating on the Zonneveld-Bullen match. Zonneveld 5-3 up. Bullen with the darts in leg number 9. Currently sat on 302, just a 60. One more leg for Zonneveld, and he is 100% a tour card holder with a win. Could still get that on leg difference where he sat at the minute, but this one will 100% see him over the line.
Richard North levels up with Jim Williams.
UK Sam Tankett has just beat David Ledley. Sorry, just beat David Ledley 6-4. Badish is 4-3 up on my thought. Barnard and Simon Stevenson is 5-3 up against Richie Burnett. Was 5-1. Can Burnett pull it back? Yes, Phil. Sorry, mate.
I was about to say North levels, and Nathan says, "Is there an official person who will make that call if it happens?" Are you on about what happens in the potential final? If so, yes, there'll be very well-respected, trained PDC officials in Niedernhausen, mate. It'll be marked by an official as well. So,
oh my God, Niels Zonneveld has just fired in a 180 to leave himself on 32. Patrick Bullen needs 100 to win leg 9 and stay in the hunt outright. That's the only way that he can win the match, and only hit 60. Niels Zonneveld has 3 in hand, 4 double 16. 1 leg away from 100% confirming his tour card. And he takes it in 3 darts. Niels Zonneveld, the 5th man to guarantee his tour card, at least via the Order of Merit in Europe today. And then there were 3.
Then there were 3 spots left on the Order of Merit. Tugboat says, do you see a lot of players who play on the stage under the influence in brackets? Do you think as a professional should be stamped out? Most of them are very, very good, mate. Most of them you wouldn't even know is the thing. Now, it's a different culture than what it was 10, 15 years ago. I a lot of the youngsters coming through, it is their job. It's what they do for a living. So it is becoming less and less. The old school ones, it's hard to change them once they're in that habit. They've grown up doing it, and it's come through. But the younger players coming through are getting better and better at it. And you very rarely know on the stage. It's just the odd one when they misjudge.
I'll tell you what, boys, the UK Order of Merit is about to get very, very messy. Brett Claydon finds himself 5-2 down to Shane McGurk. Jim Williams trailing 5-4 to Richard North. Gavin Carlin 4-2 down to Matt Jackson. There was another couple of names I've seen in there. Eddie Lovely 5-2 over Kevin Thomas. Michael Barnard 5-3 down to Danny Baggage. These names. Simon Stevenson 5-3 up on Richie Burnett. This is about to make some massive swings. Did I see Worsley is he's 4-1, John Worsley 4-1 down to Mark Dubbridge as well. They're all about to have a massive, massive swing. A lot of those names I've just mentioned are all in the provisional spots via the Order of Merit. Losing opens up their spot massively, or potentially brings down the number of points you need for a tour card. Good news for the likes of Jim McEwen, Kevin McDine, Scott Mitchell, Scott Williams, Derek Colson and Peter Hudson in the chasing pack. The guys in the provisional spots are losing, and the number of points now needed to overtake them is decreasing.
Yeah.
Stevenson beats Burnett 6-3. Badish coming 61 here to beat Michael Barnard 6-3 as well. So 2 of those results in. Stevenson's in against Burnett. Badish is in as well. So Danny Badish on the charge. Can he do it?
Michael Unterbuchner has won the 3 legs that stopped him from dropping below John Michael. So he cannot be caught by him. Adam Gaulas can catch him. Rusty Jake Rodriguez can catch him. And Robert Maranovic or Roby John Rodriguez can catch him as well. Boris Karlsson 5-4 up on Unterbuchner. And Rusty J. Rodriguez 2-1 up against the German Robert Marjanovic. Marjanovic is on 5 points at the minute, looking like 7 will be the cutoff with a good leg difference in Europe. So he needs this one and one more. The RJR Derby is still on.
It is. So in Europe, 5 spots are confirmed. Lendl thinks, I think Unterbuchner is confirmed. Is that right, Gob?
He's confirmed he can't fall below John Michael. Gorlas against Roby John. Gorlas can still get to 7 with a better leg difference, as can Rusty Jake. And no, he's not confirmed yet. Gorlas, Rusty Jake, or Robert Maranovic and Roby John can all get above him.
What have you got for us, Lee?
Brett Clyden, who's currently 10th in the Order of Merit, has just lost 6-2 to Shane McGurk. So Brett Clyden will still stay in there, but has now only got a +7, which is the same as John Brown and Davin Tarlin before these games. But Davin Tarlin also finds himself 5-2 down.
Yeah, I'm seeing in the chat, Jim Williams has survived match starts against Richard North, Gilding 5-1 up. Dubbridge 5-1 up as well on John Worsley. That Order of Merit is about to look very, very messy indeed in the UK.
100%.
Unterbuchner and Koltsov have gone to a deciding leg. The win for Unterbuchner would guarantee him a spot.
Defeat wouldn't. 100% Raven effect. Josh asked, do all players drink? No, not all of them.
Just the good ones. Andrew Gilding is 20 points away from a tour card, by the way, gents. He leads 5-1 over Adrian Gray, wants double 10. 6-1 would see him move to 7 points, which is already confirmed Alan Suter. I think that means Gilding will get over the line as well. And he only scores 10. Adrian Gray wants 90. Comeback has to start somewhere.
Matt Jackson just missed match start against Davin Tarlin to win 6-2. Tarlin's coming back Jim Williams wraps that up with a 120 finish to beat Richard North 6-5.
And Adrian Gray takes leg number 7. He does check out the 90. Still in the hunt. Needs 4 legs in a row. Back to Europe. Unterbuchner wants 62 for the match against Koltsov. That would secure him his card. And only scores 30. 1-2-6 from Koltsov. Can he break the German's heart?
Huge win for Mark Dubridge.
Barzy, while we're waiting.
Well, I tee it up. Gob, huge win. Mark Dubridge, 6-1. We'll come on to that in a minute. But you know what's coming. We come back and Lee's had his head in his hands. Barney's on, but Lee, what have you got?
Me too.
Davin Tarlin has missed 3 darts. And to save the day, Matt Jadson has just beaten him 6-2. So that will have an impact. Davin Tarlin currently 12th in the order of merit. Dob.
Koltsov has just beaten Unterbuchner. From that 1-2-6, I said to break his heart. He missed the balls. I hit 25. Unterbuchner 3 in hand at double 16. No scores. All 3 must have been on the outside of the wire. And Koltsov returns to take out the 25 in 2. It would take a lot from here for Unterbuchner to not get over the line. But as it stands, he is not there yet. There are 4 spots available, presuming that the player, because of where the player comes in now, and he is top of those. 4 more can jump above him.
Unterbuchner has gone dark green on Darts Connect, on Darts Ranking.
How?
If you also switch to the UK, we've also got more people who've done dark green. Maffers, Andrew Dilden and John Worsley have all done dark green in the UK. And Eddie Lovely is 5-3 up against Kevin Thomas. Eddie Lovely's now coming back for double 16. Tatey House, he wins 6-3. That will move him on to 6 points and above some of the people who are already in dark green. So for me, that would be enough for Eddie Lovely as well.
Jonathan Worsley's got slightly
Andrew
fortunate there.
Gilding. I said he was 10, 20 points away from a tour card 2 legs ago. And Adrian Gray has since taken out 90 and then 140 to ping it back to 5-3. Gilding with the throw in leg 9 has just opened up 180. This leg will secure him a tour card.
He's already got one, Gob. He's gone dark green on Darts Rankings.
He's already got one, Dob.
God. On leg difference. Brilliant.
Gilding has got one. So has Jonathan Worsley.
Holy. That must be because of the draws on the boards. Okay, the RJR derby is under threat. Robert Marjanovic leads Rusty Jake 4-2.
Andrew Dilden's on the 9. 5-3 up, back-to-back 180s. Just 65. As I got there, just 65. Left 76. Obviously, he won't know he's done enough. But he's 5-3 up. And only 76 points away from a 6-3 win.
Nathan Gervin trails Liam Meek 4-3. Matty Dennant in trouble. But Danny Baggish, can he do it again? Scott Mitchell into the last 16.
Gilding 40 points away from the match in this one, knocking out Adrian Gray. And Adrian Gray gone.
It's not really a surprise. He's not really done it.
Rusty Jake Rodriguez has just turned down the bullseye for a big fish to level up. Marjanovic just sat on 202. Rodriguez scores 1-3 and then goes inside on the double 16, offering the chance of the 102 to Marjanovic. Should he have gone for the ball?
Guys, we did the Barney Klaxon.
And the 102 goes. Rusty Jake Rodriguez must be kicking himself. He turned down a dart at the bullseye from the 170, opting to set up double 16, misses 3 darts at it going inside to leave 16, and Robert Marjanovic takes out 202 in 6 darts to lead 5-3.
If you want it though, guys, we'll have it. Lee, your boy's gone.
Yeah, Matt lost 6-3 to Jamie Clark. Denon just on 200. Clark was on double 10. Matt hit 180 to leave double 10, but Clark took it out first start, 16 dart lead. So not the year for Matt Denon to that taught hard, but Clark with a 6-3 win.
Places now few and far between in the EU.
They are, and one might be decided very quickly. Marjanovic wants 156 for the match. He's got 6 darts here as a minimum. Just 59, leaves 97. Rusty Jake Rodriguez back on 270. Just to 60. Another 6 minimum for Marjanovic from 97. .57 leaves top, sets it up nicely. Rusty Jake needs at least a 2 treble visit to put some pressure on here. Just a 58 himself. Marjanovic, plenty of time here. Wants double top for 6-3 win. And he takes it in 1 dart. Where does that put him? I think that puts him above Rusty Jake into 9th.
The conspiracy theories can now breathe
difference.
Sigh of relief. The RJR final has gone. Barney currently 1-1 with Zonneveld, but he's manufacturing a break opportunity here. 180, 140, 96 to leave 85 after 9 on the Zonneveld throw. Zonneveld 121 to leave 102, but Barney 85 for an early break of throw. Misses, sets up tops. Don't know if he missed darts or not, can't tell, but Zonneveld 102 to save his skin. Always missed darts. Barney.
Yeah, why then?
And
John Michael has gone dark green. He is safe. There is a 2-spot shootout between 3 players going on right now. Adam Gorlas, Robert Marjanovic, and Roby John Rodriguez are competing to be in spots 8 and 9 as it stands, because the winner will definitely come from the order of merit at the minute. Marjanovic, the man on the bubble, but Roby John trails 1-0 to Adam Gorlas.
Barney scored beautifully in this leg. Both players have since missed doubles. Barney gets over the line, made a hash of the finishing, but scoring did enough. Gaulas, an early break of throw as well. this could be a disastrous couple of minutes for the Rodriguezes. So, Gob, if Gaulas wins this game,
Yep.
it's done.
Roby John is out, yeah, and that is it. And then it's just whoever wins outright and the rest get their order of merit. Roby John would not be able to catch Robert Marianovich.
Yeah, so we are coming towards the end of the day in Europe, where it's quite simple. If Adam Gaulas wins this game, Q-School in Niedernhausen is done. It's just a matter of pride, who wins one outright and who gets them on the order of merit. But big, big times are coming. If Gaulas loses this game, can he still...
Depend on the legs.
Yeah, it's going to come down to leg difference.
If Gaulas loses this game, he would fall below Robert Marianovich. Well, not necessarily. That's 16 and 18. It all depends on the scoreline between Gaulas and Roby John for us to be able to call anything. And Robert Marianovich's scoreline in the next round as well. Because if he takes an absolute tonkin, then Roby John Gaulas can still overtake him. But Roby John would have to win this match.
Yeah, 100%. Danny Baggish underway. Again, it's a huge couple of hours for the gambler. He's left it all until the last when he rolls the dice. Will they come up trumps? But again, spaces in the UK order of merit are running out as well. Only 5 spots up for grabs.
Yeah, big game here between Peter Hudson and Stott Williams. Peter Hudson is 5-3 in front. Missed opportunities in the last leg to wrap this up. Both of these players are on 3 points, so whoever wins this will move up to 4. Peter Hudson in a good position now with 1-2-7. Williams on 1-1-4. Another big down that's underway as well. Tol Wilkinson and Jim Medowin. Jim Medowin is on 4 points on +11. So a win here, let's just say if it was 6-5 and just edges it, he would move on to 5 and +12. That would move him above everyone else who is currently in those spots. So a very big 15 minutes here for Jim, but he finds himself 2-0 down at the moment against Tol Wilkinson.
It's all interesting. Barney was 3-1 to the goods. Zonabel's pulled a leg back.
He has. And I'm just looking at the last 8 matchups. Sorry. No. The last 4 matchups and the way it could potentially go. Marianovich plays the winner of Van Barneveld and Zonneveld. He could be confirmed before the end, before he even picks up a dart. The other way round, a win for Roby John and leg difference is going to take a massive part of the next calculations. For Roby John and leg difference is going to take a massive. Kevin McDine and Jim McEwen, they are borderline jumping into the provisional order of merit because of their leg differences.
Tugboat says, what are we going to occupy our days with when this is over? Don't worry, we've still got plenty of content coming your way, guys. That's why you need to hit that subscribe button, turn notifications on so you don't miss anything with us.
Peter Hudson has just beat Stott Williams 6-4. So that will move Peter Hudson up to 4 points as well. And Cole Wilkinson has just missed started though 3-0 up against Jim Madoin. And he takes it. So back to 2-1 here. Badish is 2-0 up in his game. Tevin Darcy is 3-1 up on Simon Stevenson. Matt Jackson is 1-0 up on John. Darren Johnson is 1-0 up on Eddie Lovely. Eddie Lovely is already guaranteed. He's interestingly, only one of 2 players left who are in the top 13. Both the 2 that are left are guaranteed in the building, and Eddie Lovely. Everyone else left in the UK field is currently below that 13th place.
It's all ticking along. Barney's been pulled back to 3 apiece. Just waiting. Scott Mitchell warming up against Scott McDonald. All eyes on Scotty Dog, mainly because I fancied him to get through today.
Just seeing a comment that Roby John can't go above Gaulas in leg difference. He can't now, not now it's gone 3-1. At 2-1 it was still possible. At 3-1, a win here would not put Roby John over Gaulas on leg difference. And it would still be all to play for leg difference wise with the last 4.
Warming up in the UK, we took. Go on, Phil.
Go on, Lee. No, go on, mate.
I was just going to say, warming up in the UK, we currently have Tevin McDine, who is sitting 15th, playing Peter Hudson, who is sitting 18th, warming up in the last 16 games. So whoever wins that will move on to 5, and that win would move them into the order of merit for whoever comes through that day.
Not only that, it would put them top of the people that don't have a card secured at the minute on leg difference. They're both for McDine. It would. Hudson would be dependent on the margin
Hudson's
of victory.
win,
But a win for McDine would put him up to 10th spot on the order of merit. Neil Zonneveld is 4-3 up on Raymond van Barneveld. Is the big Dutchman going to miss out on winning a day overall once again? We've been saying how quality he's been all week, and now he's been head and shoulders above the field. He won the final day of stage 1 to qualify and hasn't won outright on stage 2 yet, obviously. It's currently 4-3 down, but it is on throw.
Again, thank you very much in the chat room, everyone. It's been our pleasure. Craig says there's a tour card to be confirmed, but who's Chris Kamara? Is there? What? Missed that one.
Not yet.
But guys, thank you. You've made it as well by watching along with us. It's been superb, but we're not done yet. We have still got a good couple of hours of darting drama as Barney levels at 4 apiece. Good game this. Barney averaging 97 again. He has been Mr. Consistent.
He has with his average. He's been superb. It's just, can he get over the line in these games where someone really chucks it back at him? And that's the question that's got to be asked of him now that he's back on the Pro Tour. If somebody starts giving it back at him, can he compete? Can he go deep? And has he still got the belief that he can win those games? Because that will be the difference.
Well, we'll find out shortly. There's a Super Series on the horizon. Sorry, Brad, I can't read that one out. Scott Mitchell underway as well. Danny Baggish, 3 to the good. Can he do it again? What a story this would be for Danny Baggish. He did it on the last day of stage 1. Can he? Can he do it on the last day of stage 2? Time will tell. As all these games are starting, we are going to go for a quick 20-second ad break. We'll be back on the other side of it. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us. As always, welcome along. Q-School Daily here at Online Darts. Phil Bars joined by Jack Gubby Garwood and Lee Boyce. Remember, hit that like button if you like what you're seeing, and that big red subscribe button that you will see on our channel. We would be massively grateful if you could hit that, turn notifications on. We have got plenty coming your way, so make sure you don't miss any of the action. Barney needs to win.
Do it.
Barney needs to win 2 on the spin. Needs to hold and then break in the noble.
Miss 6 to break in the last leg as well.
Yeah, scored beautifully. So there's definitely a bug in the Darts Connect system today.
Just keeps jumping back, doesn't it?
Yeah. Johanna says Barney is done.
Adam Gaulas has just taken out a 1-3-6 to go 4-2 up on Roby Jod Rodriguez. A win for Gaulas would wrap up the tour card winners from the EU Q-School.
Yeah, going back, Johanna says Barney is done. I disagree, mate. I think over the last 10 days, he's shown that desire is back. Seen enough. I was sceptical of Barney's return. I thought it was purely money orientated. Money's probably still got a big part to do with it, but it looks as if he wants to play, and I think he'll do all right this year. I really do. Let's be fair. He's going to come into that UK as one of the low seeds. Could you imagine when the big guns come in and you get Barney first round? No one wants that.
No.
That is the absolute rabbit in the hat that you don't want.
Save match darts. So Zonnegaard wants 160 to win the match 6-4.
Unfortunately, God, the home screen changes a lot quicker than the match screen. We're going to the Noble.
Brilliant. He must have taken out that 72 for a 15-dart leg. Not yet, miles behind. Zonnegaard with the darts. Turn. Barney 85-92. 20. Barney 23 points behind against the throw.
But he's at a maximum. Oh my, Raymond van Barneveld. Lee, will come to you in a second, but we're going to be at the closing stages of this one. Johanna says Barney has a card, question mark. No, not quite sure what that means, mate.
I think it's the language barrier. It's the way they ask, has he got one already? Yeah, Barney does have a card already.
Yeah. If that's the case, then he has, yeah.
Yeah.
Raymond van Barneveld. 144.
94.
That's my Dart Connect throws a wobble.
104. Barney wants 50 for the match.
Barney has missed match start
Friday.
I think Zonneveld's taken out 104.
No
I
idea.
think Neil Zonneveld's taken out 104 to beat Raymond Barneveld. Darts Connect is horrendous. In the chat room, can you let us know, is anyone else, is Dart Connect, when you go into the actual game, absolutely horrendous? Yeah, 104 from Zonneveld was right. He's taking it out. But Darts Connect is having an absolute mare. It's just gone back and told me Tom at 85. But Lee, you had something in the UK for us.
Yeah, so there's 3 players currently sitting on 4 points. McDoyne and Hudson who meet each other and now warming up. The other one being Jim Medewin. He's currently 5-2 behind. Reason I had my head in my hands is because Tom Wilkinson had missed a big fish to take the 5-2 lead. However, was given an opportunity to come back and take that out. So, Jim Medewin Doles, you will have 2 players left on 4 points who meet each other in the last 16. Obviously, we've still got some to come who are a bit lower down. We have a handful of players who are on 3 points, but it could certainly get very interesting around them 2 players who were sitting in 10th with John Brown and Rhett Clayton, who are both out today, both on 5 points, both on +7, and both on 44 leads won.
Yeah, everyone's got
Gaulas has won 6-2. Gaulas has won 6-2. I think that means Roby John cannot jump into the top 9. Gaulas and Robert Marjanovic are guaranteed a tour card, and they are just playing down to a winner today. Even if Marjanovic loses 6-0, he'll only drop to a +10 leg difference. Number 10 on the order of merit is on +9. I believe everybody in the EU still in. Yes, they've all gone dark green. Marjanovic and Gaulas take the last 2 tour cards. The EU has produced all 12 of its names that will join the PDC Tour. They are Gert de Vos, Gert Nenchez, Florian Hempel, Boris Koltsov, Martin Schindler, Raymond van Barneveld, Neil Zonneveld, Zoran Lurchbacher, Adam Gorlas, Michael Unterbuchner, John Michael, and Robert Marjanovic.
Yeah, chat room going off there, which is great. A lot of people saying Darts Connect is struggling. Yeah, 100%. Where is it? Someone said the score sheet on the main stage is ahead of your commentary. Yes, but can we open up the game so we can see what scores they're hitting? But it seems to be traffic overload at the moment, and it's all over the place. So we're just trying to struggle through with Darts Connect. That is struggling. But as Gob said, Europe is done and dusted. It's just a case of who wins outright bragging rights on the day. But in terms of qualification, all cards are now secured from Niedernhausen, gentlemen. So all eyes now to the Marshall Arena at Milton Keynes, where the fight is still on, but opportunities are becoming smaller, Lee.
Yeah, from a lot smaller. Like says, the game between Hudson and McDoyne has just hit off. Winner of that will move on to 5, which seems to be where you need to be for a card, and then it's all down to lead difference. And then there's a lot of players around 3 points, and obviously we're going to have a winner for today. Will that come from someone who started on 0 or had points on the board? Danny Badish is 4-2 up in his game. Jim Medewin has pulled it back now to 5-4, so still an opportunity there for someone to move on to 5 points. So certainly getting very interesting in the UK now. Just looking at the scores. Yeah, Tom Wilkinson 5-4 up. Danny Badish is 5-2 up. The rest of the games are either midway or just starting.
Scott Mitchell is behind. Bad news for Mitchell fans. Still early though. Still time to come back in the chat room now. From what's left in the UK, what would be your fairy tale story? A lot of love for Danny Baggish in there. Would it be Baggish or would it be Mitchell or someone else? Let us know. A lot of love for Flash as well. Love that, Scott. Almost time for Flash. Saviour of Darts Universe. It's been a long 10 days.
Very long 10 days. Danny Baggish 5-2 up over Derek Coulson. Scott Mitchell in trouble against Sean McDonald. Sean tuned into us a couple of times earlier in the week. Has had some superb averages throughout. That's a good game going on there. Darren Johnson, Eddie Lovely, 3 apiece as well.
Big moments here for Mitchell. He's missed a couple of darts to hold throw. Can Sean McDonald take out 108 to break and go 3-1? No, he can't. Mitchell coming back for 20. Two all. Mitchell levels up. Good game. 98, 93 averages respectively here. Craig says, how can 3 people dislike the stream? I'd say, Craig, that there are other channels out there that deliberately dislike it. It's been known, it's been seen before. If you see other videos on YouTube that were made, what other people get up to in the world of YouTube.
Gents, rather interestingly, unless Dark Connect is having an absolute mare once again, none of the last 4 games are currently warming up. And it says finals, not live darts. There is a possibility that because everybody has now secured a card, they're not going to play the last few games.
Interesting.
Oh, no, there they are. They're warming up now. My apologies. They are playing them. They're just warming up now. It just hadn't loaded yet.
God, here's one for you. Go on, Lee.
I was just going to say, in the Tevin McDine, Peter Hudson game, 12-5, Tevin McDine has missed ball for a 161 and missed ball for a 127 in the 2 legs. He is 2-0 in front, averaging 107, but Tevin McDine is absolutely flying in this one. Danny Baggish is a 5-3 in front in that one. And Jim Madoon, who needs the win to get him on to 5 points, has pulled it back from 5-2 to 5-all against Carl Wilkinson.
Gob. Here's one for you.
Yeah.
Jetsy has just put on Twitter and tagged me in it. Robert Marjanovic has won his tour card because he lost twice in round 1, while Rusty Jake Rodriguez has won all of his last 1-2-8 games. Absolute disgrace. The fact that PDC approves this countback rule, even after a review, is absolutely awful.
We knew it was going to happen. I hadn't looked into it yet, but we absolutely knew it was going to happen. Those 2 losses would have seen his leg difference tumble below. Well, Rusty Jake be far more comfortable as well. It would be interesting to see Luke Peters' 1-2-8 results as well. See if he would have been in contention. I'm going to have a look back at those now and see what he's done, because I'm convinced I remember seeing him winning some 1-2-8 games as well. He's only +2 leg difference away from Rusty Jake. Obviously, if Marjanovic goes on to win outright, completely irrelevant.
Then it's a bit different.
Luke Peters lost opening day 6-3 in the 1-2-8. Yeah, if he wins that right, completely irrelevant. But obviously, there's no pressure on him now as well. He's been confirmed, so there's a completely different mentality going into these final games now. He's already there. But as we were saying, Rusty Jake has missed out because of leg difference from the 1-2-8. Luke Peters, day 2, 164 in the top 1-2-8. So that would put him on -1 overall from his 2 things. From his first 2 rounds. In event number 3, what did he do in the 1-2-8?
Carl Wilkinson,
1-6-0.
Jim Medewin, who was on 4 points. So Jimmy Dewing cannot now qualify as he's on 4, and Danny Badish has got match starts here to win this one 6-3. Also, Tevin McDine is 3-0 up now against Peter Hudson. Tevin McDine wins this, it moves him above all the players who are currently in the order of merit who haven't already qualified. Danny Badish wins 6-3. So Danny Badish is on the charge.
A lot of love in the chat room, guys. Thank you very, very much. Nico, yeah, it would be a huge achievement if Bagish comes through the field and does it on the last day. But thank you guys for all your kind words. We will always try and make it better. We'll learn from what we've done right, what we've done wrong, and try and make it even better. Not quite sure how we do that, but we'll find a way, won't we, gentlemen?
More me. That's how we make it better. And a bigger abacus. Jim McEwen, they say he's gone. Jim McEwen is out. So that Gavin Carlin still clinging on in the provisional 13th spot at the minute. Will be interesting if Gilding or Lovely go on to win the event today as well, as that would open up another spot.
Yeah, so Davin Tarlin will drop, obviously, when the winner of McDine or Hudson win their game. However, Lovely's 5-4 up in his game, and Andrew Dilding has got 56 here to wrap this one up, 6-1. Doesn't do it this time, but he's 5-1 in front, and then it's Jamie Clark. So Tarlin will drop out when we have a winner of McDine and Hudson, but depends where we have the winner from in the field.
Genuinely can't believe the countdown rule.
Kevin McDine is now 4-0 in front against Peter Hudson.
I'm just replying to something on social media. Like, it's not like me, is it? Mitchell has turned it around. It's in control. And the fact he doesn't live far from me, so a little bit of a soft spot for Scotty Dog. Ah, friends.
Eddie Lovely beats Darren Johnson 6-4. So Eddie Lovely already confirmed as a tour card holder, but wins 6-4 and butts in place in the last 16.
Eddie stays in the hunt outright. Scott Mitchell, is he turned that around? Was he trailing to Sean McDonald? He's now 4-2 up.
He was 2-1 behind.
Yep.
Flash 2-0 up against Kevin Garcia.
Pete Hudson debts one back against Kevin McDine with a 99 checkout. But McDine, that was just a hold the throw, a couple of breaks. Andrew Dilding wraps up a 6-2 win against Jamie Clark. Dilding, another one, already confirmed as a tour card holder, but averages 96 to beat Jamie Clark 6-2.
Someone's asked in the chat room where I live. I live in Andover, Hampshire, mate.
Jacob Selby Rivas is out. Liam Meeks beating 6-3. And these last games in Europe taking forever to get going. They're still warming up.
Yeah, Scotty Mitchell 1 away from a complete turnaround. 1-4 on the spin against Sean McDonald. Some big, big guns still left in today. Andrew Gilding, Jim Williams, Scott Mitchell, Mark Dubbridge.
Scott Mitchell's numbers today. 97.5 to beat Alan Norris. 99 to beat Darry Butcher. 99.5 to beat Graham Usher. Now currently averaging 101. Scott Mitchell is certainly putting in a performance today.
Yeah, he's been absolutely superb.
Kevin McDine takes out 1-2-7. 5-1 lead now over Peter Hudson.
Tell you what, when you look back, Mitchell, A1, Fallon played exceptional to beat him. And day 2, again, I think he lost and played really well. He's just not had the luck at Q-School. Again, we talk about it so often. It is all about the draw.
No.
Yesterday was massive for him as well, just to give him that platform.
Just a quick one on Kevin McDine. If Kevin McDine goes and wins this one comfortably, 5-1 in front currently, wins this one 6-1, 6-2, even with a heavy defeat in the next round, do you think that'll do enough for Kevin McDine with the lead differences there?
Possibly. What's he 5-1 up, so 6-1 up here would put him on plus 17. A big loss in the next one would still keep him above John Brown, Brett Claydon, Chaz Barstow, and Gavin Carlin. We're getting down towards it. There's guys that are going to be clashing with each other, and with Gilden and Lovely still involved, they're going to knock out some of these guys from further below. I'd hazard a guess at saying yes, but I wouldn't want to put my house on it just yet. I think with that leg difference, even if he takes a battering in the next one, because he's gone above Brown, Claydon, Barstow, and Carlin, I think he might just do enough.
I just hope it doesn't go down to the John Brown, Brett Claydon, who are both on the same point, same legs won, and goes down to that average. That's
same legs won, same leg difference.
That.
I want to check them on days 1, 2, and 3 to see what they did in the 1, 2, 8 as well. Because if that happens again and this one goes to average, that's even more disgusting.
I'll tell you, it's an interesting one. Someone asked the boss on Twitter, Barry, do you think Q-School will ever be televised in years to come as real interest is unreal? Barry, yes, in normal times it would be now. So maybe that's a little spoiler alert that Q-School maybe I think it'd just be the 2 streaming boards. I don't see a network picking it up.
It's semi-finals and final, I would understand. Anything before that, it's going to be harsh on some players to put them on a streaming board, but not others. How did they decide that? And the pressure that's already on it, it's got to be, it's going to be very, very harsh on some players to put them on streaming boards in the round 1, round 2, who've never played on it before. Just my personal opinion on that.
Rule number 1.
Yeah, I'm not.
If it makes money,
I'm not convinced by Q-School being televised at all. Never have been.
If it makes money, you know it's going to happen. Thank you to Owen who sent that in to us. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
Says 160 with McDine on 62. Peter Hudson to do with this 160 to keep him in here. 140 stored. Kevin McDine coming back for 62 for a 6-2 win and put in a prime position for a Tortard. And he can't take it. So Hudson coming back for double 10 to take this to 5-3, and this would be a break to throw. Peter Hudson does take it, so 5-3 now to Kevin McDine. All leads could be important at this stage, especially for the winner of this one, as they are both. The winner would move on to 5 points.
Yeah, again, people just talking about the televising Q-School and stuff like that. Joe says they did it for the women's series. You got to remember, guys, it will make the PDC money if they stream it. Either the bookies will buy the feed and you can bet on the games that are streamed, or it will be on PDC TV, which is a subscription channel, which will drive subscriptions to it. So it will make them money. So why wouldn't you do it from a business point of view?
Interestingly, gents, if 128 counted, John Brown would be a +3 leg difference better off than Brett Claydon. If those two are level as it currently stands for the last spot, I wouldn't want to be the guy trying to work out the averages to see if Brett Claydon was the man to have got over the line that way. When the 128, John Brown would be 3 legs better off. I haven't looked at Chaz Barstow or Gavin Carlin as yet to see if they would have had a big enough swing either way as well. Obviously, legs 1 would go up the same amount because they are 1 in the 128, but leg difference not. And with that, I should probably get back to Europe and tell you what's going on in the last 4 matches. We've forgotten about it a little bit because obviously they are all secure right now. Boris Koltsov, Adam Gorlas, 2 apiece, and Neil Zonnevel beating Robert Marjanovic 1-0. Drama could be about to unfold with the way the scores are. The order of merit is calculated. Marjanovic levels up at 1 apiece.
Scott Mitchell into the last 8.
Peter Hudson coming back for double 16 here. Takes it 1 dart. So this game isn't over yet. Kevin McDine 5, Peter Hudson 4. Kevin McDine has got the throw in this one, but has already been broken on this comeback by Peter Hudson. But Kevin McDine starts 1, 2, 5. So currently have 2 games taking place in the UK, both last 16 games. And Mark Dubridge is 4-2 up on Kevin Garcia. Kevin McDine is 5-4 up on Pete Hudson. And Hudson only starts 59. So Kevin McDine started 1-2-5, then follows it up 96. So Kevin McDine in prime position in this one. Peter Hudson, 180. Pete Hudson leaves 262. Kevin McDine, 280. How crucial to that 180 be as Sam Tankett and Eddie Lovely get underway in their last 16 game? Kevin McDine can only hit 55. So Peter Hudson on 2-6. Big score here. Only 42. Kevin McDine 225, Hudson 220. Such an important lead for both players. What can Kevin McDine do here? Just 45, 180, doesn't leave a finish. Can Peter Hudson leave one from 220? You would expect so, but he's had visits of 59 and 42 in this lead. Does leave a finish, but only just. Leaves the 160. Kevin McDine on the 180. Can he set this up? As looking at that one, Kevin Darcy, that's another one back against Dubbridge.
So someone asking a couple of Scott Mitchell questions in the chat room. Again, Gob, you might be able to answer this. Jar said he thinks so, but I'm not sure. One more win for Scott Mitchell because of his leg difference. Will 5 points and plus 14 be enough?
Well, it'll be an even better leg difference than plus 14 at that point. McDine would potentially join him, although his leg difference would be worse than the 14 at the minute. But that would push Barstow and Carlin down, leave Clayton and Brown in the last two spots. Hudson potentially about to fall if McDine does go. So one of them are in trouble. Matt Jackson the same.
Peter Hudson takes out 100 to level this game up from 5-2 behind, I believe it was. Peter Hudson has now got the throw in this last leg, taking out 100 with McDine sitting on 60. So we are done all the way on this one. Sorry to interrupt, Dob.
That's right. Boris Koltsov has also checked out 1-4-1 to lead Adam Gaulas 4-2. Big bad Boris doing bits.
Yes, he has. I'm just going to get
Hudson and McDine both started 140
through the games.
Mitchell's lowest average today has been 97.5. It's the same last year in Q-School. I think he had a Q-School average of around 93 and didn't get a card somehow.
Because that be how sport works.
Yeah. But yeah, going back to it, do we think one more win for Mitchell is enough or not?
I think it will be, but mathematically, no, not yet.
Right, okay.
I just think the way that Gildan and Lovely are playing, I'm not sure where they are in the draw respectively, but I expect them to keep pushing on from where they are as well. There's too many players that are then competing that can only reach 5. Baggish, Kankit, Dudbridge, Garcia, Meek would all have to be the losing finalists to get to the same points. McGurk losing the last 4, Hudson in the last 8.
Just coming back to Hudson and McDine, Peter Hudson has left 22 after 12. Kevin McDine has left 130. Peter Hudson coming back for double 11. McDine back on 130. Peter Hudson, what a comeback win to beat Kevin McDine and move himself onto 5 points and plus 5. So that will put him for now above Davin Tarlin and into that 13th place.
Getting interesting.
Yeah, Boris Koltsov 1 away from the final in the EU, 5-2 up on Adam Gaulas, and he's opened up 180 against the throw. He's already stolen the darts and follows it up with a 140. He is not messing around. 91 average for Big Bad Boris. Marjanovic has just gone inside on double 14. He's left 7. Zonderveld wants 40 for a 4-1 lead and takes it. Marjanovic 4-1 behind is already guaranteed a card because of leg difference, but controversially, he lost twice in the 128 that would have seen Rusty J. Rodriguez go above him in the order of merit. We've been saying this part of the order of merit is flawed all 10 days so far, and it has come back to haunt Rusty J. Rodriguez and possibly even Luke Peters at the minute as well. Both undefeated in the 128 with a positive leg difference to add on to what they're on at the moment. Marjanovic lost twice in the 128 in the 4 days and is in. Boris Koltsov wants 80 for the match and a spot in today's final. The Russian has been superb, and he takes it in 2 darts, beats Adam Daulas 6-2. Big Bad Boris really setting himself up nicely for his first appearance on the Pro Tour. We've been saying it for a long time. It's about time Boris did pick up a tour card. Far too good to not have one, and he is in today's final, doing it in style.
So, Gob, someone's replied to you with Dart Connect's order of merit for the averages. Have you seen it?
I have. Hayden 87.64. John Brown 86.19. If they are competing for the last spot, as it stands right now, Claydon will get the final tour card over John Brown on leg difference, despite in the 128, John Brown picking up 11, 1, 4, 8, 3 more legs better off.
Oh, what a way to finish. Mark Durbridge takes out 120 to win 6-4, and then Kevin Darcy was 4-1 in front. Darcy pulled it back to 4-all. Durbridge takes out 120 for a 6-4 win.
Scotty Mitchell, top of the averages. Interesting. Fallon Sherrick, 10th.
Trebles for show.
Doubles for dough, as a famous Bobby once said. And if you are listening, because I know you have been, because you dropped me a message last night, hope you are well, Bob and Marie. Genuinely one of the nicest and funniest men in darts, Bobby George. But probably best for after the watershed. Here we are. Shane McGurk. I'm sure Matt Ward is watching on. Hands over his eyes, but your man is 2-1 in front. Eddie Lovely cruising. All eyes on board for Danny Baggish. Jim Williams leaving it late, but 2-zip up against Carl Wilkinson.
What does Jim Williams need? He can reach 6 points. Baggish only 5. It is not inconceivable. I don't know what side of the board they're in, actually. Oh, Baggish and Williams. Last 4. They need some big leg difference swings, but it's not inconceivable that Jim Williams, Danny Baggish, and Scott Mitchell could all win their cards today.
That would be
that combination is still a possibility.
If that happens, then someone go and buy a lottery ticket for the Euro Millions tonight. Because if that comes in, then
it would take big leg difference swings, but Baggish and Williams would meet in the last 4. Baggish would have to beat Williams and then hope that they've both accrued enough leg difference between the last 16, the last 8, and that last 4 goes tight that they go above 13th on the order of merit. And it would help them even more if in the other side of the draw, Gilding Already Lovely go on to win it.
Yeah. Mitchell plays Williams next if he wins, doesn't he? Who realistically needs to win that? That's what the chat room's saying.
Did Mitchell
or is it wrong?
Win?
Mitchell's already in the last 8. Dudbridge playing
Just
Gilding now.
Maybe they can't then. Pete Hudson has gone above Gavin Carlin on leg difference as it stands. Obviously, a big loss for Hudson in the next round would see him fall.
Neil Zonneveld on the
real
brink
spoilers
here.
of the day right now are still Gilding and Eddie Lovely. If they start knocking out everybody else below, then they really do have an input on those final 4 order of merit spots. Possibly even 5. They would be opening up an extra spot as they drop off at the minute. Same as we saw in the EU.
Marjanovic not done yet. He's pulled a leg back against Zonneveld. 5-3, but Zonneveld is throwing now. Going to jump back into the chat room. Someone said, have you heard Bobby George's hilarious stories about John Lowe? Yes, I have. But again, they're probably for after the watershed. Bobby George's son, Richie, he still has a chuck every now and then. But the problem is where he's only playing in the BDO, he had a decent, well-paid job. And unfortunately, the BDO didn't... playing on that tour didn't cover costs of giving up his job. But the door is open, was open. Marjanovic only scores 59 and 57 after the 180. So he's given up the opportunity that he got himself into. And Neil Zonneveld is down to 130.
Big ton from Marjanovic, though.
Yep, this one's going to get nervy.
134 the match. 93. Probably missed the dart at the bullseye then. Just a little bit wider than the 25.
$105 to save you. Oh, Marjanovic has done it. Robert Marjanovic pins 105, and we are back on throw. This one going down to the wire. But Zonneveld replies with a 180. People are asking, something going on in the Baggish match, Lee?
Not out of the ordinary, not that I've seen. He's 2-1 in front, both averaging mid-90s. I haven't had any store for a while come through, so
No,
what
I
is
think it's Dark
just
Connect.
a pause in play.
Yeah, or Dark Connect is playing up. CDC have joined us again, and he replies, the only thing keep freezing in North America. The darts. Cheers, you guys, for your coverage. Pleasure, mate. Pleasure as always, David. Thank you very much for joining us, CDC. And hopefully we'll be back across the pond chatting to Peter the other day. We're still holding out some hope that Madison Square Garden can happen. But Robert Marjanovic, 25 points to level up at 5-all.
Yeah, he missed the ball for a 161 as well. Gone inside, leaves just 8. Zonneveld 80. This really would highlight the system flaws if Zonneveld comes through. On the other hand, if Marjanovic does come through this, the system flaw isn't highlighted as much, but would he been able to pull off the comeback? No, he doesn't. Zonneveld takes out the 80 in 3 darts. Marjanovic falls in the last 4 and gets over the line because of leg difference that would be not in his favour had the results from the 128 counted.
Correct.
Controversial. Andrew Gilding against Mark Dudbridge, about to get underway in the UK. What a massive game that is. Like I said, Gilding and Lovely can be the spoilers today.
to be fair, something must be going on in the Danny Baggish game. It's been stuck at 2-1 for 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah, same here.
Baggish gone to the car
know
park for a dust up,
Jim
according
Williams
to
game as
Jonathan
well.
Ball.
Look, it might just be a Darts Connect error. The iPad's packed up.
Are any of
Might
the
have done a
games
Daryl
yet?
Glenn, taken it off the wall, stamped on it, and launched it across the car park. Still one of my favourite stories from last year in the Autumn Series.
The Shane McGurk Liam Meat game is still going on, so I don't think there's an issue with the venue.
No,
Yeah,
maybe just the iPad.
Yeah, that one's moving, and the Jim, which I'm looking at, is moving, but the Jim Williams one keeps stuttering a little. Shane McGurk 5-3 up, Jim Williams. Eddie Lovely 4-2 up as well. So we could have Eddie Lovely and Andrew Dilding in the last 8, both of which already secure.
Right now, boys, where do you think Brett Claydon, John Brown, Chaz Barstow, and Peter Hudson are? Oh, Peter Hudson's still in the game. Where do you think Claydon, Brown, and even Barstow and Gavin Carlin, to an extent, are right now? Do you think they're travelling home? Do you think they're trying to watch this on their devices as they try and get home to see if they are going to sneak in? Do you think they've stayed at the venue to try and watch and see what's going on and potentially cheer on the guys that can see them through? Where do you reckon they are? How do you reckon they're taking this in?
As Tiny Temple once said, tonight we're drinking from the bottle. Not watching.
The likes of Claydon and Brown lost early today as well, did they not? Like, they would have been around for a long time, hoping that they are clinging on. Oh, Claydon top 32, so not that long ago. John Brown top 64, Mark Thumbridge. That was a couple of rounds ago.
A lot of them will be Eddie Lovely fans, because looking at the draw, Eddie Lovely, I believe, is on board 1. Tate's on the winner of board 2, which was Peter Hudson. Eddie Lovely to knock Peter Hudson out of that and put Davin Tarlin then back in the 13. Eddie Lovely then don't want to win it and help out Davin Tarlin even more. So Davin Tarlin could owe Eddie Lovely a few drinks if he didn't do him a favour and don't want to win the Tour d'Or, beating Hudson 6-4 or better. 6-3, sorry.
It's interesting.
And Lovely's 5-2 up in his game. Jim Williams is 4-3 up in his game. Shane McGurk is 5-4 up. And the Danny Baddish game has just started then. So we are back up and running in the Baddish game.
I tell you what it is. They started warming up the Guild and Dubbridge game on board 4 as well. The system will have crashed because of that, I think. They would have typed the wrong number into the iPad as they moved to condense the number of boards they're using down. How can they both be on board 4? Apparently, Gilding and Dubbridge have just started on board 4, as is Baggish and Matt Jackson. That will be the error. They're trying to play 2 games on the same board that the system just does not like.
Paul Wilkinson has levelled it up with Jim Williams. Baddish is coming back 54 with Jackson on 56 here after 12. To go 3-1 in front. Stop that early break. Baddish takes it. Danny Baddish 3-1 in front.
That's good from Baggish, considering how long you've been waiting around to just be able to get straight back into your darts and get the leg done, no nonsense.
Yeah, both
Shows
are playing well in this.
Good
99
frame of mind.
Yeah, 99 plays 98. Baddish is just in the same situation that he was in at stage 1A. So all these days are rolled into one now for me. Stage 1A, was it, with Baddish? So
last day.
Yeah. Yeah. So playing
1B, wasn't
well
it?
here. Someone
1B.
will tell me in the chat room. Like I said, they're all rolled into one. But saying about Badish has come out, started well with that pause in the game. Jatson and this lad, 27 and 60. So opportunity here for Badish. Puts in a ton. Puts him 98 in front. So a potential great opportunity here for Badish as well. Eddie Lovely comes through his name 6-2.
Sam Kankit forward. I think that rules Kankit out. He was a bit further back. Yeah, Kankit is gone. Let's see what darts rankings are saying at the minute. Still no more card holders confirmed as yet. McGurk, Liam Meek has just gone 5 apiece. And Carl Wilkinson has just gone 5-4 up on Jim Williams. The hope of those three still qualifying gone.
Yeah.
Or going very quickly.
That is a break to throw as well for Wilkinson against Williams. So Wilkinson is now throwing for the game and has started 177. Liam Meeker is throwing for the game, and then Shane McDirt has started with a 180. So good start in
and
both
Andrew
of
Gilden
those.
has gone 1-0 up against Mark Dubbridge as well. Still warming up in the final in Europe. Guys taking their time. They're both secured though. Just get on with it, boys. Get it done.
Double 10 for Badish for 4-1. Andy tighted in 1. Shane to the put for 81. 3 consecutive visits of 140 to leave 81 against the throw. As I said, Liam Mead started with a 180, 93, 95, 93 since. Shane McDirt take out 81. If not, Mead is coming back for tops. Badish did break in his game and he's 4-1 in front. McDirt can't take it out. Liam Mead, double 20 to win this one, 6-5. And Liam Mead take this out. No, he can't. Comes inside with all 3. Shane McDirt, double 16 to win this one, 6-5. Can Shane McDirt take out double 16?
Oh my.
Yes, he does. Shane McDirt
Jim Williams
6. Liam Mead 5.
Jim Williams has just missed the bullseye for a 1-2-6 to force a decider. And Carl Wilkinson can't take out the 66. Leaves tops. Williams with another chance to go all the way. He will have the darts in the decider. Wilkinson open the leg 177. Jim Williams needs 25 to save his skin. And he only scores 21. Wilkinson needs 40 to knock out Jim Williams. Second year in a row, Williams will not have made it through Q-School. We all know how good he is. And he's gone. Carl Wilkinson beats Jim Williams 6-4. The Welshman once again has not made it through Q-School, misses out on a tour card, and Carl Wilkinson stays in the hunt.
And again, that Jim Wilkinson missing out, Jim Williams misses out on a couple of poor days early on, shows you the importance of having to get off to a good start at Q-School so you're not chasing your skin. Andrew Gilding on the move. Danny Baggish
Badish is now
5-1 up.
5-1 in front. Just looking at the scores, I believe he's just missed a dart at ball for a 1-6-1, which didn't need to do. But as he left 33, made me feel like he'd done for it. But Badish is now 5-1 in front, averaging 96, playing very well. Building in
This is
complete
massive
control.
for his leg difference as well. There are six players that aren't currently on 5 points that can still get there. One of them is Danny Baggish, and in doing so would need to lose in the final. So he's got the last 8 and the last 4 where he can keep tacking on to this leg difference if needed. Warming up, Scott Mitchell, Carl Wilkinson.
Winner of that would move into Mitchell winning would move him into the top 13. Wilkinson, it's better.
That's with Wilkinson.
Move him into the top. Did I say 16? Mean 13.
Mitchell wins. His leg difference is huge. It
As well.
blitzes the rest.
Yeah.
It is, but
Scott asked.
Jackson's hit the thumb.
Yeah.
Andrew Gill.
Scott asked what's next for Williams. He'll play Challenge Tour, bit of MAD, maybe a bit of WDF. There's still options for these players. It's not done and dusted. Their career's over.
The final is underway in Europe. It's Koltsov and Zonneveld for the bragging rights to win outright today. They've both already got their cards. We know that. The field is already complete from the European Q-School. This is literally just for the bragging rights and the pride to say that they won outright on the day, complete the formalities.
If you leave it with me a second, hopefully Darts Connect doesn't play up. But we'll try.
Matt
I
Jackson,
agree,
that's
Jar.
another one back.
Scott Mitchell needs to win to get his card.
I think it's 99% maybe.
Jump above them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players below. Dubbridge losing as well would be 4 players below. And he'd knock out Wilkinson in doing so. I think Jar is 100% right. A win for Scotty Dog because of his leg difference would see him pick up tour card.
There we have it. Huge for Scotty Mitchell. Absolute huge. He had a shocker of a couple of days, but it's all on the line here for him. Someone says a suitor secured a card. Yep, he has, mate. Made a little bit harder work of it than what it should have been, but he's gotten over the line. He would have taken an absolute rotten set of results. Yeah, would have taken an absolute rotten set of results. But he's there.
The guys from Mernon, Mathers, Worsley, they were secure quite early, and I think that is because of the draw and the number of results that needed to go the other way. We lost a lot of names that were, for instance, like 20 to 45 on the order of merit at the start of the day, and those that are still in contention now have come a long way. A lot of these guys have come from absolutely miles back. Start of the day, Wilkinson was on 1 point, McGurk was on 1 point, Scott Mitchell was on 1 point, Matt Jackson was on 2, Mark Dubbridge had none, and Danny Baggish had none, and they're the guys that are still in contention at the minute. So it's not as if the guys that were sat on 2 or 3 points were there to try and push the guys that are on 5 or 6. They've all fallen by the wayside and given the outsiders the chance to come from nowhere and do that something a little bit special on the last day.
Yeah. And Gob, you'll work it out better than me. Can Baggish and Mitchell both get tour cards today?
I can't tell where they are in the draw because I keep showing Baggish and Gilding in the same part on board 4. Let me have a quick check this way and go to KO board groups. And you want what? Baggish and Williams?
Mitchell.
Baggish and Mitchell.
While looking at that, Baggish has got double 8 to wrap this one up, 6-2 against Matt Jackson. Can he take it out? While I'm waiting, Dildin has just done 4-1 up on Mark Durbridge. Darts to net for this Baggish game has been terrible. Can Baggish do it? Yes, does it in 2, 17 dart lead. Danny Baggish is through to the last 8.
Yeah, so Barzi, on that question, I believe they'd meet in the last 4, at which point Scott Mitchell will already have 5 points and a better leg difference than Claydon, Brown, Barstow and Hudson. If Baggish wins and goes on to win outright from that position from the last 4, or makes the final with a considerably good leg difference, then yes, they can still both qualify today. That 6-2 is big for Danny as well.
Happy days. Sean McDonald has joined us in the chat room again. How you doing, buddy? Hope you are well in Milton Keynes. Unlucky against Baggish. You've had first-hand experience. How well is he playing today compared to the other 3 days?
I was expecting a noise there and then realised that you'd just be typing. We are getting very, very close to these potential cards. In Europe, Zonnevel's just taken out 40 to go 2-1 behind. That was a break of throat on the Colts of throat. You can tell these boys are already over the line, though. 75 average from Boris, 78 average from Zonnevel. This is very much going through the motions, I believe, from the pair. They are already over the line. They already have their cards. Yeah.
Sorry, that's what I meant.
Just a formality.
I meant Mitchell, but I was looking at the Baggish score. Because it looks as if he's played outstanding all day. Matt Ward's hopes still alive. Joined us on the show earlier. Shane McGurk against Danny Baggish next.
Looks like Dark Connect has sorted itself out. Mitchell and Baggish are in opposite halves of the draw, so they wouldn't even meet in the last 4. They'd meet in the final if they were both to go that deep. What that does allow is Mark Durbridge to also pick up his card.
Zonnevel back at 2-all.
Durbridge Baggish final would be very, very interesting.
Peter has just said in the chat room, Gob, as well, darts rankings have swapped Claydon and John Brown over.
They've looked at the averages then. That is absolutely ridiculous. They've seen what I've seen on Twitter from Darts Connect and the tournament 3-dart average. Claydon is 1.5 points above John Brown. An 86.19 for John Brown. an 87.64 for Brett Claydon.
For level, it should be a shootout, not an average.
Well, Brown's 3 legs better off from the 128.
Yeah. Jeff asking about Colts off. Currently on the screen as we speak, mate. 2-2 in the final. Duct tape. Mitchell has a slow pace, doesn't he? Yeah, he's not overly quick.
He's measured. He's very measured, is Scott Mitchell. He won't be rushed, but I don't think he's excessively slow. He's just always been at that pace.
Yeah, it's his pace. He's not Mentor Sulovic, Justin Pipe slow, but he's not Rapid Ricky, Keen Barry quick. And Zonnevelde's bust 80.
Boris.
Right now, I'm sure the Brown household are really, really split here. Great family friends with Mark Dubbridge, but they could really do with Andrew Gilding winning this one, Gob, and he is.
Correct. This is getting incredibly tight. So many numbers flying around. Brett Claydon has 1 more legs, hasn't he? No. So they're currently both 144 legs and a +7 leg difference from the 64 onwards over the last 3 days. Did I count the 128 today? No. Let's have a look at today.
Dubbridge gets one back and then Dilding. Dilding now 5-3 in front. Eddie Lovely takes the first leg. And then Mitchell and Wilkinson are underway, and warming up is Badish and Madert.
So, Gob, all become a little bit clearer in the next 5 or 6 minutes, or a little bit muddier.
Literally massive. Either very, very muddy or very, very clear. We could see all 4 of the names in green go green very quickly.
Boris in complete control now in the EU final, 4-2 up against Neil Zonneveld, but this one's not done as Zonneveld kicks in with a maximum on the Colts off throw.
I've just updated the numbers, boys. I forgot to include today's 128 in the additional leg difference. Should it have counted, John Brown would be 1 leg better off. He won 6-3 today. Claydon won 6-1.
Going to come back to you, Lee.
Absolutely flying.
How's Gilding looking?
Yeah, stop Mitchell. As Dilding is 160 after 12. Dubbridge back on 278 after 9. Needs a big visit here to put the pressure on Andrew Dilding. Still 5-3 to Dilding. Just want to stay with me. Dubbridge, it's 81. Dilding 160 left. What can he do here to knock out Dubbridge? As we've said before, Dilding's already through. So can he take it out? No, just sets it up. So last 3 visits to the board have been 100 by Dilding. Dubbridge not on a finish. So Tan Durbridge puts pressure on here. Just 57, back on 140. Andrew Dilding 60 to knock out Mark Durbridge. And in the lovely Hudson day, missed darts by both, but Hudson takes the second leg, one apiece. Dilding misses darts. Durbridge is coming back for 140. Can Mark Durbridge take this out? If not, Andrew Dilding will have 3 clear darts. No, he can't. 100 stored. Andrew Dilding has got double 10 to wrap this one up. And takes it out first visit, first dart. 19 dart lead. Andrew Dilding wins 6-3 against Mark Durbridge.
There we have it. That could be a huge result for John Brown. And Sean says in the chat room, John Brown, very impressive young man. Yeah, very good kid. 100%. Owen says, do you guys think that Danny Baggish will do it? Look, he's certainly given himself a huge, huge chance. Jar says, can we get the UK games up, guys, after the final? We're not going to change the format of the whole 10 days. We've always, or the 4 days, we've always put the final up. And plus, the other games in the UK aren't at breaking point yet. So as soon as these are done, we will go back to the UK games.
Just update from the Stop Mitchell day. Mitchell started how he's been all day. 100 average after 2 legs. Starts this with a 100. Badish and Madert are now underway. Madert started Tom 40, 180. Badish has responded with a 171. So good early scoring in that one.
In the chat room, you don't anymore, but you used to get a kind of tour card, yeah. You used to back in the day, but not anymore.
Correct. Was it Nico that showed his off on social media recently? I'm sure someone did.
Yeah. Yeah, it was Nico. Decided to cut costs. Didn't need it anymore. Tell you what, right now, if you are Chaz Barstow, how are you feeling?
Even worse after a lovely knot. So now 2-1 in front. Peter Hudson double 16.
Cheers, Andy. Thank you very much, mate. So that is done.
Hudson misses
Chaz
3
Bob.
darts as well. Love this coming back for double 8.
Mitchell leads Wilkinson
2-1.
2-0.
Oh, lovely.
Someone in the chat.
3 darts.
Someone in the chat room saying Brown's safe, but I don't think he is. Oh yeah, sorry, my Dart Connect hadn't updated. My apologies. Brett Claydon and John Brown are now safe.
Thank the Lord on that one.
My darts rankings were taking forever to update, but yes, 2 new tour card holders. John Brown joins his dad Steve on tour for at least a year. No,
That's because the 2 outside, Mitchell's playing Wilkinson and McGurk is playing Baggish. So everyone that could jump into that are playing each other at the minute.
What? Has it moved
Dave, no, not the first father and son.
14?
The Monks played on the PDC tour. Don't know who before that, but I know certainly Aaron and Colin both did. Again, Mitchell averaging 100 Well, it's just after that poor leg, it just crashed to 87, but he leads 3-0.
Boris Koltsov wants double 10 for the match, and then we can get you back into the UK. Koltsov to win his card outright for the bragging rights over Neil Zonneveld. Hopefully they've had a friendly wager between them, and Koltsov does win outright in the EU on day 4 of stage 2. That one was wrapped up a while ago in terms of who picks up cards, but Koltsov is the man to do it outright on the day, completing the formality. And now, gents, we can focus 100% on the UK.
And Rach just joined us. We're just a little bit tired after 10 days, Rach. It's been emotional, but we've loved every single minute of it, trying to work it all out. And Danny Baggish level at 1-1 with Shane McGurk. It's all getting down to the nitty-gritty. Wilkinson needs work to do, but Peter Hudson 3-1 up on Eddie Lovely.
Yeah, not a great day, but as I said earlier on, a lot of missed starts at a double by both players, but could be a big win for Hudson, because it would move him on to 6 points and would get him a tour card. If he's not to win, it will then be dependent on how many he loses by, how it will impact the lead difference, because Tarlin is below him but on +3, and Martin Thomas is below him on +2. But at the moment, doesn't need to worry about that, as he's 3-1 in front.
But God, right now, if you're Rusty Jake Rodriguez, how are you feeling?
You want me to get going now on the system at this very minute? I despise it. I cannot stand it. Regardless of the fact that I backed Marjanovic for a card, it leaves a bit of a sour taste in the mouth that it's come down to something we've been banging on about all week. Fortunately, we've just avoided it in the UK for the time being as well. Claydon and Brown locked in, and their 1-2-8 leg difference would have separated them. The averages would have sent it the other way, but both are now guaranteed a card.
Just going through. Wilkinson on the board against Mitchell, but it was only a hold of Froley.
Yeah, only hold of throw. Needs to step it up, not put any pressure on the Mitchell throw at all. Mitchell in control and looking comfortable, and what a big win this to be for Stottidon. The performance as well from Badish and Madert in the first 3 legs, 103 plays 102, both of them flying out the blocks. Quite the opposite to the other ones, but what a big check out by Eddie Lovely against Peter Hudson. Takes out 1-2-8, only a hold of throw, but a big check out in what is also a massive game in the UK.
Sean says, as Sir Alex would say, it's twitchy bum time. 100% there.
Getting a bit tense, boys. And we don't have the quickest throwers
4-1 in
of the way either.
Richard, more than welcome, mate. More than welcome.
Danny Baggish levels us up at 2 apiece.
What do we reckon? Is Chaz Barstow watching?
I couldn't if I was in.
Scott Mitchell
Where did he
is
get
2
to
legs
there?
away from a PDC tour card. And he has the Wilkinson throw under pressure here. Massively under pressure, Lee.
Yeah, 161 left after 9 against the throw. He's played so well all day today, Mitchell. Wilkinson back on 2-2-2 after 12. So Mitchell going to have at least 6 starts from 161 to take a 5-1 lead. Also, Eddie Lovely has got 108 left after 12. Only able to, this is on Hudson's throw, been only able to leave 104 after 15. Eddie Lovely, 108 to level this game up.
Cheers, Scott. Thank you very much.
Just a score of 26.
Oh, Mitchell was missed. Mitchell was missed.
Oh, what a finish by!
Oh my
finish
God.
by-
Danny Baggish has just taken out a 1-3-2 to go 3-2 up. Breaks the Shane McGurk throw. Danny Baggish is currently averaging 106 to Shane McGurk's 103. McGurk chucked in a 180 to leave himself 180 and pressured a 1-3-2 as well. Danny Baggish, that is absolutely unreal. It couldn't happen again, could it? He snuck through on the final day of stage 1. Danny Baggish is 3 wins away.
Scott Mitchell was a leg away. Scott Mitchell
Very
is a leg away,
scrappy
gentlemen.
Lovely in Hudson. Hudson's just taken out a 104. So Peter Hudson is 4-2 in front. There's only a holder throw, but that's all he needs now. Holder throw all the way, and he will be a tour card holder.
A lot of love for Scotty Dog in the chat room. Pricey and Rachel watching along saying, come on, Scotty Dog, TK shots, good call on Scotty Dog. Well, you know, got to get something right in 10 days. Haven't got a lot else right. But
Baggish getting the throwback
Wilkinson,
in
not
this
bad.
6th leg, though. Tell you what, the way the results are unfolding at the minute, Hudson, Mitchell, and Baggish wins, I believe, would put Carling out and Chaz Barstow on the bubble, with Baggish needing a final to better his leg difference over Barstow or a win overall. If the 3 winners in the games as it stands go on to win these matches, I think Gavin Carlin is out.
Wilkinson has a chance to get one of the breaks back here. He needs to win 5 on the spin, but he's making a good fist of it here. Got 94 after 9 on the Mitchell throw. Well, how's it? Again, Darts Connect's doing all sorts here. I've got no idea what's going on. Right, Mitchell, 104 for his tour card. No, not to be. So Wilkinson tops to get a leg back.
Shane McGurk has blinked. You just have 52 to get the break back straight away against Danny Baggish. Baggish wants tops for a 4-2 lead. Daylight, and he takes it in one dart. Danny Baggish, 4-2 lead. As we said, if these 3 games stay the way, it'll be a shootout between Baggish and Barstow for a card.
Eddie Lovely holds throw here, so it's 4-3 Peter Hudson. Not a good starter then on his throw with a 58. Lovely returns with a 140. Hudson then throws in a 137. Big store from Lovely, doesn't that? It's 306 place, 304 in this one, 4-3 currently to Peter Hudson.
Simon says, is it right? Players outside the tour card spots get UK Open spots. If so, how many and who? There's something floating around on Twitter, but because we've been on here all day, I haven't had a chance to see it yet or read it properly.
I believe it's around 4 from each. It's on the PDC website, the exact number, but I think it's
I've seen something, but I haven't had a chance to do it.
Yeah.
But looks like Wilkinson is going to go back to 5-3. Is Mitchell getting twitchy?
Peter Hudson 5-3 in front, so just 1 lead away as well.
Also, as well, some breaking news on Twitter. Kevin Painter has officially retired after this Q-School. The artist has retired.
I think that's one of them knee-jerk reactions. Yesterday, he was offering people lifts home from towards the Midlands area. So I think that's very much a knee-jerk reaction and frustration. He'll be back.
Carl Wilkinson is fluffing his lines here. He's left the madhouse. Mitchell, a ton for his tour card in a leg he was never in. No, not to be. Carl Wilkinson gets another opportunity. Wants the madhouse.
Big moment.
Not a break.
Shane McGurk takes out 72 to stay in it at 4-3.
Wilkinson's missed. Mitchell hasn't been in this leg, but we now have starts to win it. Tops for a win and your tour card, Scott Mitchell, by our calculations. He's missed as well.
Just quickly, Peter Hudson's left 51 after 9 against the throw and tied it out in 2. That will be enough for Peter Hudson. Moves him on to 6 points. So Peter Hudson 3. Phil?
Wilkinson hits the madhouse. Mitchell has missed match starts to win his tour card. Remember, Mitchell was 5-1 up in this. It's getting a little bit tense, a bit nervy.
Just a bit.
It's all on the line here.
Danny Baggage left himself 1-1-2 after 12 darts in leg number 8. He's got the darts. McGurk on 193. Just a 57 from McGurk. So 1-1-2 for Baggage to go 5-3 up.
Peter Hudson has gone dark green.
Correct.
Peter Hudson has his tour card back. The Rock is back on tour.
And in doing so, oh, there they are. Claydon and Brown had gone light green for me, but they are back dark green as well.
Panic.
Oh, 128 from McGurk. Looks like he's just gone inside on double 8 for a 136. Danny Baggage needs 24 to hold his throw. How much pressure is he under right now? A pair of just dipped below the 100 average each. And Baggage scores 21. He finds himself on 3. He's gone inside 3 times. McGurk double 4 for a level game. And it goes in 1 dart. We are at 4 each. Danny Baggage has missed darts to lead this one 5-3 and be 1 away.
Mitchell has missed another match start as well, but he's going to get another go. He's missed 1 at tops. Now he has 3 in hand at double 10. And Scott Mitchell is over the line. Scotty Dog, a 6-3 win. And we think that is enough for Scott Mitchell to join the PDC Tour, gentlemen.
That should turn dark green. He's on a plus 17 leg difference. Even a loss on 5 points would drop him to 11. That would be better than Chaz Barstow. I believe what's about to happen on Dark Connect is Gavin Carlin is about to be knocked out completely, and Chaz Barstow will be the man on the cusp.
I'll tell you what, Scotty Dog's getting a lot of love in the chat room. A lot of love. And it is dark green. Scott Mitchell is confirmed as a PDC Tour card holder. It was heartbreak for him last year, but this year he's done it.
And I'll tell you what, Barstow will be hoping for a Baggage win from here. McGurk has the darts in what is effectively a best of 3 and is on 164 after 12. A McGurk win would see him go above Chaz Barstow, but not by enough leg difference to confirm Barstow is out from here because Baggage has won 4 legs already.
It is all going on.
We've effectively got a 3-way shootout for the final card. McGurk wants 64 for leg 9. Baggage back on 110. As I mentioned earlier, he missed darts for the previous leg. He could have led 5-3. He now trails 5-4. Danny Baggage has the darts in leg 10, but needs to win back-to-back legs if he's going to keep his hope of a tour card alive. Opens up with an 85. Huge moments for the career of both men. McGurk, 28 in response. Is that the invitation Danny needs to put in a big score, hold his throw comfortably, and attack that McGurk throw in the final leg? Just another 85 from Danny. 140 here for McGurk gets us back on level terms. A Shane McGurk win would do it. All cards would be confirmed, I believe. Or no, not on leg difference, sorry. Scrap that. Yes, it would. No, it wouldn't. I'll get it right in a minute. Baggish 60. Let's just see the outcome and see what happens.
If he was to win this 6-4, then lose 6-0 or 6-1, then Chaz Barstow would still
fall below Barstow, yeah.
Yeah, it needs to win this 6-4 and then 2 legs. Yeah.
Yes. A Baggish win and Barstow definitely still alive. Baggish would need one more win.
This is
and he's
absolutely
sort of limping towards a finish at the minute. 60 and 58 from Baggish. McGurk 68 points behind. Just a 60. Baggish still ahead. Can he set up a finish from here? A makeable finish as well. That's what you want. You don't want to invite the pressure.
This is
This
bonkers.
game started very brightly. A 101 from Baggish. Great darts leaves 112. A 140 here from McGurk, though, surely sees him go favourite. $93 leaves 128. Makeable. Is that enough pressure to put Baggish off? Wants 112. Loves double 16, does Danny. 56 leaves 56. Match darts potentially incoming for McGurk. We'll start on the 18s. We'll only know what he's done by what's left. 92 scored, leaves 36. Baggish, 3 in hand, 56 to force a decider. This match has got understandably tense. They started off unbelievably, 106, 103 average, just 4 legs ago. And Baggish takes it in 3 darts. We're going to a deciding leg. The North American is still in the hunt.
The Noble.
He can't, surely. He can't do it, surely. 92 from McGurk to open. That screams 20, treble 15, treble 5, treble 19. 68 from Baggish. $99 from McGurk. Keeps himself at arm's distance. Ton from Baggish. A 180 here from Baggish will put him on a finish. 140, not enough. An edge ahead, but the advantage will still be with Shane McGurk. Just a ton from Baggish, staying with him, but a 2 treble visit from McGurk would surely see a massive favourite in this moment. Just a 60, getting very, very edgy now.
2 trebles here for Baggish would be huge, Gob.
Massive. Absolutely massive. Needs a minimum of 1 or a ball to leave the 170. Leaves the big fish. He couldn't. 150 for McGurk. My personal preference, 2 treble 19s for double 18. Which way will Shane go? $80 leaves 70. Baggish for the biggest fish of them all. Surely this will be the greatest 170 in history of darts. Better than Ted Hankey to win the Lakeside? Oh, just a ton. They're both on 70 after 15 darts. McGurk won the bullseye, so we'll get the first attempt at it. How is your nerve, Shane? How is your nerve, chat room?
Oh,
30 points scored with Mr. Dart at tops. At least one, maybe two. We don't know if it hit the treble or not. Danny Baggish, 3 in hand, 470.
This is the biggest shot of your career.
yes.
And it goes in 3 darts. Oh my goodness. Danny Baggish is still alive. How on earth does the man keep doing this? He got over the line in the last moments in stage 1. He's still in the hunt on stage 2 after 3 absolutely atrocious days points-wise. Danny Baggish is into the last 4.
Oh my. Oh my.
Shane McGurk falls at the very last hurdle. Danny Baggish has gone from absolutely no points today to 4 points. He is within striking distance of the final card, which is currently occupied by Chaz Barstow. A win, 6-4 or better, and Baggish will be... No, he won't, because of the leg difference in the final.
6-1, 6-0 be enough. That'd be it.
6-0 or a 6-1 would be enough for Danny Baggish to wrap up his card in the last 4. If not, he would need to win the final or protect leg difference.
Oh my word, gents. This is just unbelievable. Right, we are going to compose ourselves. We're going to have a quick ad break and then we'll be back with you. Well, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for sticking with us here at Online Darts. And I love that in the chat room. It's not the fairy tale of New York anymore. It's the fairy tale of Milton Keynes. Yes, Danny Baggish is still alive. Remember, when someone took his hand on that cold Christmas Eve, they promised him a tour card was waiting for him. But
I can't believe this.
I don't know how the chat room's coping, but nerves are shot to bits. If you are Chaz Barstow now, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? You were superb in stage 1. You were brilliant in stage 2, but it might not be enough. It might not be enough. As both games are currently warming up. Scott Mitchell against Andrew Gilding. Peter Hudson against Danny Baggish. In the comments, in the chat room, get your score predictions in. Can the gambler do it? Can he? This would be the biggest gamble of his life. He did nothing for 3 days, and all of a sudden, it is arguably almost there. He has come from nowhere, and we said it this morning at 10:30. We said it at 10:30 that someone would come through the pack. It's not just one. There's been a few. Peter Hudson, Scott Mitchell, and potentially Danny Baggish have come from nowhere. Lee, where are you going? Where are you going on these two games?
Scott Mitchell will win his game, and Danny Badish to win his game, either 6-4 or 6-5, meaning that in the final, he doesn't need to win it, but will need to win a certain amount of leads to guarantee his card. I'm going, as I said at the start of the day when we come on off 10, not the drama, so I'm going to know that the Badish wins this, but edges it, so still needs to get some leads on the board in the final. But
Scott says
as Dom will tell you, when am I ever right? So that's not going to happen. But there we go.
Scott says in the chat room, and this is a very good point. It's only Danny Baggish that has something to play for. Will that hunger and that drive get him over the line?
Massive.
Will all the players know that?
Yeah, they'll know, mate.
Yeah, 100%.
They'll 100%. They'll know.
There'll be people in the venue watching us right now, keeping up with every single minute. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, obviously, like Andrew Dildin will be well aware that 9 points was enough at the start of the day. But like Scott Mitchell, who's come from nowhere, same as Badish, will they know what's required? Would you want to know if you're Danny Badish, or would you want to just have the mindset of going to win the day?
I think, I might be wrong, but in Danny Baggish's head, he will have gone in today thinking, I've got to win the day to get my card. I think before a dart was thrown, you would have thought that a final wouldn't have been enough. I think his mindset will be, I need to win.
Yeah, but would as Danny Badish now, would you want someone telling you that if you win 6-0 or 6-1 in this game, you've done enough?
No, I don't like that mentality. You start trying to defend legs, or you start trying to try too hard in certain situations. You just try and force it a bit when you're chasing legs. Danny says he wants to know if it's win or out. What, on Twitter? It's a brave man checking his phone right before he's about to play the biggest game of his life.
Yeah, if he loses, he's gone. He has to win this game to have a chance.
Yeah.
If he loses, he stays on 4 points. So, yeah, has to win. Just out of interest, now that Sean's actually in the chat room, be interesting to ask him as you were there. Sean, going in round by round, did you know what your position was in the league table, and were you looking in between and everything like that?
Good question. While we wait for that,
No,
Mark just asked, so who has their cards this year? We know 26 of the 27 tour card holders that will be joining as part of the school or class of 2021. From Europe, they are Gert de Vos, Gert Nenchez, Florian Hempel, Boris Koltsov, Martin Schindler, Neil Zonneveld, Raymond van Barneveld, Zoran Lerchbacher, Adam Gaulas, Michael Unterbuchner, John Michael, and Robert Marianovic getting over the line on leg difference from the 64 onwards. Just drop that bit in there now. The UK confirmed so far. Kirk Shepherd, 4 from 4 on his trips two Q-School wins on day one. Jason Heaver and Jake Jones. Jack Main, Andrew Gilding, Martin Lukeman, Louis Williams, Eddie Lovely, Alan Suter, Peter Hudson, Joe Mernon, Gordon Mathers, John Worsley, Scott Mitchell, Brett Claydon, and John Brown are all confirmed to pick up a tour card. The last spot comes down to Danny Baggish and Chaz Barstow. Baggish would need to win 6-0 or 6-1 in the upcoming semi-final, or defend leg difference in the final to knock Chaz Barstow out.
Yeah, and just off the back of that, a couple in the chat room. Sean says, no, I was just thinking about winning the next game. He didn't look at it. Interesting to know. And Stinger B says, looking at darts rankings, Danny just needs to win this match and he's in. No, mate. If he wins this 6-0 or 6-1, guaranteed. But anything other than 6-1, he will have to get some legs in the final.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Because he's only 2 legs better off than Chaz Barstow. So say he wins 6-5 now, he'll move on to 5 points and a +8 leg difference. If the round after he was then to lose by 3 legs or more, he would then drop back down below Chaz Barstow. You have to take into account the potential leg difference loss in the round afterwards.
Yeah. Again, as these ties are all warming up, chat room, you've been absolutely amazing. We're not done yet. We still have 3 matches to cover. Thank you very much for all those watching, as always. Dave Curtis has joined us. Jarlath, I'm not giving you a shout out because you've been moaning about Barney for weeks. Mike says, I think Kevin Painter has retired. Yeah, that's what he says on his Twitter, mate. Jason Perver watching along, as always, as well. Glad to have you along. All good. Scott, superb. Jeff, Ryan, thank you very much. All the usual suspects. We've got 2 absolutely belting semi-finals and a final to bring you here at Online Darts. If you haven't yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button because we have got loads going on for you. We have a live lounge tomorrow where we have plenty to discuss and, of course, everything going on. But first semi-final, gentlemen, is
semi-final underway. Danny Baggish has won the bullseye. How important will that be?
Look, we know there's 2 games on, but I'm going to put the Peter Hudson, Danny Baggish game up because it means more than the other one. Agreed?
Completely agree.
Yep.
So if you give me a second.
Slow start from Danny as well. Already effectively given the throw away, being 77 points behind. Mitchell Gilding also underway. Mitchell with the darts in that one, and he only opens up 41. They seem to be a curse in these semi-finals. Joe Williams, can Barstow still win a card if Baggish goes all the way and wins the whole thing? No. For Chaz Barstow to win a card, Baggish would have to lose in this round or lose in the next round by enough legs to counteract the positive leg difference Baggish has over Chaz Barstow. Slow start in the leg from Danny, but he has responded brightly. That 81 ton 40 ease him into the leg. First man to a finish. Huge from Hudson though. 125 in response. Baggish 60 to hold his throw in the opening leg. and he's gone inside. He's left double 5. Only the first leg, a slow start scoring wise. How costly will that visit on the outer ring be, though, as Peter Hudson goes 1-0 up over Danny Baggish?
Big moments here, even this early.
How many times can Baggish keep going to the well to keep himself in the hunt for a tour card? It's effectively stolen the darts straight back. Definitely has now back-to-back 140s, trying to rectify that early break against him.
Mitchell takes the opener against Gilding.
Bag of nails from Peter Hudson, 46-26. So much time for Danny in this leg. Won't want to mess about, though. Show the intensity. (1-6-1) for Baggish. What a way this would be to level up in the match. Sensible from Baggish. Uses the 25. Leaves himself on a 2-dart finish. (120) from Hudson. Potentially a bounce out. Potentially a treble 1. And a good cover on the treble 19. Either way, Baggish 56. And it goes in 3 darts for Danny. Levels back up. Gets the break straight back. And a 140 to open from Danny after that shocking first 3 visits. Couldn't quite pin the double to go 1-0 up. His scoring has been superb since. Just a 43 from Baggish, still 103 points ahead.
Lee, you watching Mitchell as well? What do you make of the opening to this one?
Yeah, just even on the Mitchell. Yeah, even on the Mitchell, Damus Dobbs covering off Baggish and Hudson. As expected, I guess with Dildon and Mitchell playing each other, it's not the fastest pace game. Mitchell in front of this one, 1-0. Dildon's on throw. Dildon's left 51 after 9. Mitchell's got an opportunity of a big 1-5-1. If not, Dildon will come back to the level this up.
Baggish first to a finish in leg 3. Leaves himself on Shanghai after 12. Big 137 from Hudson gets him to a finish, albeit a 158. Not the nicest finish in the game. You would expect Baggish to get 6 darts from this 120, but he'd feel much better taking it out in 3. Only cuts in half. 158 for Hudson.
Got Mitchell goes 2-0 in front against Andrew Dildon, averaging 91, playing 80 after 2 legs.
Big,
As I said,
big moments.
158, not the nicest. Just 54 for Hudson. Baggish 60 in 2 to go 2-1 in front. Makes up for the early breaker throw that he suffered. He does have the darts, This is still on throw, but a break here for Danny would put him in a great position. Don't forget, if he wins every leg from here, he will knock Barstow out straight away. If Hudson wins another leg, Baggish would need to defend leg difference in the final.
I'm just going to jump into the chat room as we've got a moment as well there, Gob. Stinger says, what's happening to the scoring? The darts connector's been all over the place today, mate. It's very juttery and very glitchy today. I think the traffic volume is killing them. So there, and what else? I saw someone, Darts Anonymous, what's occurring? Are all the places decided yet? No, mate, there is one up for grabs, and it is a straight shootout between Danny Baggish and Chaz Barstow. Baggish needs to win this, and then it's going to go down to leg difference potentially in the final. But all the others are done and dusted. Couldn't get any more nervous than what it is.
Right, a slip from Baggish. 6 darts for Hudson from 180. Tom 40 leaves 40. That visit there, very crucial, could mean that Baggish would not only have to win this match, but he'd have to defend the leg difference gap he creates by winning this in the final. He can secure his card with a 6-0 or 6-1 win in this. So another leg from Hudson. There it is. Danny Baggish cannot win his card by winning this match. He would have to go down to the final. He needs to win this anyway, but he would not be secure until the final. And now would be a great time to work out if we're going to see a similar situation as we saw in the EU. How significantly different would the leg difference look between Baggish, between Barstow, and actually all those that are on 5 points at the minute? Martin Thomas, Gavin Carlin, Chaz Barstow, John Brown, Brett Claydon, Scott Mitchell, all at the minute potentially going to finish on 5 points. How different would that look if the leg difference from the round of 1 to 8 counted over the last 4 days? We've been saying it's a flaw of the system. How much of an effect will it have had?
They're going to come to you.
Yeah, in the other semi-final, Scott Mitchell holds throw in the third leg. That was 3-0 in front. 9 points in front of Andrew Dilding. In control of this one. Scott Mitchell not playing as well as he has done all day, but doing enough to have a 3-0 lead over Dilding. This win would mean that Jack Main would finish top of the order of merit.
Big moments coming up in this one. Just a 60 from Danny Baggish. Massively. This 1-2-1 go 107. Oh my gosh. Misses the double 14 inside. A big 1-1-6 now coming up for Danny Baggish. He took out a 1-3-2 in the match in the previous round. What can he do with the 1-1-6? Choice of doubles. If you first dart, and it goes in 3 darts. Superb once again from Danny Baggish. The man does not know when he is beaten. Completely up against it there in leg 5. The gambler continues to gamble. God knows how many lives he must have left because he's used them all up so far. That could be massive in Danny Baggish's quest for a tour card. And Chaz Barstow, if you're watching, how much does that one hurt?
Right now, he's on the second bottle.
Only 2.
I tell you what, though, God, we've said it so often. When it is your day, it doesn't matter what's in front of you. When it's your day, it's your day.
Oh, definitely. It's not even that. The line I was using last year was you can only get these kind of fairy tale endings in sport. They don't exist anywhere else in real life. It is literally only in sport. All them movies, all them films where somebody comes through the last minute and achieves their dream and goes on to do something. This is the sort of situation where it happens from. Leicester winning the Premier League out of absolutely nowhere, but you only get that in sport.
And we said it in the last leg, the Baggish throw was under pressure. Right now, it's the Hudson throw that is under the cosh.
Massive. Just a 58 as well. 6 darts for Danny from 181. Would love a 2 treble visit here to set it up nicely. Just a 65 leaves him on that 116 once again. He couldn't do it in back-to-back legs, could he? Could he? That's the question we've been asking all day about Danny Baggish. Could he? Started the day on 0 points. Had the mentality, has to win outright today to be in with a chance of getting his card. The points predictions have slipped as people in that order of merit have fallen away. Oh, he's done it again, back to back, 116s. Danny Baggish, what are you doing?
Oh,
He's 2 legs away from the final.
Oh, my word.
Massive. And he's got the darts now. That is a huge break. Just want to say thank you to FMAT in the chat as well for the €5 donation. Been negative about the stream a few times, but I'm really enjoying it. I've been here 10 days, now cheering on Danny Baggish. Go on, son. Thank you. Much appreciated it. I know my maths was a little bit out earlier compared to darts rankings, but we got there in the end.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. And muchly appreciated. I tell you what as well, look, I'm thinking a bit ahead here. If Danny Baggish does this and he goes on, he can't go home between now and the Super Series. He hasn't got time to go back, come back, quarantine X, Y, and Z. So he's going to be here until after the UK Open. That's a hell of a stint for him.
Massive. Although, to be fair, when Party played, did he not move over here, pretty much commit? It's only Smith we've seen really take the trip across the pond as often as he does.
No, I think Part used to commute as well. Because even last year, or it might have been the year before when he did the Worlds, he flew home for 3 days at Christmas. John Part.
Mad.
I bet Sky were loving that.
Potentially. Anyway, back to the action. Big 140 from Baggish. Leaves himself on 1-1. 2 treble visit from Hudson. Would put that under pressure. But after back-to-back 116 finishes, would you put this 101 past the Gambler? I mean,
No.
It is one of the most apt nicknames in darts right now. He has left it to the last minute. He has rolled the dice so many times, but he's still in contention. And he's got 6 darts from this 101. It does not have to go. $61 scored, leaves 40. Hudson on 178. Cannot go. How much pressure can he put on this 40?
Just to quickly throw in, Andrew Dilden has just missed a dart at ball, then 2 at a double, and he finds himself 4-1 behind, and then stop Mitchell. Back to you, Dob.
5-2, Baggish. The tops goes. The Gambler is 1 leg away from the final of today's action. Depending on how many legs he lets Peter Hudson win from here, we can work out the scenario into the final with regards to leg difference. Remember, he does not have to win the final. He just has to defend the leg difference gap he has over Chaz Barstow. If it stays at 6-2, I think Baggish is 1 leg away in the final.
Yeah. 1 leg in the final. Yeah. If he wins 6-2.
Oh, my. Absolute Oh, my gentleman.
And he's
Like
got
Dob
an
said,
opportunity looking at that.
only in sport this can happen, as Dob said.
Only in sport. Only in sport, massively.
Only
And
in
you would not put it past him suddenly going 5-0 down in the final and then winning the number of legs he needs. Like, that is the sort of thing Danny Baggish will do to you. This is crazy as it's happening. Just a 28-point lead from Hudson on the throw. At least a ton here from Danny, and he's pinched the darts once again. 94 average from the American. A 140 from Baggish. It's 112 points ahead against the throw. Hudson needs a 140 or better to leave a finish. Otherwise, Baggish has got six darts from 180 for a spot in today's final and the chance to win his card outright.
Come on, Danny.
Just a 55, leads 125. What a slip that could be. Just 60 from Hudson, stays on the 132. Both players are about to use the bullseye for the checkout. What ways to do it? Behind the 170, these are the two best looking finishes in darts. Don't at me, I'm just right. And it's gone! Danny Baggish takes out 1-2-4! That's in the final! Danny Baggish is one leg away in the final from a tour card.
Yes.
If you,
What
look,
a day.
I know
He moves on to a plus 11 leg difference. Barstow's on +5. Baggish needs one leg in the final to get over the line. He could not do it if they were level. He would not have won enough legs on legs 1, which is the second tiebreaker. He has to just win a leg to get over the line on leg difference. I genuinely cannot believe what we are witnessing. Everybody, straight back to darts rankings. As you can see, Danny Baggish is now in light green. He is in 12th. It currently shows Claydon and Brown in 13th in dark green. That is because Danny Baggish losing 6-0 would see him slip leg difference wise, level with Barstow and exit at the very last stage on legs 1, the second countback decider. One leg from Danny Baggish will be enough to see him pick up a tour card in the most spectacular fashion I think we've ever seen at Q-School.
And I'll tell you what, just touching on something, obviously we all know around the world we're in very testing times at the moment. Countries in lockdown, people in lockdown. But this is why it was so important that elite sport had to come back to give people hope. When they're sat at home, no one can go out. They can watch moments like this still, whether it's with us on a stream just doing this, whether it's Sky Sports watching football. This is why elite level sport was so important to come back. Because could you imagine if we were still on complete lockdown and none of this could happen? None of this would take place. Just unbelievable. How many people is this making happy apart from the Barstow family right now? Our chat room is going absolutely off at the moment. The Danny Baggish love is unbelievable. But we'll come back to him in a minute. Let's not neglect this other one. Scott Mitchell, 4-2 up on Andrew Gildingley.
Yeah, obviously I've missed the last few moments because we all got built up into the Baggish. But what early stage of this, Gilding missed a lot of darts at a double. As you'll see by the averages, not a great game. Both should know that they are now through. Mitchell doing enough and could be playing Danny Baggish in the final. But Scott Mitchell, what a day he's had. Another one, we talked with the Baddish story is going to be the highlight, I would say, of the day. However, Stop Mitchell, come from nowhere really, and Stop Mitchell has got himself a tour card as well, and looks like he's going to get himself a place in the final if he continues playing as he does, and Dilden keeps missing the opportunities he's presented. So 4-2 in this one. Mitchell 181 playing 193. Mitchell got dart in hand to the 5-2 in front.
Yeah, and again, a couple of people asking, no, by our calculations, Danny Baggish needs one leg in the final to secure his tour card. Don't want to be the party pooper, but we have to realise it isn't done yet. So let's not get excited. We expect it to be. In Lendl's FDI, the chances of it are probably 99.9%, but it isn't done yet. He still has work to do. The dream isn't complete
but he said
yet.
the same for Schindler and Zonneveld to be confirmed last night, and we still had to wait another 14 hours. So let's not go there. We can all laugh about it now. Everybody that we said was in last night did pick up their tour card.
Yeah. Like I say, whitewashes happen in sport. I remember seeing Phil Taylor whitewashed in a Premier League. We've seen Michael Van Gerwen whitewashed. It can happen. So I don't want to be the party pooper because I'm full of admiration for Danny Baggish, but he still has a job to do. Once he's got that leg, we'll go berserk. Don't worry about that.
And Dob, back to the question earlier around not knowing what you needed to do. If you need to win 6-1, 6-2 to defend, is it a different approach now, knowing that you only need to win one leg?
Oh, massively. I think so.
He's aware. He's aware now.
If he's aware of that,
needs to win one?
I'd 100%, if I was in, be checking at this stage. You know you're close. But to be fair, actually thinking that you need to win the final, you're competing for every leg.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, I'm just going to confirm. I've got someone that's with him in Milton Keynes on WhatsApp at the moment. I've just asked the question, does he know that? We'll tell you in a second. Just waiting for a reply.
While we're waiting for that, Stop Mitchell has now taken a 5-2 lead. Another hold of throw. Dilden started this one strong with a 140, followed by a 92. So put himself in a good position in this leg, but needs to win 4 on the bounce to then delay the start to that final that we all want to see.
Massively. And I'm going to take the chance now. A lot of people saying thank you for us in the stream. We massively appreciate every single one of you that have been with us over the last 10 days. You guys make it happen. If you guys are watching, we don't do this. Over 500 of you watching right now. If you haven't done so already, please click the like button. Please click the subscribe button. It really does help us deliver the very best content we can to you guys over the coming year. We've got plans to do this for the upcoming Super Series. We've got plans to do this for the UK Open, for all the boards that you cannot see. We're going to be here bringing you coverage of all of that as well. Plus, we'll have interviews, live reactions from all of the players. We may even get down to some of the venues. So thank you very much to everybody that's been in the chat room, that's watched us, even if you haven't got involved in the chat over the last 10 days. As we're coming to the end, if you can, click that subscribe button and click that like button for us. It would help us out massively. Thank you.
And again, Simon, in the chat room, you are quite correct. There is another match going on. So let's give it the respect it deserves. We have got a bit carried away with Baggish, and I have got news from Milton Keynes as well, as Gilding reduces the deficit to 5-3, Lee.
Yeah, reduce it to 5-3 with a 13 dart lead. A lot better by Andrew Gilding. Finishing's been his problem in this one early on, but Mitchell has got the opportunity to hold throw for a 6-3 win. If Gilding does break then hold, Mitchell will still have the advantage in the last leg. Mitchell starts with 100. If you want to come back to me in a minute, Phil.
Yeah, and just for confirmation, Danny Baggish does not know he only needs a leg. His phone was taken off of him by said person a little while ago. So he does not know.
No way.
He only needs the legs. Straight up. He does not know. He has not got a phone on him. It's in. His phone is in said person that I'm talking to pocket.
That's mad. Absolutely mad.
But the best situation, surely, because if he goes 2-3-0 down, he's not.
Start
He's
chasing
thinking
that
still
one
of
leg.
mid-step
Yeah,
back in this
potentially.
game. Yeah,
If he in his head thinks he needs to win the match outright and comes off and they look at him and go, "You've done it." It would be interesting to know how close these people are behind the railings, and if and when Danny does win the first leg, they then let him know mid-match.
Yeah, that's completely different. But right now, he doesn't know. Just going to jump back into. Go on, Lee.
All I was going to say, or I'd say, if he was 4-0 down, do you then tell him if his head's dropped, does he think he's already lost the final, that actually just win us one leg and you'll be all right? It's at what point of the game do you then think you need to step in and say, just throw us in a 12 and you'll be all right,
Yeah, 100%. Chris has joined the chat saying, only just joined, they just found the channel. Doesn't matter, mate. Doesn't matter when you get here, as long as you do. Thank you very much for joining us. Lendl's given us the details, guys. Danny Baggish to lose 6-0, 1.5%. Andy Harvey asks, no, Danny Baggish just needs a leg to break Barstow's heart. Thank you very much, Andy. We appreciate it.
Mitchell will tell him if he plays him. That would be the ultimate mind games, wouldn't it? Can you imagine if Mitchell and Barstow are friends and Mitchell's like, "You only need one leg here," and then lays into him for the first 3 legs? Can you imagine? Provided Mitchell wins this game, by the way. That was a big assumption.
Yeah. So Mitchell's just at 98 to leave 100. Dilding's responded with a ton to leave 89. Just stay with this potentially. If Mitchell can take out 100, we'll wrap this up 6-3. No, we can't. So Dilding's coming back for 89. As I said early on, didn't expect a fast-paced game between Stock Mitchell and Andrew Dilding. It's exactly that, and Danny Baggish will still be waiting. And if Dilding takes out 89, which he does in 3, 5-4, the weight just goes on a little under for Danny Baggish in that final. Andrew Dilding's got the throw in his 10th leg. And if we go to that 11th leg, it will be then Stock Mitchell who will have the advantage.
Unbelievable scenes. Chat room is still going off, guys. You guys have genuinely been absolutely amazing today and through the whole 10 days of Q-School here. It's been absolutely top class. But we're not done yet. We still have a game and a bit to go. So what, guys, we've got another one to add to the country tick-off list. Tony has just joined us from New Zealand.
No way is Juanita still awake either. Juanita was here at 8 a.m. UK time.
She is. She's literally just commented in the chat room. Juanita is an absolute trooper. Mitchell bangs in a maximum.
Yeah, great opportunity.
Any chance staying up for the football later? No chance.
Where is it? Jeff says, Phil, no spots open on the order of merit if Gilding win. Yeah, technically, Chaz Barstow can still get through on the order of merit if Danny Baggish loses to Neil in the final. Unlikely, but possible.
On 60.
Good Lord.
This is just starting drama.
7. Stop Mitchell
Ah,
got
it's-
161. Andrew Dilding 160. Can Mitchell take out a 161 to Butty's place in the final? Just to add to today's drama. No, 78, 83 left. Andrew Dilding 160 for a hold of throw and to take it to the Noble. '81 stored. Mitchell 83 for the Dane. Can stop Mitchell. Take 83.
Surely not.
No, Mr. Dartford Bull. Mr. Dartford
going to
Bull.
an over,
Andrew
aren't we?
Dilding's coming back for 7. I would predict so, Phil. How today's done. Well, how the 10 days have done. Andrew Dilding.
This is going to go.
79 to take this.
We know
to
this is
the
going to
last
go.
leg. No, it's not. It's missed. Tops. Mitchell 25. Still should have 2 darts at a double to wrap this up. And Butty's place in the final against Danny Badish. Yes, he can. Stop Mitchell does it in 2. We are going to have a Stop Mitchell, Danny Badish final. Danny Badish needs 1 lead to get his tortage. Stop Mitchell already done his tortage, but if he could win today, I'm sure we'll be reminded of it daily by Phil Bars, who predicted this at 10:45 this morning.
Just going to jump into the chat room. Gob, you said there, Juanita is still going strong. She was in our chat room at 8 o'clock UK time this morning, and it is now, what was the time did she say it was? There's that many. It is now 1:30 a.m. back in Australia, and she is still going absolutely strong like a trooper. We've had Australia, New Zealand, Turkey, America, you name it, guys. You have been with us from moment one at Q-School. It is all done and dusted apart from one game, and it is arguably the biggest moment of Danny Bagish's career. He's played on the Ali Pali stage. He's beaten big names on that Ali Pali stage. However, Gob, nothing compares to this one leg he needs right now.
No, it doesn't. And I've just ran some numbers while we're waiting on that other one. And you know what happened in Europe that we've been on about all week, where Marjanovic has got over the line because the last 128 doesn't count?
It's happened to Barstow, isn't it?
If the 128 counted, the difference between Barstow and Bagish would actually be 3 legs. Bagish would need 3 and not 1 in this final, because on day 2, Chaz Barstow beat Danny Bagish 6-3 in the 128.
Ouch. That's going to hurt even more. And the fact that the two...
It's going to hurt massively. And I haven't looked at the others on 5 points, so it could still apply to Martin Thomas. It could still apply to Gavin Carlin. It could apply to John Brown and Brett Claydon. Not Scott Mitchell, because he's now on 6. So there are the guys on 5. But in terms of these two who are currently having a shootout with those numbers calculated, Danny Bagish would be 3 legs ahead, not 6 legs ahead. So we'd actually need 4, because 3 would put them level, and Barstow had 1 more legs. So the difference between what Danny needs now and what he would need, he'd need 4 instead of just the 1 leg that he requires.
I'll tell you what makes it worse as well is the fact that they played each other. If you'd have played someone else...
The fact they played each other in that 1-8.
Yeah.
The minute I pulled it up, I was like, holy, surely not.
The players are warming up for the final in MK.
Oh.
And I think, Phil, if there is a time to use that alert button, it could be in preparation for this game.
To be fair, I think this
Should we
game...
have one more alarm anyway?
We
I think this game deserves
alarm at some stage.
I think this game deserves it. We nicknamed it the Barney button. However, this game deserves the button. I've got it teed up.
Or, Phil, or do we wait until, if he does, if Badish wins that one leg, that's the time.
No, we'll do it before.
Danny needs one leg, Marlon. One leg. And he gets over the line.
Any leg
Alan
will
Watts,
do.
hope Baggage gets a tour card. Great player. I hope my boss don't miss me hiding in the work box. Absolutely love that.
Love that. Absolute epic.
Who's Baggage
Oh,
playing?
my.
Baggage is playing Scott Mitchell in the final. Scotty Dog already assured of his tour card.
As well, in the chat room, we're joined by Ryan Hogarth as well. Ryan, hope you are well, mate. And again, right, for the final time, we're going to have one final 20-second ad break while they are warming up. We will be back for uninterrupted coverage of the final on the other side of this, everyone. And again, even though he didn't play today, Martin Lukeman has joined us in the chat room as well. Hope you are well, mate. I'm glad you enjoyed the day off.
Yeah, Gavin Biggs watching from Budapest in Hungary. Love watching. Can we do this every week? Funny you should say that. We are planning on doing similar coverage for all of the Pro Tour events this year. Obviously, there will be 2 streaming boards available for those who can't use that footage. But for everything else on Dark Connect, we can give you these watch-alongs. Who else did I see? Alan Watt, my boss just banged on the toilet door, asked if I'm okay. I said I've got the runs.
Love that. Chilling with the dogs with a beer.
Unbelievable week. Completely agree.
Like we say, the PDC have nailed it. They've ticked all the boxes apart from one, which I'm sure will get sorted for next time. Yeah, 100%. It's great for US darts. Hopefully we'll have 2 World Series events in America, not just one. Still warming up. Alan, no way I'm coming out of
isolation in Malta.
Who's that in Malta?
Michael Yudlibi, keeping me sane in isolation in Malta. Come on, Danny boy. Martin
Michael, whereabouts?
Great work, guys. Just 10 days. Love to follow the show all the days.
Michael, whereabouts in Malta out of interest? Because I've been to Malta, obviously not last year, but the 3 years before that, because the old company I used to work for, head office, it was in Salima.
Gok YT, postponing the YT for this game. Love it.
Yeah.
Alan
That's
Watts,
what
who
we
do you
do
think
here.
you are? Cameron Menzies, Andrew, that is hilarious.
Absolute genius, guys. Martin Thompson, well done, guys. Thank you very much. Hey, look, without you guys, we're nothing, guys. Without you guys, we don't do it.
Dan Blackshaw, where did Danny start the day? 0 points, miles down the order of ranking.
Yep.
Yep.
to be fair, Mitchell, Baggish, and Hudson have all come from nowhere today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, you look at the names at the bottom of the order of merit as well. Ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Always Elvis. Is there any
Cheers,
chance
Ryan.
Chaz wins a card when Danny wins a leg? No, it's either or. Either Danny wins a leg and he wins a card, or Danny wins no legs and Chaz Barstow wins his card. That is the final shoot out.
100%. It's plain and simple. Again, got Marlon in from Belgium. Yeah, Ryan, thank you very much for your kind words, mate. It's been great seeing you play as well. Jeff says, Phil, one spot on the order of merit. Outright is still on the line. Yeah, look, whoever wins the outright wins it. But it's plain and simple. Danny Baggish wins a leg. He has a tour card regardless of who wins outright. Danny Baggish needs a leg on the board. Where are we? It's been great. Thank you very much. It says, what about the outright card? The outright card obviously comes off, but if you look at the order of merit, John Brown is in a slightly different shade because once they'll take the winner off the order of merit, it then jumps. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Said, will Barney ever win another major? He has the ability to. It's whether he has the mindset to, for me. We saw in spells in Q-School, there was some signs of vintage Barney. Barney's never been about, has he still got the game? It's has he got the mindset? For me.
Has he got the application?
Yeah.
Yeah. The actual game itself has never dwindled. Even when he couldn't be asked and shaking his head, we saw spells of genius still. It's just a case of whether he wanted to do it. The tension is killing me. It's killing us all, mate. Literally, we're just talking to you guys until we get going. Still warming up. It is USA on a gambler against the Farmy Army from Dorset. Connor from Limerick in Ireland. Thank you very much, mate. Of course, home of William O'Connor. Slapshot King says, who could most likely win the UK Open? That is one competition that I will never, ever give you a prediction on, because where it's a random draw every round, you cannot plot anyone's route, who will run into who. Obviously, Gavin Price, Michael Van Gogh and Gary Anderson will all be talks about Peter Wright because they've got fantastic ability. But if the draw goes horrible, you could play whopper after whopper after whopper. So the UK Open is literally a complete lottery. Mark says, will Joe Cullen ever win a major? For me, yes. I think he will. You guys?
Yes, as well. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think Joe Cullen will.
There's no such thing as a major.
Okay, will Joe Cullen win a televised tournament?
Yeah.
The Belfast Brigade.
When a winner is removed, no. Dartsrankings.com already has taken that into effect. This is a straight shootout between Baggish and Barstow. As you can see, there's two number 13s on the list, which is Claydon and Brown. One of them will technically occupy 12th.
Someone says, didn't Paul Hogan make the final a few years ago? Not of the UK Open. He had a good run in the UK Open, beat Gary Anderson, but never made the final. So chat room is going off again. You guys are absolutely insane. Will Ian White ever win a TV title? No.
No.
Not for me.
No.
His potential chance, if he was ever going to, was the World Series final, not last year, the year before in Amsterdam, when he was in complete control against Danny Noppet, I think, on the final day. I'm not sure if it was quarterfinal or semi-final. Danny Noppet ended up getting to the final. Not saying he would have beat MBG, but
he shouldn't have even been in it. Shouldn't have even been in the tournament.
Yeah. Martin Lukeman says 8 players below get UK Open spots. Yes, they do, mate. So some consolation for Chaz Barstow. He might not get a tour card, but he will get a UK Open spot.
And it may even get an invite to the Super Series at some point if all 128 tour card holders aren't available as the next person on the order of merit from here. You'll likely get a call up. Normally, we have a challenge tour before that would take place, but the PDC haven't announced that yet. Normally, next weekend would be a challenge tour weekend. The players would go straight into it so that they have an established ranking for the Pro Tour. Should people drop out, I presume they'll just use this order of merit. So there's a chance he could play in the first couple of Pro Tours. Anyway, keep yourself in a good position through that order of merit, and there's a chance that you'll play all the Pro Tours throughout the year anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been quarterfinal, but it was definitely one of them that he was miles in front against Danny Noppet. I also saw someone saying, will Chizzy ever win a TV title? I would love Dave Chisholm to win a TV title, but I just can't see it happening. He's got himself in position so many times, but the action just doesn't hold up under extreme pressure for me. It just goes walking. Don't get me wrong, Chisholm's one of the nicest guys you will ever meet, but just not convinced. Lendl says, one for me, will Fallon ever get to a major semi-final? She's young enough to. She's only 25, 26. She needs to get a tour card first, obviously, and everything like that, but she has time on her side to develop. We've seen her high-end game on the Challenge Tour average 110. So we know there are special things within Fallon Sherrock. Can she do it on TV? Yes, we've seen that. Will she? Look, I think the more she plays at a level, the more we see her on Challenge Tours and things like that, and the more the Ladies Series develop, the better she will become. Can she? Yeah, I think she can in time. She has time on her side because the ladies' game will only ever get stronger. The more the PDC push, I've said this before, for me, the ladies' game is 10, 15 years behind the men. What you see on a PDC TV, on a TV now, go back, I'm showing my age now, but I remember when the PDC first started, they were filling spots, inviting random Americans like Steve Brown, not upsetting any Americans here, but it wasn't at the standard it is now. It's developed and evolved over time. And the ladies can do the same, but they need to be given opportunities and given time to do that. So in 10, 15 years' time, Fallon Sherrock will still be playing and will still be going on. So, yes, I think she can, as long as the opportunities are there for the ladies to develop. Sorry for waffling, guys.
The screen has changed. The final is about to get underway. This is the moment. Scott Mitchell.
The final is
Scott Mitchell
under
with a 180.
So you need to do some 2 seconds, guys, and you will have it on the screen. The problem is I can't set this up beforehand because Darts Connect doesn't allow you to. But there we have it. Game on. We have a final. Now, all eyes on one man.
Yeah, but he finds himself
And he's
100
feeling it.
behind after 6 starts already.
Again, chat room absolutely rammed. Happy to have you all along. But Mitchell going about his business.
No, 140 through Mitchell. And if you're baggage here, you just want to find a treble or two in the next couple of visits. Just find your range, settle into it. First leg isn't the be-all and end-all, especially as it's on Mitchell's throw. You will get opportunities throughout the match to break. The mindset Danny has is that he has to win the match. We know he has to win one leg. Mitchell leaves 75 after 12. Back-to-back tons from Danny. Not enough to leave a finish in this one, but as I said, he just finding his range on that treble now, settling into the match a lot nicer than that 60 and 45 to open will do. And it goes in 3 darts for Mitchell, 1-0 to Scotty Dog. Right then, Danny, your first opportunity with the darts. Your last 2 visits, ton. Can you keep that scoring going?
This is it, where you just want a nice hold of throw. No dramas on your own throw, first time up.
15 dart leg, your opponent struggling to leave a finish after 12. Yes, please. Scott Mitchell has completely other ideas. 140 from Skydog. We do keep saying Danny likes to do things the hard way.
Oh,
He said that he plays his best darts when his back is up against the wall, and he's proven that today completely. A 140 from Baggish.
He absolutely needed that.
Back for Scott Mitchell, though. Baggish, a ton, not enough. We'll need to use the 19s at some point in this visit if he's going to leave a finish. Does so. 99, 167 left for Danny. Scott, already gone back-to-back 140s. Another one here. Puts him firm favourite for leg 2 as well. $99 leaves 122. A good range, but if you're baggish here, a nice ton or a big 80 or something leaves you on a workable finish. 167 would leave you with a tour card, Danny. Just 99 leaves 68. Mitchell 122 starts on 18s. Potentially a dart at the bullseye. 2 treble 18s for a double 7. 72 scored. Danny Baggish 3 in hand for 68. Is this the moment?
oh.
No. 48 scored for Baggish. Mitchell coming back for 50. Will he go 18 double 16? Will he go 10 for tops? I think he's a tops MO man personally. What will we see left, if anything? For back-to-back 15 dart legs for Scott Mitchell. Just 18. Possibly missed 2 darts at double 16. Danny Baggish 3 in hand. Double 10 the target for a tour card. And it's gone in 1 dart. Danny Baggish pulls off the spectacular. Started the day on 0 points, 101st on the order of merit before today gets underway. With that one leg, he jumps above Chaz Barstow, stays above Barstow on the order of merit, and guarantees himself the final tour card up for grabs today. Did not expect this at the start of the day, but the gambler has done it.
And I won't swear, but the guy that's with Baggish, that I'm there, he said literally Danny Baggish's phone is in his pocket and it is literally like a Christmas tree right now.
Danny, at this moment, as far as we believe, does not know he has a tour card. He still thinks he needs to win this match.
Correct. He does not know.
His phone was confiscated from him a couple of hours ago to ensure that he focuses throughout the rest of the day on the task in hand. The number of points needed to qualify via the order of merit has slowly crept down over the day, meaning he has got there already, but he will still believe he has to win this match against a former world champion. He's already beaten one earlier this year. He beat Adrian Lewis at Ali Pali. Can he beat former Lakeside champion Scott Mitchell as well? Big 140 from Danny, leaves 130, 78 in hand for Mitchell, however. $38 scored, leaves 40. He couldn't, could he? We've seen him take out a 132 on the stream today. We've seen him take out two 116s today. We've seen him take out a 125 today. Can he take out a 130 to take the lead in this final? No. 65 scored. Tops for Mitchell for a 2-1 lead. And it goes in 3 darts. Mitchell averaging 92, as he has been all day. The top performer average-wise, the same as he did last year at Q-School 2020. Scotty Dog finally getting over the line earlier today via the order of merit. Superb on the Challenge Tour last year as well. One of the players you could truly say deserved a tour card after his performances of the last 12 months. He is there. Danny Baggish does not believe he is at the minute. The fact we hold that information over him is absolutely massive. And a 180 from Scott Mitchell. This must be killing Danny. $125 in reply. Mitchell effectively still pinched the darts in this one. And a big 140 gets Danny back in the leg. 154 left after 9 darts. First to a finish. How much pressure will that 154 be under? Just 80 from Mitchell. Leaves him on 141. Baggish should, in all likelihood, get 6 darts from here at the 154. The way he's finished the big checkouts today, though, you would not put it past him. There you go, 134 goes low on tops, but leaves his favourite double 10. Mitchell 141 for a 3-1 lead. A breaker throw, a 12-dart leg. Just 50. Danny, favourite double, as I said, double 10, coming back for it to level up at 2 apiece.
Missed.
10 points scored. Mitchell coming back 450. Last time he left this in leg 2, he went 18 for double 16. Just the 18 points scored last time. Will he change his MO? 10 tops. Will he go 18 again? Who knows? Takes it in 2 darts for a 3-1 lead in the final.
I'm just going to jump in there, God, a second. Jamie asks in the chat room, surely Mitchell or the caller would have told him. Mitchell wouldn't, because Mitchell's not a phone looker either. So Mitchell wouldn't have known. My gut reaction says people in the room would have known. And when he won that leg, I bet there was a huge round of applause. So he might know now, because other people in the room would have known. So when he's won that leg, there might have been a mutter going around the room. Agreed, Gob?
I'd hazard a guess at so. I mean, the way he's playing doesn't strike me as that. He's eased off a bit, and Mitchell playing superb darts here. Obviously, we know he's already over the line. Mitchell throwing so good. Completely agree. 95 average once again from Scotty Dog. He will slot straight into the tour next year and go in as an immediate threat. Such a capable player. I don't think we've ever seen the best of him at the Grand Slam, being quite unlucky with a couple of draws over the last few years. But Scotty Mitchell is one very, very capable dart player, as he's showing right now. Mitchell comfortably ahead in this leg on throw. People saying possibly a huge adrenaline dump for Danny. Possibly he's over the line now. Big sigh of relief if he's aware of it. Spare a thought though, guys, for Chaz Barstow. He misses out for a tour card on leg difference, as does Gavin Carlin, as does Martin Thomas. No idea yet, with the potential 128 not counting, what difference that may have made to those last few spots in the order of merit. Apart from this one, had the last 128 leg difference counted towards the order of merit, Danny Baggish would need 4 legs in this one, not the 1. And not the best to start from Danny once again. He's still averaging 91 overall in the match, but not really laying a glove on Mitchell as yet, whose scoring has just been superb. Oh, anyone else's voice gone?
Yep.
I feel like I'm on an absolute adrenaline combat now.
Oh, what an absolutely mad 10 days as we complete the formality of the final of the UK Stage 2 Q-School. Still plenty of people having discussions in the chat. Andrew makes a great point. People saying that US and Australian players should have gone to the Euro Q-School. The 2 international players have come through the UK school. Mothers and Baggish have both come through UK rather than the EU. Matt Campbell, Leonard Gates, and Gary Mawson all falling in the EU. So a great observation there that none of us really expected. We were talking about the standards of both schools, but Danny and Gigi coming through the UK.
Yeah, and someone asked in the chat on a personal note, who am I disappointed not to see get a tour card? From a purely personal point of view, mate, Aaron. Again, Lee, what are you making of this? Mitchell just doing what he's done all day long. You've had your eye on Milton Keynes a lot. He's just not dropped below this level, is he?
Yeah, he's been brilliant all day. I feel like we were saying, the story in UK is going to be about Badish, but Mitchell's come from that. So both players in the final have come from nowhere in the rankings and got themselves into a position where Badish only needed one and Mitchell already had it wrapped up done into today. Just one thing that I'd extra upon. Well done to Jack Main, who finished top of the Order of Merit in the UK. Obviously, with Andrew Dilding losing in the semi-final, Main then finished on top of that. So, good run for Jack Main. Mitchell missing there. So, Badish opportunity to get a second lead on the board for him. But both players in the final deserve it on today's run. Outstanding run by both of them. And Badish takes it 4-2 Mitchell.
If there was any doubt, it's just been rubber stamped. The 8 UK Open qualifiers from the UK, just a message from Jar, is Chaz Barstow, Gavin Carlin, Mike All Thomas, Kevin McDine, can't remember his surname, but McEwen, McGurk, M. Jackson, and Sean Fisher are the 8 UK Open spots from the EU. I'm sorry, from the UK. EU ones, I'm sure will come through in a second.
I'm pleased. Yeah. I'm pleased for Fisher as well because he had to pull out this morning because he failed the COVID protocol, high temperature, so wasn't allowed to compete, was in a great position to pick his card up overall. So unfortunately didn't pick that up, but he clings on to a UK Open spot, a small piece of condolence perhaps that he can cling on to and hopefully build on that with a strong showing at the UK Open. One of the players that got through as one of the lowest ranked in the Stage 1 Order of Merit, but had a great showing in Stage 2. Same with Jason Heaver. He was another one that struggled a little bit to get through Stage 1, but then romped home on day 2 to pick up his tour card. Some great stories all over.
Yeah. And again, Mitchell looking to go within one lead.
Yeah. Not been a great performance in this one by Badish, but Mitchell's scoring has been top draw. As we've seen that, back-to-back tons followed by 140 to leave 113. Badish back on 241, mate. That 212 after only scoring 29 there. So Mitchell, been nice to see him take out to 113. And that is 252. As I say that, he does. Mitchell takes out the 113. Stop Mitchell 1 away from winning today's final.
Yeah, someone said in the chat room, baggish out of gas. Yeah, I should imagine right now he is absolutely running on empty. And when you're in that position, Gob, you don't want to be running into Scott Mitchell, a man that's tried and tested over course and distance. He's won the Lakeside.
Not even that. It's all of the events that qualify you for the Lakeside, all the Opens and those tournaments that are over a weekend where you're playing 128s or 256s day in, day out from start to finish, and you start again the following day. He's been doing this for decades now, where he goes and wins tournaments that are over significant periods of time on the same day. He's got the stamina for it. He's a superb competitor, and he won't roll over just for the storyline. I saw the PDC interview him on day 2 after he exited early, and he gave full credit to Fallon. He gave full credit to whoever beat him round 1 on day 2. Was quite relaxed about the fact he hadn't picked up any points yet. He said both players fully deserved it on their performance. He's still got a job to go back to if he doesn't pick up his card, and it seems that calmness has paid off for him.
Yeah, 100%.
Good, led by Mitchell here against the throw. only starts with a 60, then a 180 and 140 to leave 121 after 9. Badish 57 ton 244. Can Badish put any pressure on? Probably not enough. 98 leaves 146. So can we have bat-to-bat ton plus checkouts in this final? And to wrap it up for the day, and these fantastic 10 days, we stop Mitchell taking out 121. Yes, we can.
Absolutely superb.
Yes, we can. Back-to-back ton plus checkouts by Stop Mitchell to wrap up Q-School for 2021 with a 6-2 win. Well done, Stop Mitchell and Danny Badish.
100%. Scott Mitchell, congratulations. But story of the day is Danny Baggish. He has come from absolutely the brink of heartbreak to win that PDC Tour card. He needed a leg in the final, and that's what he's done. You have to feel for Chaz Barstow right now. He's been absolutely superb. I don't want to take anything away from Danny, but those 3 legs, because of the way the countback system works, Gob.
Massive. It's happened here and it's happened in Europe that last 1-2-8 results, players have lost games and they don't count towards their order of merit. But they've gone away with it from 64. Hopefully the PDC review it next year. They've stated pretty clearly that they're happy with it this year, but there's plenty of darts fans that think that's a little bit unfair and unbalanced. But yeah, can't take anything away from him. He's been absolutely superb today. Gets over the line with a card with the rules that were laid out before he threw a dart, as did everybody else. The entire 10-day experience has been, once again, a masterstroke from the PDC. We gave him a lot of credit last year for adapting pretty well over COVID times, and they seem to have done it again with Q-School. They got it underway, and now the 2021 season can truly get underway with a full field of tour card holders. Congratulations to everybody in the class of 2021.
Yeah, I was going to say, we now have our 1-2-8 tour card holders, so we can have a season. The Super Series is coming up, followed by the UK Open. But for one last time, we're going to dive into our chat room, which has been absolutely amazing over the last 10 days. And we can't thank you enough. We've got Benny in from Thailand as well, another one added to the list. So many nice comments in here for us and for Danny Baggish and for Scott Mitchell. Thank you very much, guys, as always. But there's 1 or 2 special shouts out. Andrew and Juanita have been absolute troopers, marshalling the chat room as well. Well, we've been streaming. They've been on absolutely everything in there. So thank you very much. There's been so many of you in from the start. We massively appreciate it, guys. Without you, we wouldn't be doing this. And of course, a shout out to the whole online darts team. Jar has been on the blog most of the week as well. Scott, Cam, Luke, Tiz, obviously Gob, Lee. I think I've just about nailed everyone there. Oh, Dan, no good with names going for everyone. Literally, you guys have been absolutely superb over the last 10 days. It's taken out of us all, but we've loved every single minute of it. Of course, one last time, make sure you hit that subscribe button. If you don't, you're going to miss out on future content. We've got some belters coming up, starting, of course, with the Q-School special tomorrow on the Live Lounge. We will be there 8 p.m. Don't miss it. So for one final time, thank you very, very much, guys. I've been Phil Bars. Today I've been joined by mathematician Jack Gobby Garwood and, of course, Lee Boyce. Gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure to spend the last 8 hours with you. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to everyone watching at home. We have been Q-School Daily for the last 10 days.